President Marino, can you hear us?
Good to see everyone this morning.
Should we let everyone in or just
I would wait for a moment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm texting a bunch of people.
Good to see everyone this morning.
I've started the live stream and the recording.
Gorgeous.
Thanks, Jamie.
The other thing I'm not seeing anywhere is the camera fit from the ballroom.
In the hall, okay.
Yeah.
I'm calling Kevin because I know you worked with him yesterday, so.
And I'll just, seeing as it's 8 o'clock, I'll just send a quick message to the waiting room saying just that we're holding off on admitting people for a minute.
Okay, so they are able to hear us. I just hear from the tech on site. Can you guys talk back to the Zoom from the main room, from the hall, from any microphone?
And we could hear someone talking earlier.
Okay, so they said they could hear someone talking earlier and the feed is not the camera, but it's Tamsin's screen.
Yeah, her camera is on now. I see that.
Yeah, and they
So I
said they
just-
could hear us. Maybe we need to.
So maybe if they can talk on the microphone, so we can just check their sound again, and then we can let everyone in.
Yeah, we use Tam's laptop just for visual and the EP room for the audio, right?
Yeah, Tam is already pinned the camera. I just want them to talk on any microphone, and then we can open the meeting for everyone. If you can hear us in the hall, can somebody please talk in the microphone?
Good morning to our DOTS team.
Can you hear us in the room?
If Sister Janice, ANS Executive Committee Chaplain, is standing by, please, for the opening prayer.
Can you hear us in the hall? Okay, I don't think so.
Test,
Test,
one,
test.
2, 3.
1, 2. Check 1, 2. Do you guys hear us in the main hall there? Oh, I see a thumbs up. Yes, you can hear us.
Okay, if you can hear us, can you say something on the microphone?
We just want to confirm that that thumbs up was that you can hear us. Do you?
Yes. Can you hear us okay?
Yes,
Yes.
we do hear you. Thank you very
Is-
much.
Is that
Okay.
you, Michael?
That is this is Michael, and
morning.
Alejandro is here with us as well, and Jamie as well.
Good morning. Good morning, Alejandro, Michael.
Good morning. So
Morning.
we're gonna let everyone in on the Zoom now, that we make sure everything is working. So
This is the one that you discussed. It is now 8:10. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. This meeting on Friday is now called into session. Okay, thank you. Our Grand Secretary has asked that anybody has a motion, they need to put it in writing and submit it to the secretary so she can put it on doc for those that are on virtual. They want to put it in the chat room online. At this time, I would like to call on Brother Albee to do the invocation for us, please.
Good morning. And a fine day it is too. Little light rain to kind of bring life, energize our spirits, make us feel good about ourselves and others. Let's look to the Heavenly Father. Ha'a Salana, Haushigenya, Mahaya Tunkashila. Great Spirit, today, we thank you for the blessings of this day. We ask that you join us at our table here. We ask that you help us with our words, help us with our understanding, help us to work with each other so that our efforts will benefit all people. We pray for those who could not make it today, for those that are sick, those that are having a hard time. We pray for those that have lost loved ones. We pray for the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, for all the places where they are. We ask that you reach forth your helping hand so that again we might become very strong. We ask that you help us to pass on to generations yet to come the knowledge so that we don't take it with us. Our Heavenly Father, we know that we love us as we love you. We know that we are in your hands. We know that today and all days we are strengthened by your love. Koyana, koyana, koyana pak. Kulchish, hawa megwich, Tinkashila. Amen.
Mr. Chair, this is Heather Gerko, AMB Grand President.
Yes, Madam President.
Chief, for the recognition, may I please have permission of the floor to do a traditional blessing for those who may not pray to the same creator? I'm not sure if y'all can see me or not. Oh, there we go. So this is not a full traditional blessing, but what I want to do is apologize to everybody. Normally, when the Grand President makes the agenda, they are the one who decides the agenda. And my mistake, and what has been my normal practice, is in every agenda, even with the executive committee and at local camp, I've always made space for a traditional blessing, a traditional song, or a prayer. And I neglected to do that on this agenda, and I apologize to everybody. But what I want to do is offer to burn some sage and some cedar and some sweetgrass, and take a moment for those who want to thank Creator or whomever they connect with as their higher power, just to give that opportunity and respect. So I'm sharing here with you digital smudging and asking for just a moment for everybody to be able to reflect as they personally need to. Chish. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sergeant at Arms will be distributing pieces of paper for you to write your motions on. And at this time, we call on Sister Millie. Sister Millie. Call on Millie. Is Sister Millie present?
I've requested that Millie unmute, and Millie is present in the participants list.
Can you
Give
hear
her
me?
privilege of the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Millie Schoonover. I'm ANS executive, and I'm also the Craig Camp 19 president. One of our delegates is sick, Bessie Singletary, so I'm asking for permission to seat Charlene Wolf as an alternate.
Sister Charlene Wolf is given permission to be seated as alternate.
Yes, and Sherry Preston is here and Adeline DeCastro will be here shortly for Craig Camp 19.
Thank you, Sister Millie.
Yes, and a very good morning to everyone. Wish I were there. Thank you.
Do we have our guest speaker online yet? Can we have the credential report now, please?
So just to jump in for a second here, this is Michael from Dots. Hopefully you can hear me in the main room.
Yes.
Yes, good. Okay, so I believe we're gonna do the same thing as we did yesterday. We're gonna open up a vote for quorum to announce your presence. So we're just opening that up now. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna open it up, and while it's open, we'll leave it open for 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll run through those voting instructions again, just to make sure everyone sort of remembers the process for the online voting. And so that ballot's now open. I'm gonna ask Alejandro, our display manager, to just show a video.
Voting instructions. Credentials.
Thank
You will have received voting credentials via email from vote@simplyvoting.com. This contains your unique elector ID and password. If you're having any trouble locating your credentials or having any difficulty at all, please reach out to the DOT support staff by emailing credentials@dataonthespot.com. This is an example of a credentials email. When you open the email, there are a couple pieces of information that you may want to write down for quick reference during the meeting. There is a direct link to the voting website. Also, there is your unique elector ID and password. When the chair calls for a vote, you are going to navigate to your voting website. Once on the voting website, you're going to enter in your elector ID and password and click the green Login button. When a vote is open and active, it will appear in blue under the current ballot section, and it will say Vote Now. If you do not see a current ballot available, simply click the Next Vote button near the top of the page next to your name. This will refresh the page and reveal the current active ballot. To open the ballot, simply click on the blue Vote Now text. Once the ballot has been opened, make your selection by putting a check mark next to your choice or choices. Click Continue to see a summary of your selection. This is your last chance to change your mind. If you are happy with your selection, click Confirm. You know that your vote has been received when you see the green success check mark. At this point, you can navigate back to the video portion of the meeting and await the results. Thank you, and have a great meeting.
Great. So we're gonna leave this vote open for a little while. We just want to make sure that we get quorum, and we want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to reach out for support if they need it. Again, you're doing this the same way you did yesterday with your online voting platform. We've got the link in the chat there. If you are logged in and you don't see the vote, you can click Next Vote, and that should display it. And if you can't find your voting credentials, you can also reach out to us. We've got people in the chat, just look for Dots, and we've got the email address there and the phone number as well. And while we're doing that, maybe we'll just quickly take the opportunity to go through some of these slides as well. just a quick moment while we get the next speaker admitted. So one reminder, if you want to abstain on any ballot, just do not make a selection and then click continue. That's the equivalent of making an abstention if you need to do that. Always remember to confirm your answer. So it's a two-step process. Make your selection, press continue, and then press confirm. And that puts it in the ballot box. And you'll see a success message when you've successfully cast your vote. Right, thanks very much, everyone. And we have Heather with her hand up, so I'll pass it to Heather.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Grand President, our chair is currently voting. He will be with you in just a moment.
Thank you.
And good morning, Madam President.
Good morning to you as well, ANS Grand President. You are all doing a fine job there in person. We appreciate you and everything that you're doing. Technology is working great to everybody.
Yes, imagine with this tool and the power of, in the hands of Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, we'll be able to accomplish so much. Thank you.
And just one more reminder from Dots here, if anyone needs any help with the voting, please don't hesitate to reach out. We've got Dots in the chat, and you can also email us at credentials@dataonthespot.com, or you can call us at 1-833-368-7123. And again, just a reminder, we'll leave this vote open for a little while. We still haven't reached quorum. So we're just going to leave that open, and we'll let you guys move on with your business. And please, again, don't hesitate to reach out for anything.
Thank you so much, Michael. Our chairman, Woody, needs some assistance with logging in, and he asked me to chair for just a moment here. So as we are waiting for the next establishing a quorum, if our body could please stand by to approve the minutes dated Thursday, October 7th. I hope that those are also in the chat. So our online family, good morning, would be able to review those minutes also. So at this time, Brother Peter is raised. Are you coming to the floor, Peter?
Madam Chair, this is Grand President Gerko.
Yes.
Thank you. I would just like to ask to have permission since my hand was raised first.
Oh, okay. Peter, would you yield to Madam Grand President? She has her virtual hand raised. Absolutely. And Brother Woody, please let us know when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise just to bring forward a question with regard to credentialing and more of a comment. I definitely understand the plan that we have created with the DOTS team to establish quorum, which would also establish a roll call. But it has been our tradition in years past to identify how many delegates we have present. And it would be helpful if we knew how many delegates we have present in person and online. Additionally, it's always been our tradition to identify how many A and B and how many ANS local camps are present, as well as many of the executive committee members and grand officers. I know this is a new format for us, but with tradition, I know many of us have really done a lot with tracking those numbers to understand where our membership is coming from. So it would be my request that our Grand Secretary and credential teams follow tradition and provide us with that information, where we'll get the DOTS information with regard to roll call and quorum. Thank you for hearing me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Grand President. That is a good point as we go forward. And I believe that as we are able to establish a quorum to go about business, that is what we're seeking at this time. However, when the credential report is standing by, and then the credential committee will let us know exactly how many sisters and how many Brotherhood camps are present. So we will address that. So I would recognize Peter, and then I'd like to give the chair back to our first Grand Vice President of the Brotherhood. Peter, you have 2 minutes, please.
Let me refer it medical matter, but he will be back. And I just wanted to let you know that he cannot vote right now, but he is planning to be back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Peter. So President Marcelo Quinto is excused for a medical reason, and he will be back shortly, and his health is well, and he thanks you for that. And
Madam
now
Chair.
I'd like to give the chair back to our first Grand Vice President of the Brotherhood, Brother Woody.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Willard Jackson, Executive Officer, A&B.
Thank you, Willard. Floor acknowledges you.
I would like to be excused at 9. I got a doctor's appointment and I'll be back as soon as we complete.
Thank you. You're excused. Brother Dennis, you have the floor. You need to unmute, please.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you heard me. I just had to unmute again. I listened to the instructions for voting, but nothing came up on the screen for me to do the test vote for the roll call. I'd like to add my name to the list of those present, but I don't see a way to test vote on my screen.
I'm going to send another link to the voting website, and you just need to click on that. I'm going to put that in the random chat, or sorry, in the official Zoom chat.
Okay, maybe that one problem that I have is that there may be something showing up on my screen, but I've lost most of my vision, and if it's fine print somewhere, I may be missing it. And where should it show up on my screen?
So if you open up your chat window.
Pardon?
If you open up the chat window in Zoom, chat can be found near the lower bottom.
Okay.
And then you're going to see, from me to everyone, it's going to start with HTTPS. It should be blue.
There's a long list on the right side in print that's much too small for me to read.
If you were to hover your mouse over the top part, you might be able to just click it. You don't have to enter it. You should just be able to click it.
Click which now?
The very first sentence.
Well, I can't read it, but let's see. Do something live to everyone. Is that what I'm to click?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I've gone to the top. There's a blueprint that says Adrian, Lee to everyone. And then amen, yes. Where do I click? On the top, that Adrian to everyone?
Mr. Demera, were you able to successfully vote yesterday in any of the ballots?
I'm not sure that my votes got through. I did vote on something yesterday.
So, however you accessed that yesterday, you probably had an email sent to you, and there was a link in that email, a little blue, like a blue link, and you probably followed that to go to the voting website.
No. How do I get to the voting website then?
Mr. Demmett, this is Woody.
Yes.
Tamsin has your phone number. She's going to call you back to help you with your voting.
Yeah, and maybe what we can do, maybe if I'm not sure if I need to have permission from the chair for this, but we're also able to, for the purposes of the quorum and for attendance, we can register your vote manually from our end if you wish.
Let's do that for now, just to save time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Can I just confirm that that's okay with the chair?
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, great. We will enter your attendance then, Mr.
Thank
Denner.
you.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Chair, this is AMB Grant President Heather Gerko.
Do we have a quorum established?
Mr. Chair, this is AMB Grant President Heather Gerko. It is with regard to our delegates' votes.
Go ahead, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate permission of the floor. I've been communicating with 5 of our delegates that have not been able to access the dots as well at this time for voting. And those 5 was from Hona and from Craig. So I'd like you to potentially recognize them so they can be counted as well, since they can't access the voting device. Thank you.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Madam President.
Yeah. And yeah, just from the dots end, we'll put those names in and register them for attendance.
Michael, do we have a quorum established?
It appears like with these 4 names, we're still a few names short. I'm just going to enter these 4 names in and get a new tally.
The floor recognizes Bill. Thank you, sir. You approve. Madam President Gerkel, we recessed and Brother Martin says we don't need to establish a quorum again unless somebody objected.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this was for roll call was what we were trying to do as well. I think that was the intention of the DOTS vote.
There's no objection. We will proceed. Hearing no objection, we will proceed.
Rhonda Butler has her hand up.
We will now reconvene.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes,
I believe, as stated, I understand we have a quorum declared, but I really believe we need to follow through in the standard of allowing a roll call. It does not take very long if we request the secretary to state by camp, and we can have hands raised, whatever it may be. I think it's really vital that we have individuals and our individual camps noted in our minutes and our camp members in attendance. Thank you.
thank you. Establishing a roll call, we would have to be calling on the camps that are with us virtually.
Mr. Chair, this is Amy, Grand President Gerko.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can establish a roll call through DOTS. It's not just for quorum. That roll call can be done through the votes and everybody's name can be counted. And as we established, because of the technology challenges, we can accept those who are having challenges with a verbal confirmation of their attendance. So I would like to recommend that we continue with the DOTS because they do provide us with a record of that vote as well. So we would have it for our minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Mike, can we proceed with the virtual vote, please? Roll call.
Yeah, so we're getting a couple more votes trickling in. We just got one more. We're currently 3 votes shy of quorum. So we're going to leave this ballot open. We've added a few people here manually from our end. But once again, the ballot is open for anyone that still has not gone in and cast their vote for attendance.
Mr. Chair, this is Amby, Grand President Gerko again. May I please speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to recommend that we ask the DOTS team to keep the roll call vote open and allow our speaker to address us. And then at the end of that time, hopefully everybody will have been able to register their attendance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have our guest speaker online, Mike? Yes.
Yeah, I believe, Renee, you're able to unmute now whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you for having me here this morning. It's wonderful to be here. It's a significant honor for me this morning to share the work that we've been doing with the Navigators program. I'd like to introduce myself before I get going and sharing with you the work that we've been doing. Tlugunk Renee Culp, this is my English name. I am Chukin Shah. My mother is Kashu Daha Wanda Culp. My grandmother is Queen Claw Esther Bailey Clark, lifetime lifetime ANS member, Camp 70. I am the Navigators Program Coordinator with Clinton Haida, and I'm here to speak to you this morning about the Navigators Program and what it is that we're doing. I have a presentation that I'll pull up for you. If you bear with me, I will get the presentation going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this moment, I'd like to share the following information. This is the latest edition of Robert Rules of Order. It addresses some of the sample rules for electronic meetings of scenarios, and it is on page 639, and it states the following. Quorum calls. The presence of a quorum shall be established by audio roll call at the beginning of the meeting. Therefore, the continued presence of a quorum shall be determined by the online list of the participating members, unless any member demands a quorum count by audible roll call. Such a demand may be made following any vote for which the announced totals add to less than a quorum. So that is what is in the newest edition of Robert Rules. Once again, it says the presence of a quorum shall be established by audible roll call at the beginning of the meeting. Therefore, the continued presence of a quorum shall be determined by the online list of participating members. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that the guest speaker was presenting at that time. I thought she was one of our delegates. Please forgive me if we could continue. Thank you.
No problem at all. I have a bit of familiarity with business that happens at ANS, A&B, and Grand Camp. I feel completely comfortable with that interruption. We are in a virtual world, and these moments are hard to navigate and beginning to just learn what it all is about. So Ganesh Chish, again for having me here. I would like to just share with you briefly what the Navigators is and then give you a few moments to ask any questions if you have any. So what is it that we do? Navigators is a relationship-based prevention, early intervention, culturally based program. We service tribal youth ages 13 to 27. Those are a lot of big words. What does that mean? We provide youth with opportunities. We make connections for youth. We teach a lot of various different life skills and help them connect to our ways of living. But mostly because this is a prevention program and it's volunteer for the youth to be here, we have a lot of fun. And that really ensures that they want to come back. Beyond the fun, the thing that really makes them want to be with the Navigators
are the relationships that we create with the youth. What is it that we do? We have 5 tracks, and I'll go over those tracks and let you know what services we provide. Supportive services track. This is an interesting track. We found that as our youth start to enter into what we refer to as the adult world, 18 and older, that they're ready to start paddling their canoe on their own. Yet they still need to be able to beach that canoe and check in, resupply their canoe, figure out which direction they're going, and then head back out. Supportive services are open to 13 to 27, and you need to apply. We provide case management support. That's just looking at what it is that you're wanting to do, where it is that you're wanting to go, and help you get there. We provide academic support, and then we also provide support transitioning into adulthood, and that really looks different for every youth. Some are really ready to go out there, and others need a bit more direction and support. And then we can provide assistance getting into secondary school, finding and attending vocational training, and then also what is it to get a job and enter into the career world. The next track that we provide is our Compass Gathering track. This is a core group of 15 youth, and similar to all of our services, it's open to 13 to 27. You do need to apply to be eligible, to determine eligibility. And the services include all of the services provided in the supportive services track. But once a week, we get together for Compass Gatherings. Those Compass Gatherings build healthy relationships. We learn about life skills. We help them engage in various different cultural activities, not just by exposing them to the opportunities, but bringing that into our services. And then really we seek out partners and individuals that we can connect with to help our youth have opportunities that are happening in the community and help them not only be aware of them, but attend them as well. We hold monthly events and celebrations to just really continue that relationship building and connection with not only the youth, but it's really important that we're connecting with their families as well. We recognize that we're assisting and raising these youth, and if we're not connecting with their families, then we're not fully doing our job in helping the village raise our next generation. One of the most important things that we do as a prevention early intervention program is we monitor for increased risks, and that provides us the opportunity to get in and intervene early before our youth are needing a bit more intensive services. The next track that we have recently been able to engage and support is our Youth Commission. Some of you may be familiar with this, with the recent youth summit that happened. Enrollment for the Youth Commission is ages 15 to 27, and they have to apply in order to be a delegate, to be considered to be a delegate. Applications open in 2022. The Youth Commission is a working body for Tlingit Haida. They get together monthly and talk about things that are important to them and issues that they decide are important enough to take action and bring forward and work with our tribe to address. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along. This year we held our first annual youth summit, and we expect to be doing that regularly each year so that before tribal assembly, so that our youth can work and create resolutions to bring forward to our executive council and for consideration. With the Youth Commission, we recognize that we are creating future leaders, and I say that, yet if you know our delegates, they are already leading the path. They're our fire, and they are going to create significant change within our world. So we work on training. Navigators assists in providing direction. We provide support and resources so that they can do the good work that they're doing. The next track that we provide is we provide open life skills workshops to all Alaska Native American Indian youth ages 13 to 27. And in order to attend these, all you have to do is register with the links that are provided through Clink and Haida social media. Let's see. One question that we frequently have is, do you have it are those workshops only open to individuals living in Juneau? Because Navigators is a Juneau-based program. And our answer to that is no. You can, if you have internet connection, you can attend anywhere that you are at, similar to like what we're doing right now. The three that we have done pretty consistently is adulting course, and our program specialist, Michelle Phelps, refers to that as the art of slaying adulthood. And that's a pretty impressive 9-week course that builds on itself. Yet, if the youth are only able to attend one session, they will walk away learning an important adulting skill. We do a scholarship workshop twice a year, and that's to ensure that our youth are understanding that there is a significant amount of money out there for them to attend any type of schooling that they want, including trade schools. And it's just our effort to make sure that they know how to make themselves the most competitive in that scholarship process. We've also provided TeenSpeak workshops, and these are actually for the parents and caregivers. TeenSpeak is a unique way of interacting and speaking, communicating with your teen children and your tweeny children to ensure that you're able to help them with their development and navigating their world. One that we have paused through the pandemic because it was not servicing our families and youth in the way that they needed to be serviced is our academic support. And currently we're reimagining what that's going to look like to meet the needs of our families and our students. Navigators have been providing support when our schools reach out and say, we have this going on, how are you able to help us? Those are our 5 tracks. That's pretty much what we do. That's what it looks like. I'd like to let you know that with our current programming, we do have openings. With our Compass Gathering, that's our core 15 group that we help navigate from, middle school through adulthood. We have 3 spaces open available for that. With our supportive services, we have 2 spaces. And these are the communities that are not represented currently in our youth commission. And what I would really love to see next year is that every community, every chapter that we have for Clink and Haida is represented by our youth. I think it's really important that we are getting our youth's voices out there. If you know of any youth, 15 to 27, please encourage them to apply next year. We do have an upcoming workshop, and I hope that that information has been provided to you. Our scholarship workshop is coming up on November 7th. That's a Sunday, and we're choosing that day for lots of different reasons. We recognize that students have a lot going on, and so we're hoping that 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Alaska Standard Time kind of gets that East Coast, wherever you're at in the world, to be able to attend. Not only do we help identify how do you become most really competitive for that scholarship, when you register, we ask you some questions that help us identify some scholarships. And when you come to that scholarship workshop, we have a small pile of scholarships for you to walk away with and apply. So how are we doing with all of this? We're doing quite well. Data is showing great things for navigators. One, we're showing a reduction of the risks. We look at 11 different risks that impact our youth. And to be quite frank, these 11 risks, they do create They're the 11 risks that have been identified nationwide that take our children from us. And I am referring specifically to death or, and that could be either their own or someone taking their life or an accident. So we look at risks, and are we effective in reducing those? We definitely are. We are effective in increasing protective factors. We're effective in increasing cultural connection, and we have strong youth and family satisfaction. We get great feedback from our youth and our families. I think one of the greatest feedbacks that we get is that they keep coming back. The Youth Commission, we're doing great work there. I should really say that they're doing great work. They have created 2 resolutions that were accepted during the their youth summit, and then those were presented to our tribal assembly on October 1st, and they were accepted by our tribal assembly. The youth delegates have been meeting every week since tribal assembly, and they are working on another resolution on mental health to present at Elders and Youth Conference. These are some exciting things that we're able to do with our youth, create for our communities and our families. At that point, I would just like to say that we have just a few moments. If you would like to ask any questions, I'm here to answer any of those questions. While we're putting it out for questions, I'm just going to indicate that I'm just going to toss this up and allow you all to see where we're at and who we are.
Chair recognizes Mona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Culpel. There's wonderful information about this fabulous program. Sorry. I noticed there was a lot of communities that were not represented. And I was wondering how you outreach to the schools in those communities.
Thank you for asking about that. Let's see. So the Youth Commission is a new track that has been adopted underneath Navigators. We've expanded our canoe and invited them into our space. And that occurred after all of the applications had been submitted to the Executive Council. So I am not familiar how they reached out for that very first connection with our chapters. What Navigators staff are looking at doing this year, not only to uplift the Youth Commission, but also asking our delegates to reach out, is we will be doing a strong social media push, call out, direct call to the various different communities that we are not being represented, but that we don't have representation. But we're not going to just reach out to those. We want to make sure that we're reaching out to all of our chapters and ensuring that all of those communities are aware that the application time is coming. And we're looking at doing that in late November through December to ensure that when 2022 hits, the information is out there that our youth, we're looking for our youth to come to represent their communities. Goodness, Chish, for the question.
Do we have any more questions?
Jamian has her hand up.
Good as cheese, Jamie Ann with Camp 2. Renee, you mentioned the youth summit. I was just wondering if you can give us some sort of report on the presentations and what happened during that youth summit. Good as cheese.
That was an amazing experience for our youth. When the youth we're going through the youth summit, and at the end of the youth summit, we had some really intense emotional feedback from our youth, indicating that it was just an amazing space that was created for them to be able to, sit down and talk with each other and identify what it is that they want to experience. So the youth summit was had two parts to it. It very much was a working conference where they came together and they learned how to write resolutions, and from their talking circles where they discussed challenges and then solutions, they identified what challenges they wanted to address with what solutions, and they created those resolutions that I spoke of just a few minutes ago. But also, when we were thinking about the youth summit and what is it that you all want from the youth summit, is what the navigators asked our delegates, and they said, we want to learn. We want to learn about ourselves. We want to learn about our people, and we want to learn about our ways of life. And so we reached out to the communities, and for any of you who are aware, it was a fast experience in when we decided we were going to hold it to when it was held. And so when we called out for presentations, we actually had one person submit a proposal. And I went to our delegates and I said, we need help. And who do you want? And they reached out and they found all of the presenters, except for one, who they wanted to come to present to them. And we had Sciatica and Sea Alaska, and we had Maddie come and talk about, Maddie Sobolev Levy, our general counsel, come and talk about what it is to be a tribal citizen. One of the most meaningful presentations that we had, Jamie Ann, was the presentation that you did for boarding schools. And the youth who attended that presentation, it was well attended, and they did not want to leave. Each of these workshops that they attended gave the youth something extremely meaningful. Heather Powell came and talked about just lineage and connection and how do we identify each other. The amount of learning that they engaged during the youth summit was astronomical. And again, they just walked away from it feeling deeply grateful to all of the presenters and the space that was created for them to be able to talk. Goodness Chief, for that question. It was an amazing summit, and I enjoy being able to provide our communities and our stakeholders with information that it was deeply, deeply meaningful for our youth.
Thank you very much, Renee Culp, for your presentation.
Goodness Chief.
At this time, we'll be moving on. Next on our agenda, we need to approval of the agenda for today.
So, sorry, just to clarify, did we want to go to an online vote? Do we want to deal with the credentials? We can close that ballot first and report the results of our credential vote, the quorum vote. And then we can go ahead to an approval of the minutes. Does that work?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to go ahead because we do have quorum. So I'm going to go ahead and close the quorum vote and just report this through the back channel that we have. Please stand by for a minute.
Thank you. Chair recognizes President Marcelo back in here again. Thank you.
Jamie Ann has her hand raised. I'm not sure if that's to speak right now or.
The chair recognizes Delbert needs to be excused for medical. Next up, we need to approve the agenda.
That hand was raised earlier, I think. My computer died, so I just let the hand down.
Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda. Do we have a second? We have a second. Questions called for by the motion was made by Brother Erickson.
Dennis Demare has their hand raised.
The chair recognizes you. You have your hand raised on the screen.
Mr. Chair.
Dennis Demmert, the chair recognizes you.
Mr. Chair, as we're waiting for the to move on, one of my concerns right now is that a little later we'll be getting into nominations, and I have not seen a list of all of the registered delegates to this convention. I don't know who's attending other than the few that I've seen on the screen. And I suggest that we have a list made available of all registered delegates made available to not only those that are present in person, but perhaps emailed to those of us who are online, because with nominations and elections coming up, I just don't know who we have in the convention. Something may have been made available that I missed, but I have not seen a list of our registered delegates, and we do need that. And so I'm requesting that we, and I think we need it as quickly as we can. We all need to see who all is present. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Demmert. We had Tansen. At this time,
Yes.
we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a Grand Secretary will be giving a credentials report shortly. As for registered delegates, we'll look at that and get that out as soon as we're able to. Because anything we have shared or will be sharing as we progress throughout the days, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. A 5-minute recess at this time. Thank you.
Drives to the scenic side back when we had for you and I miss when the sunlight hit my tired eyes and the birds would wake me up. I miss the bike path going too fast and I'd fall and get scraped up. And I wish that's the only pain I'd ever know. But just like seasons that come to find that people love to come and go, so now I'm breaking all my sad notations. The world's not nice at all, but I'll keep counting all the stars like I did when I was small. And I miss my rooftop views and the nights I drew, the stories I made up. I miss the long car drives to the scenic side, back when we had time. I miss the magic I held for you and I've gotta say, world, you haven't been very kind. You've been kicking me around and I miss when the only falling down I did was when I was 9. I miss the rooftop views and the nights I drew and the stories I made up. I miss the long car drives, the scenic side, back when we had time. Oh, I miss my rooftop views and the nights I drew and the stories I made up. I miss the long car drives, the scenic side, back when we had time. I miss the magic I held for you and I
5 minutes are up or called back into order. At this time, we're calling on Dot to do the credential report, please.
Yeah, so we've sent the results through our back channel, and I can confirm we had 51 of 88 people participate in the quorum vote.
Thank you, sir. We had a first and second for approval of the agenda. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. We're waiting for approval of those that are online right now.
And just one moment, we're just opening up that ballot. We're gonna have it open for 3 to 4 minutes at least. And it's just open now. So anyone for the vote, please, once again, click the next vote in your page, in your account. That'll display the new ballot. The ballot will be a blue link and it says approval of agenda Friday. So please click that link and that'll open up the ballot for you to vote on. So please go ahead and do that now, and maybe we'll throw up a 3-minute timer. And once again, you can reach out to us in the chat, on an email, or also via the phone number. I'll just post that in the chat one more time.
If it would be possible during the 3 minutes, if you would be able to provide just a quick refresher on the election process.
Absolutely, absolutely. Maybe I'll have Alejandro show that video one more time if that's possible. I don't know if you have access to another screen to do that, Alejandro. Otherwise, I'll just talk through some of it, but sorry, just bear with us for one moment here.
Thank you.
There we go. Thanks.
Voting instructions. Credentials. You will have received voting credentials via email from vote@simplyvoting.com. This contains your unique elector ID and password. If you're having any trouble locating your credentials or having any difficulty at all, please reach out to the DOT support staff by emailing credentials@dataonthespot.com. This is an example of a credentials email. When you open the email, there are a couple pieces of information that you may want to write down for quick reference during the meeting. There is a direct link to the voting website. Also, there is your unique elector ID and password. When the chair calls for a vote, you are going to navigate to your voting website. Once on the voting website, you're going to enter in your elector ID and password and click the green Login button. When a vote is open and active, it will appear in blue under the current ballot section, and it will say Vote Now. If you do not see a current ballot available, simply click the Next Vote button near the top of the page next to your name. This will refresh the page and reveal the current active ballot. To open the ballot, simply click on the blue Vote Now text. Once the ballot has been opened, make your selection by putting a check mark next to your choice or choices. Click Continue to see a summary of your selection. This is your last chance to change your mind. If you are happy with your selection, click Confirm. You know that your vote has been received when you see the green success checkmark. At this point, you can navigate back to the video portion of the meeting and await the results. Thank you, and have a great meeting.
Great, and thanks everyone. As the time runs down, we're just going to leave this vote open for a little bit longer. Just want to make sure and confirm that everyone who wants to vote can and has, and we'll just get confirmation from those in the back channel to when to close it up and display the results. So please stand by for a moment. Great, so we're going to be closing the vote shortly. Please, again, if you're having any difficulty, you can raise your hand. You can also, again, as mentioned, you can reach out to us in the chat or email us. But if you're specifically having immediate problem, feel free to raise your hand and we'll reach out to you. But we'll be closing the vote in approximately 30 seconds. So Please, if you're having any issue, reach out and we'll be able to hold it open for you for a little longer. Great. So seeing no voting support requests, we're going to go ahead and close that ballot up and we'll display the results. So please stand by.
Motion to approve the agenda is approved. Next, we'll be doing credential. We call on the secretary to give us credential report with how many present in person and how many delegates, how many executive officers, and those that are doing virtual also. We need a mic for the secretary.
Brother Chair, this is Carol Duist, ANS Grand Secretary. Thanks to the wonders of technology, we have voted. I don't know who exactly voted on each of those. I do have a list of everybody who is credentialed, and I can get that to the delegates probably right after the committee meetings are over. I'm sure that having served in this position for a decade, there are many of you out there who are concerned to know how many A and B delegates, how many ANS delegates, which of the executive committee is here, etc. And you will be given that information, but not right this minute. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion? Greta Morrison has made the motion to approve the minutes. Greta Peter said second.
There are some corrections to the minutes, please.
Yes.
The first one, yes?
Please proceed.
Thank you. The Grand President's appointments, I wanted on the record that I resigned as Resolutions Committee along with Peter. We don't need to state the reasons why, but I'd like that on the record. At 9:15, Randy Raro is not an aide. He is Chief of Staff to Governor Dunleavy. That's important. At 4:30, Peter Naros. I questioned whether Randy Rao's words were available instead of recorded. And he didn't defer his earlier motion, he withdrew his motion. And that's all the corrections I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Morrison. We have a motion, been seconded. Question?
The virtual attendees are not, we're trying to get the minutes to them. They have to have a chance to look at them before we can do this. And so if we could have just a few minutes so that they can be presented, the minutes on screen before we move forward and call for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Thompson. We'll give those that are virtual a few minutes to vote.
Sorry, we're going to go ahead and open the ballot for those minutes, for the approval of minutes. So we've opened up that ballot for the approval of the minutes, and I believe we're going to get on figuring out posting the minutes shortly. So please stand by.
Right here. Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. This brings up a very valid point that we should take into great consideration right now. As I was able to experience virtual yesterday, being on travel, and we need to, at the conclusion, and I'd like to make this in a motion form if it's not already something that needs to be, that isn't already in Robert's Rules of Order regarding virtual meetings. I would like to make a motion that at the conclusion of each day that the minutes and all of our resolutions and any important pertaining documents be emailed to all the virtual credentialed members. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And the corrections are not in the virtual minutes here. So if whoever's doing that, if they could correct it, thank you.
We still have a motion on the floor. Thank you. Mr. Carroll.
And just a
Yes.
reminder, oh, sorry.
I would request an unfriendly amendment at the end of each day. Yes, I did the minutes last night and emailed them to Dots today. But would you change, at the end of each day to the next morning, the minutes will be forwarded to those virtual. After all, it takes all of us time to compute some different things.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, this is Grand President Gurko.
Grand President Gurkel, you have the floor.
Thank you. May we ask the motion maker to please put the wording of their motion in the chat so that we can convey it to Dots to convey on screen. Thank you.
Are we done voting virtually right now, Mike?
So the approval of the minutes ballot is still open. We don't have a lot of votes in yet for that. So we're going to leave that ballot open a little while longer.
Those that are live here, do we need to vote virtually too, or?
Yes, yeah. To be included in the calculation, everybody needs to log into the platform and vote.
Okay.
So once again, the ballot that's open right now is the approval of the minutes of yesterday, of Thursday, October the 7th. So please navigate to your voting platform and vote on that ballot. If you're already signed in, you can click next vote, and that vote should appear as a blue link. And maybe we'll put a 3-minute timer up in a little bit for this as well. Won't be a hard stop at 3 minutes, but we'll just go with that to start with and see how we're looking at the end. Make sure everyone's had a chance to vote that wants to, and give everyone a chance to reach out if they're having a problem.
Right here. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman? Over here.
Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the other thing is any motions, they need to be submitted in writing so that we can get it out to all members or through the chat as well as the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. If we have any objection to the amendments to the minutes, please raise your hand virtually or in person, please. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Jamie Ann Hasselquist with Camp 2. I'd like to request a copy of the minutes so that I can see them in order to vote as correct.
They are working on the minutes, trying to get them up for us now.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. We do have a hand raised on virtual. And I will step back to relinquish the floor to Charlene Wolf. She was the one that had her hand up, and then I'd like to be called on. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
And Charlene, you are free to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd just like to say that this is all new to us, and I just now figured out what to do. Sorry. We were told to raise our hands, so I pushed the button for raise hands. Evidently, we did the wrong thing.
Hi, Charlene, if you're having issues, I'll start a chat window with you. It's Jamie from Brotherhood.
Thank you, Jamie. There's a couple of us here that will join you.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I would like to make a suggestion for our virtual delegates. This is pertaining to the minutes, because when we have a motion for minutes, once the motion is made, we have the opportunity for corrections. So the virtual vote that has already been distributed to our virtual delegates is pertaining to the original motion, not the corrected minutes that we're currently having to discuss right now. So that would void out the current virtual ballot that has been cast. So if we could request that dots waits till discussion has changed before putting out the virtual balloting. Is that something that would be more clear, Mr. Chairman?
Mike, do you have an answer for this?
Yeah, absolutely. So we can open that ballot whenever you wish. Maybe just sort of for clarity on our end, maybe what we would ask then is if you could actually confirm to us exactly when you want the ballot to open, because there was a little bit of confusion there. We were sort of being indicated that we should have the ballot open, and so we opened it up. But if there's still some discussion, then yeah, I guess that is it should have waited a little bit. So if you could let us know sort of once everything is ready to go and we're ready to have that on the floor, then we can open that ballot up.
Thank you, Mike. So as a directive from our chair, once the discussion has gotten to a point where we can actually call on the vote, I would request then that be included that the chair direct dots to cast the virtual ballot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you see it, but our Grand President Emeritus of the AMB has his hand raised virtually.
Chair recognizes A&B Grand President Gerkel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just advising that our Grand President Emeritus of the AMB has his virtual hand raised. I was unsure if you could see that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. You're on mute, sir.
He is on mute, but there's no sound coming through, so maybe they have a different microphone selected for the sound.
And just one suggestion, sir, while you try and unmute yourself, there is a possibility that you may have the computer itself muted as well. Some computers have a button on them. There may be a light or something lit up right now if it is muted. But it is possible to be unmuted within Zoom, but have your computer muted. So you may need to just check your microphone setting or see if on your keyboard there's a speaker icon with a possibly a little light beside it.
Or a microphone icon.
Or a microphone icon, yeah, exactly.
So it looks like you might have a different, if you were using headsets or something like that before, that could be the problem. So maybe beside the microphone where you unmute on Zoom, there's an arrow pointing up. If you click there, it will ask you to select a microphone. And it will show you any options you have. You might want to select the computer.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For some reason, the host would not let us unmute until just a second ago.
You've been on mute for a while.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, it looks like, Janice, it looks like, do you have two computers? Because there's one signed in as Richard and Janice Jackson. That was the one that was unmuted, and but it looked like the gentleman was having problems being heard on. We've just also allowed you to unmute from your other account, which is Janice Jackson, and then also with another name after that. So you should be able to speak through that account now.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
While they were doing the vote, I thought it'd be an appropriate time to ask for a point of order in terms of the resignation of the chairman of the resolution chair that you call the committee on committees chairman with his group, if there's more than one, to come forward with another chairman if they accepted the resignation so we can continue with business. That's the process. And you can do that after this vote.
Mr. Chair, this is Heather Gerko, Grand President. May I respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, thank you, Grand President Emeritus Jackson, for bringing that to our attention. Unfortunately, there was not a committee on committees chair, but as of about an hour ago, I have reassigned a new committee chair, and that is our A and B Petersburg delegate, Brother Joseph Stewart, and he is being informed of the resolutions at this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that correction. Someone had to appoint a chair because we're getting into business, so I'm glad you announced that. I didn't hear the name. Thank you.
Through the chair, I apologize. It was not announced yet on the floor. It was a recent appointment, and I plan to do that. So we're right on the same brainwave link. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson.
Great. And I think this is Michael from DOTS. I think we're going to go ahead and close this vote now. The votes have leveled off. We haven't gotten any more support for a while. So I'm going to go ahead and close this vote unless there's any objections. And we'll report the results shortly. Please stand by.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mona Stevick, President, ANS Camp 70. Just a little bit, I wanted to clarify because I'm a little confused. On this current vote that we're doing, was it on the current minutes unamended or amended?
So I'm just going to jump in for a sec. We were still just finishing up the vote on the approval of the minutes. We also have a motion on the floor, or we have a motion to accept the minutes with the following amended corrections. Shall we, maybe maybe this
is a separate vote?
That would be a separate vote, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir, for the clarification.
So Mike, we should open the one with the corrections. This is not valid until the one with the corrections is done.
That's correct. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Let's actually hold off on showing those results. We'll because that's basically void now. since we have the motion that actually changes the one that we opened prior to that being raised. So we're going to go ahead and open the ballot with that current motion from the floor. So please stand by for one moment. And that ballot is now open. So please go in and cast your vote. You'll see when you refresh your page that it will have the full text of the motion that was also posted in the chat earlier. It says motion to accept the minutes with the following amended corrections, that Randy Raro be changed to Chief of Staff, not aide to Governor Dunleavy, and Randy Raro's words be recorded and available, that we, Brother Peter, withdraw his motion. So please go ahead and vote on that as soon as possible. And we're going to void the previous, there we go. Thanks, Alejandro. He's got that up on screen now. So that's the motion we're going to be voting on, not just the straight ahead voting of the minutes. So this will be the our new ballot. So please go ahead and vote on that.
So, Kevin Allen, ANS Second Grand Vice President. If everyone could please vote on this current motion, we can go forward. But I would like to ask the body, both in person and via Zoom, so please raise your hand if you have a comment or objection. I want to ask the body if going forward, it would be best that we do simply balloting, the online voting we're doing right now, per request. So if there is a motion where there is a delegate that would like to do a simply voting ballot and they request it, is there any objection to us operating that way going forward?
Mr. Chair, this is Grand President Gurko. I'd like to offer a clarification with that as well.
Please.
Thank you for the floor. If we were to go with that, I know we're under vote net, it would allow space for us to do a voice vote, which we would need to have the chair pause and have everybody be able to be unmuted and be able to say yay when asked or nay. But we would have to go to an official vote if it's not clear to the chair if the yays or the nays have it. The thing with Robert's Rules of Order, the 12th edition with regard to virtual, is that motions do need to be displayed in writing for virtual attendees to have equitable access to the motion. So we would have to find a way to do that. But with our resolutions and with our elections, we would need to continue forward with the simply voting. So we would need to figure out and get everybody on board with that before we do those votes as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to recognize we have a Ketchikan delegate who has had their virtual hand raised. Yes, Atawu has had their hand raised for quite some time. Thank you.
The delegate that is online is recognized.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
this is Ginger Camp 14. I'm just asking, not only do we have the motion displayed with no typos, that we're understanding what we're voting on, whether it's a corrected agenda or the agenda as is, and as well as the, the minutes. So we couldn't see the agenda nor the minutes. And I know Camp 14 is gathering in the A and B hall. So they're all looking at one monitor. So if we could have things being emailed to us, whether it's an agenda, or like as this motion, if it's going to be displayed. And then we also are, I've attended other virtual meetings using Robert's Rules of Order. And when you make a motion, people are allowed to second it virtually. So I was wondering why our mics are being force muted whenever there's a motion on the floor. I feel like we should have the ability to respond to it as such, because we're not being tended to with our hands being raised. Those are just some of my questions.
Thank you, Delegate McCormick. I would like to ask of the AMB Grand President, as we clarify that the simply voting be done per request on any motions, if it would just be possible that when we, over the Zoom display, that the motion could be displayed, but that does not mean that the simply voting needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be my understanding, and we would have to talk to the DOTS team about that. We are communicating with them through a back channel. I think that would be a possibility, but I will need to get back to you unless DOTS can respond at this time. Would you be able to display the motions for our delegation, but allow us to do a verbal vote unless we ask for a specific online vote?
Yeah, so I mean, we could do that if you wanted. We could sort of display the motion as we're doing now. And we're just sorry about that one typo there. We're just working on getting the semicolon changed to an apostrophe, and I think there might be an extra we there. Anyways, we're totally happy to stand off on opening any ballots or anything. And we could, for those individual moments when you have to do like a roll call vote, for example, we can change the setting on the Zoom meeting so that everybody is able to unmute themselves. Just a warning, I mean, there are a lot of people in the Zoom meeting, so it does get a little bit messy sometimes when everybody has the ability to unmute themselves at will. So just if we do go ahead with engaging that setting, we'll just have to sort of remind everyone to please keep themselves muted other than when they are casting their verbal vote. So that's sort of my from our end, what we would sort of see happen. So
that will bring a lot of interruption throughout the meeting, but at the end, it's your choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
And about showing the motion on the screen, there's no problem. It's just that it's gonna be shown. It's a copy and paste from what is posted on the chat. So if there's any typo, it have to be fixed on the chat because we can only copy and paste.
Okay. So, Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler. My point of order is that I would appreciate if we could close out this current motion on the floor to have these further discussions, because there is already discussion from delegates about addressing each of these issues instead of causing confusion. Can we go to the motion on the floor and close that out to continue an open discussion about the virtual world? Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Sister Kevin.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Is there any objection to closing out the simply voting ballot on the amendments that Brother Morrison had proposed? The question has been called. I'd like to call on the DOT people to view the results.
Great. So we're going to go ahead and close that ballot. So that ballot is now closed, and we'll just display the results momentarily. Please stand by.
Brother Morrison. If you could please have a microphone delivered to you.
I want to acknowledge as we need to uphold our traditions and our tribal members, and I want to acknowledge that we have our Sergeant at Arms here as a clan leader, and Chad Tilton, he's a clan leader for the Ganakedi, the Ishkahit House, and this was made possible by the past leader Harry Jimmy, which was presented to his in front of his clan members, as well as other clan members like the Kiksadi, the Kagwantan, the Kuknahadi, and others. So I would like to recognize him as a clan leader, not just a sergeant at arms, and to have that put on the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother
Chief,
Morrison.
Brother Morrison.
I will
Mr. Chair,
address your request in a moment, Brother Morrison. We have the results of the amendment. The amendment has passed. We are now back to the minutes. Now, is there any other amendments to the minutes? Just for reference, the last vote on the minutes as a whole were voided in order to take up this amendment. The amendment has passed. We are now back to the minutes as amended. Are there any other further amendments? I will take it to the virtual world. Is there any amendments from the virtual attendee? If there's a hand raised, could the
There are
Zoom
currently
administ-
no hands raised.
There are no hands raised. Sister Beverly. Sister Beverly, if you would please, that microphone is not registering. Please, Sister Beverly, if you could start.
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. Would the Grand President appointments be recorded in the minutes? The program chair was First Vice President Woody Watson. The parliamentarian was Dennis Demert. And the resolutions was Eric Morrison, but then reassigned to Joe Stewart. And the Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence Committee chair was also Eric Morrison. Thank you.
And so you are requesting that the minutes reflect the chair assignments.
Yes, please.
Okay. There is an amendment that the minutes state the reassigned chairs of the committees.
And just a reminder from Dots here, we are going to need that text in the chat so that we can cut and paste that into our slide and our ballot.
Sister Beverly, are you able to type out your amendment? Okay.
Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
You are recognized. Thank you, sir.
I caught a moment ago that you said hands raised. I think with some of these motions are time consuming, they're procedural. And I don't think it'd be out of order to, if you could see everybody on the internet that they raise their hands, you count those votes. I'm just making a suggestion, unless the new Robert's rules prohibit it, we're going to be spending a lot of time just on procedural votes. That's all.
Thank you. Sister Beverly, is your amendment? Okay. Before we take up that amendment, are there any others that need to be taken up? If the people monitoring the Zoom could
Dennis?
please
Dennis Demaire has his hand raised.
go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, one moment, please. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We're going through a process that I think we need some clarification on. In the process of amending either minutes or the agenda, the question has been raised about whether or not when we vote, are we voting on the minutes as presented or as amended? The procedure should be for the minutes, for example, and the same applies to the agenda, is that a motion is made to adopt the minutes. And the question is placed before the delegates, are there any amendments? And and if there are amendments, the procedure that should follow, Mr. Chairman, is that the chair should recognize the proposed amendment and ask if there's any objection to the proposed amendment. And if there is none, to announce that the minutes will be amended as proposed. And so when you get to the final vote, what you're voting on, you don't have to have two votes, one on the original and one on the amended. You have simply one on the amended after the amendments have been approved. But the manner in which the amendments are approved is by the chair acknowledging and asking for objection. If there's no objection, then the amendment will be entered into the minutes. And that will simplify the voting. All you're voting on then is the amended minutes or the amended agenda. And I hope that's clear, and that will simplify the process of approving minutes or the agenda. And this differs from amendments to a proposal for a motion of another kind where amendments are proposed in other, and I can't think of an example right now, but for example, if you're going to have an event on Saturday and in the motion, and somebody proposed an amendment to have it on Wednesday, the amendment would have to be voted on separately. And I hope that's clear, but for the agenda and for the minutes, the chair simply providing an opportunity to object and then announcing that the amendment, if not objected to, will become part of the minutes. Then in the end, all you vote on is the amended agenda or minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Grand Emeritus Demert.
And Mr. Chair,
yes.
This is from Dots. We just need to clarify something that is coming up on the chat a couple of times.
Okay.
For people on the hall that wants to see the chat, it can only be enabled from the computer in the hall. We cannot access remotely the computer.
We will display the chat once we go on break after the minutes are approved. Sister Beverly, has your amendment been entered into the chat? Okay. Sister Beverly's amendment has been entered into the chat. Are we able to display the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is Grand President Greco. Just as a point of information, there, we do not see it in the chat.
Dennis Demare has their hand raised.
My apologies. Who has their hand raised?
Dennis Demare.
You don't
No, I
recognize
didn't.
Dennis?
No, I did not have anything to add at this time.
I'll lower
Okay.
your hand then.
Sister Beverly, have you been able to enter it into the chat again?
And please make sure to select to everyone.
Mr. Chair, this is Grand President Greco. As a point of information, just so you know, Sister Beverly has entered it in. Thank you.
That is the amendment. Is there any objection to the amendment? If there's an objection online, please raise your hand now, and if we could be notified if there is a hand raised. Are there hands raised at this time?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Seeing no hands raised online or in person, the amendment is approved. Is there any further amendments to the minutes? The question has been called. Is there anyone objecting to approval of the now amended minutes? There are none in person. Is there any online?
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open that ballot now.
No, no one has requested a ballot. Does
Oh,
anyone
okay.
request a simply voting
No,
ballot?
okay, we'll hold off then.
Are there any hands raised online in objection to approval of the minutes? Are there no hands raised?
There are currently no hands raised.
With no hands raised and no objection, the minutes are now approved. We will now go into a 5-minute break, and then we'll be rejoined to take up Veterans Access to Land Allotment in Southeast AK presentation. Sister Rhonda.
Thank you. Before the break, I've been directed by ANUS Grand President Paulette Marino, and she's sitting there to give you a verbal, to At this time, ANS Grand President Paulette Marino appoints pro-term virtual ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms to ANS Camp 19 member Charlene Wolf. Charlene Wolf has accepted, and this virtual Sergeant at Arms will need to be, requested to have Dots give her the ability to mute and unmute on her own so she can direct everybody here and the chair that there is a virtual delegate that is wishing to be addressed. Thank you. And that is a pro-term appointment by Madam Grand President. Yeah, and the intent is to assist our Grand Secretaries. Thank you.
The Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Paulette Marino has made an appointment of a virtual Sergeant at Arms, Charlene Wolf. Can the DOTS people acknowledge the request that she be given access to allow people to speak online?
I can access and give her co-host ability, yes.
Thank you.
And just a note that there is a raised hand from a McCormick.
Okay, we have a raised hand in person first. I will address that first. Grand Secretary Carol Duaz.
I have no objection whatsoever to the appointment of a virtual sergeant at arms. However, I do object to giving that person the ability to mute. We are handling that through our A and B Grand Secretary and through the DOTS personnel. Carol Duas, ANS Grand Secretary.
Yes, Grand President. If you could please wait for a microphone.
Ooh, it's pretty good, huh? Paulette Marino, ANS Grand President. Thank you, Sister Carol, for that advice through the chair, and I have no problem with that. Thank you. So she will not be able to mute, but she will be able to assist in other ways. Thank you so much.
Charlene, do you accept notifying the chair when there are hands raised online? We will confirm during the break this process. Are there any further announcements before we go into a break?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I do understand Robert's Rules of Order virtually, and I do know that they have people, which, you know, we're grateful for. Oh, this is Ginger Camp 14. That are
Yes.
unmuting and muting people. However, the Robert's Rules of Order virtually says that if we want to make a motion, we do have to type it in that chat. You guys made it clear. However, I think for us virtually, for us to be seen, you guys need to see our chats, not only the screen share, but you need to see what we're chatting, because if we're going to make a motion, we can make a motion in the chat before you guys tend to us verbally before you're able to hear our voices. So I ask that you guys are sharing the chat so you can see if a motion's being made on our end. If you're not going to let us mute and unmute ourselves freely.
Thank you, Sister McCormick. The chat is displayed on the projector in person right now. Is there any further comment? Sister Rhonda.
There was vote floor right motion floor prior to this break.
We have approved the minutes. We have no pending action.
Thank you. Prior to break, so this will hopefully be seconded and allowed to discuss and whatever and come back to after the break. At this time, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I would like okay. At this time, I would like to make a motion that all our virtual delegates be allowed the option to mute and unmute without the assist of the virtual host. As in such, tribal assembly is conducted that way, and that is a virtual allowed option under Robert's Rules of Order. It is very successful. It is a very successful, I'm sorry. My motion is to have the virtual delegates be allowed to mute and unmute themselves as pertaining to virtual Robert's Rules of Orders in conjoint to what Tlingit and Haida tribal assembly delegates do. Under discussion?
They're
Sorry, we do have a hand raised from a Daphne Albi.
Thank you. One moment. Has your motion been entered into the chat?
I will place that there now.
We.
Mr. Chair, this is Daphne Albi, Camp 36.
One moment.
No, Sister Albie has had her hand raised for several minutes. I will defer till after her. Thank you.
Sister Delphine.
Thank you. Has the motion been seconded?
The motion was seconded.
Thank you. Under discussion?
Yes.
Thank you. While I appreciate the trying to help control the background noise and everything on the virtual end, it is difficult for us as delegates to voice our concerns and to join in the conversation. So I am in favor of this motion.
Brother Tam.
I am not in favor of this motion because one, I had reiterated earlier today that all motions must be submitted in writing, and that still has yet to be done. Secondly, our DOTS team need to be in control of that because we are paying a lot of money for everyone to be heard and to speak, and we are trying to do that. Just because you're saying we do not do that, this is our first time. Secondly, it's trying to give the virtual delegates a chance to be acknowledged as well, because you are not given the microphone or the chance to talk in person at convention until you are acknowledged by the chair. Right now, we are trying to find a balance. I am sorry, people are not happy, but we are doing the best we can. We have never done this before. And if we allow everyone the opportunity to mute and unmute as they see fit, just like you're told, you are not acknowledged in convention until the floor recognizes you. That is exactly what will be happening, whether here or in virtual. You will be recognized by the chair by the raising of your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Tam. The chair would like to request for the body to consider. We have a guest arriving at 11 o'clock. I see multiple in person that wish to be recognized, and I am going to assume that there are people virtually who wish to be recognized. I request that you keep your comments within bringing up a newer point within this discussion, or if you have already spoke, please consider to allow others to speak. So, please. I will now recognize Sister Elias. I see you have stood first, and then I will recognize Sister Barbara, and then I will recognize Sister Jamie Ann. Sister Elias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elias Chase, Camp 49 ANS President.
I speak in opposition of this motion due to the fact that the last 2 to 3 days, I have been assisting our grand secretaries due to the technical challenges that we have been facing. One thing that I can give my testimony in is when we have the capability of having numerous members through Zoom, having that capability of unmuting or muting themselves, if they are in the same room as somebody, it can cause a audio interference to where it makes a loud echoing noise. In addition to it, like our grand secretary has said, in order to be recognized, you do have to go through the chair. In opposition to it, I would just request that anytime that we have, our delegates on virtual, that our teams are attending to it. But I do speak in opposition due to the technical challenges that we would face if we allowed that to happen.
Thank you, Sister Elias, and thank you for your work in helping and assisting the online aspect of this convention. I have been notified that there are 3 people online that wish to be recognized. I will recognize them following the people in person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sister Barbara.
Petersburg A&S Camp 16, Barbara Erickson, President. I understand the confusion and the technical problems that we are experiencing. We need to learn to be patient. We need to take the time to do this in a good way. And we need to understand that if the delegates that are online are able to mute and unmute, it would be preferable if only while one is speaking. On Zoom, there's going to be way too much echo if we all try to get online all at once, unmuted, and it doesn't work. So we'd have to be very respectful of each other and speak one at a time. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Barbara. Sister Jamie Ann.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sister Jamie Ann, would you allow for the people online to speak before you may speak?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Is this in order?
Mr. Chair. Last I checked, Robert's Rules of Order, or excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Do I have permission to speak? This is Brother McCormick from Camp 14. Robert's Rules of Orders was created so everyone can be equal, correct? So also virtually, if we're trying to make a motion, we do have to type it in, but for the people that are in person, it doesn't say in Robert's Rules that they need to put it in the chat. And the people that are in person only have to speak on it. So when they're going up to the mic, then it's a little difficult for them to go back and put it back into the chat, or whoever's there virtually should be putting it in there for them. And then as for the mute part, we're not staying unmuted. We're just able to unmute ourselves to second to motion or to question. So I'm not asking that everyone stays unmuted. I'm asking that we have the ability to unmute ourselves.
Sister McCormick, are you speaking in favor or opposition to the motion?
I'm in favor that we should be able to have the ability to mute and unmute ourselves.
Thank you. We have two more speakers. Jamie Ann, will you allow? Thank you. Brother Willard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Willard Jackson, A&B Executive Officer. I'm in favor of this motion. It's real easy to make mistakes on the internet, but we're all grown adults here, and we can pretty much follow the guideline of hitting that mute and shutting it off. Totally leave it up to the delegations. This is delegations' opportunity to speak how they feel about the motion. This is the 109th Grand Camp that's taken place in Juneau. And it just takes far too long. I really believe at the beginning of this ceremony that we started, we should have put in place a group, a committee, because we're so new at this electronics. I'm speaking in favor of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Willard. Grand President Durko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say that both you, Brother Watson, and you, Sister Allen, are doing a remarkable job. Thank you. I do speak in favor of this motion to allow equitable access for our online participants to be able to mute and unmute themselves to speak. I do want to offer a point of clarification. Yesterday with our technology challenges, I believe we went off of our original plan with dots. The original plan for equity of access was that every delegate in person or online would have a technology device that they would use to raise their digital hand, and the DOTS team would provide a chronological list of who was first, second, third, fourth to speak. At that time, they wouldn't know who was in person or virtual, but we would call upon the person. And if they were in person, they would either have their sergeant of arms bring the microphone to them, or there would be a central mic where they could speak in the chronological order. So the intention of this motion is for equitable access, and that was the original plan. And I don't know where we went off of that. And I apologize that I'm not in person, but I do urge us after this vote to go back to the original plan, which was that all delegates in person or online use their devices to raise their hand to provide equitable chronological access to speaking their voice. Thank you. Again, I speak in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. Jamie Ann, Sister Jamie Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the former Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska State Senate, I strongly support this motion, as our voices should not be silenced. If our delegates were here in person, they would be able to rise and speak and raise their hands, and they should be represented in the virtual world as they would be here. I have been very frustrated today because I have asked several times to see our delegates so that they are represented, as well as the chats. And it took just a couple clicks of the button when I went behind that screen to adjust it. And this is the view that we should see for the remainder of this convention, as all of our delegates need to have their voices heard and be seen. So I strongly am saying, yes, let's do this. We are all adults. We are all adults, and we can mute and unmute ourselves without being controlled by DOTS or anybody else. Goodness, sheesh for hearing my words.
Thank you, Sister Jamie Ann. Is there anyone online that wishes to be recognized?
Yes.
Sister Tasha.
Thank you. I would like to speak in favor of the motion. I'd like to highlight an incident yesterday where I had my hand raised to make an objection, and I was not noticed on the screen with my hand up, and I did not have the ability to unmute and say that I objected, such that the time was running out and people thought that it was a last minute consideration that I had an objection. And that was very frustrating to feel like I wasn't able to fully participate. And I think a number of us have used Zoom quite a bit over the last 18 months and know to keep ourselves muted unless we need to speak or we're called upon. I also understand that we've paid a lot of money for a service, and I know that we're doing the best that we can, but I feel like this is just one more tool to make sure that we all have equity and access and being heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Tasha. Sister Rhonda, does your comment change the motion in any comments? Are your comments different from previous comments you have made on the motion?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman. I was unable to state my point in the in regards to my motion when I made it. I wanted to kind of try to speed it up where we're going to allow the 5-minute break.
Yes.
But I would like this opportunity, thank you for calling on me, to state my intent of this motion. This intent, as previous delegates have stated, I am in favor of this motion, obviously being the motion maker. We all know dignity and respect here. We all know as delegates our duties and our responsibilities and the appropriate way to address the chair. And we have our virtual delegate, virtual sergeant at arms now who can assist our DOTS team by listing individuals' names in the chat. We have our sergeant at arms here in person. And this is something that we need to have the opportunity to be heard. If there is ever a point of order needing to be called on, we don't need anyone's permission to call that point of order. So having no control virtually to state, I have a point of order, I should have that freedom. That is my right as a delegate and as a paid Alaska Native Sisterhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. Currently, there were speakers that have spoken objection to this motion. Is there a request that there be a simply voting ballot? Who wishes to be recognized first?
There are two people virtually, Richard and Janice Jackson and Dennis DeMert, Dr. Dennis DeMert. Richard and Janice were first.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
here's an example where I have lost my ability to do spontaneous Robert's rules procedures. One of them is I can ask to object, and that's spontaneous. I can't wait in line, appeal the ruling of a parliamentarian or a chair. If I have to wait in line, I'm lost. Orders of the day, out of order. There's so many of them that don't require us to be on a waiting list. That this type of procedure does not meet Robert's rules of order in terms of ability to move with independence as a participant with full abilities to participate. So in this motion, if I'm correct, it is for the ability to unmute ourselves. That I support it, because you should be able to participate fully. And if you have to unmute, you're going to be passed over, and there'll be maybe a process that happens you couldn't participate in only because of technical difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you. Brother Demert. Brother Demert, I believe you are muted.
You are able to unmute yourself. You should see a dialog box on your screen there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
The current situation, I think, is showing a deficiency in that I think is there in the virtual process. And it is correct that there are motions that can be made while a main motion is being discussed. And there's a list of them in Robert's Rules of Order. They can be made, and they can be made without, in some cases, for example, a point of order can be made without being recognized. And somehow that ability needs to be maintained. But at the same time, in the virtual process, having a procedure in which the speakers get in line is useful, but it does not take into account the need for members to make other motions. With the motion currently on the floor, one of the concerns that I would have would be if we just have control of ourselves. I mean, each have control of unmuting. It should be allowed to make proper motions or proper actions, but not to interrupt the speaker. And how we frame that, that would take some time. I think we need to frame something like that. But we do need to permit members to speak when they have proper motions to make. And there also needs to be a procedure whereby there can be exceptions to getting in line. We have a procedure now whereby if we want to speak, we get in line, and someone is keeping track of that. But as we get in line, the parliamentarian, for example, should be able to be put up front, because the parliamentarian may see issues during the discussion that cannot wait. And there may be other situations where others need to get in line. But I think that if the motion that's on the floor, initially my reaction was opposed, because we need a process to keep order. But because of those oversights I guess at this point I'm in favor of the motion, but I think that we need to qualify or remember among ourselves that we should do nothing to abuse this. When we, before the virtual meetings and in regular meetings of the Grand Camp and other organizations, there has been lineups for speaking, and motions that were in order could still be made during those in those face-to-face sessions, but the current process doesn't permit that. So as I've listened to discussion, I've taken a position that we do need to have some access, but we need to respect each other and not take advantage of the ability to unmute to inappropriately interrupt the speaker. If it's an urgent thing, we should be able to do it. But if it's in response, if it's for one of the motions in order, we should be able to do that. If it's simply in response to debate going on, that can wait its turn, but we have to decide that on ourselves. But at this point, I would favor passage of the motion and ask that we all respect each other in regard to how we utilize this new opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to point out that Daphne Albee and just Daphne has her hand raised right now.
Thank you, executive members. Jackson and Demert, your points are well taken. Brothers and sisters, I have been informed now twice, first 15 minutes ago, that our guest speaker is on his way. And when you consider the distance between this hall and the Sea Alaska building, it can't take that long for him to get here. So I ask and I request, the chair requests that we take up this vote after our guest presentation.
Mr. Chair, this is Daphne Albee, Camp 36.
Please.
Thank you. I call for the question and I request simply voting we use simply voting to vote for this motion.
I am sorry, but there are people wishing to be recognized currently within the hall. So the chair requests that this be taken back up after our guest presentation. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes.
Daphne Albee. We currently have a motion on the floor, and I think we should complete this work through this motion before we move on.
Sister Rhonda. Thank you.
Dr. Demert has raised his hand once again. As well as Heather Shaw.
Brother Tam, and then did you say Brother Tam?
Yes, thank you. Sure. On 2 points, again, I'd like to reiterate, as intended, what President Gergel had said is that by the raising of the hands digitally in Zoom, by either virtually or in person, it would give everybody equity. The other issue, yes, we want to say we want to be responsible. Everybody is paid members and we value everybody's freedom. But we are on a time crunch. I do believe, yes, you do have the opportunity to make the motion or not. Did not realize that, nor have the delegates in person given anyone on the Zoom the chance to do that. What we could do is, one, anyone who wants to make a motion, I'm monitoring the chat. We can bring that to one's attention. Second thing is we could also.
Brother Tam, please. There has been a point of order raised by Sister Rhonda. Sister Rhonda. Yes. Could you please speak in the microphone?
Thank you, Chairman. My point of order is Brother Tam, and no disrespect, has already had an opportunity to speak on this, and we have our executive A&B, Bill Martin, standing, waiting to be addressed. So I object to her continuing to speak. Thank you.
Brother Tam, do you yield to Brother Martin?
What I was trying to say before I was interrupted, yes, I will yield to him, but we could also open or the unmute for everybody for discussion when a motion is made. Thank you.
Brother Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Martin, Camp 70. There's a point of clarification on this motion. Is a motion to not mute our brothers and sisters who are online? If that's the case, is there somebody here that's putting tape over our mouths because we're here and we shouldn't be recognized or be allowed to speak? I think it's totally out of order to mute people, our brothers and sisters who are online, and it's also very disrespectful. We need to be able to hear everybody that's attending our convention. So I strongly speak in favor of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Martin. Is there anyone online currently pending for a hands raised?
Mr. Chairman.
We currently have 3 hands, Dr. Demert, Heather, and Brad, in that order.
Do we know who rose their hand first?
Yes, it was Dr. Demert.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the question has been called for. There are a number of motions, and calling for the question is a motion to end debate, and it does take precedence over the motion on the floor. So it was a proper motion to call for the question. And I think the intent of the person calling for the question was to expedite the process. If anyone objects, we could continue continue this after our guest arrives. Otherwise, if there's no objection, Mr. Chair, the question can be put to a vote, and we can get back to the counting of the vote after we've heard our guest. But it was proper to call for the question. And if there's no objection, then we can start the vote and give us all the time that we have until after our guest completes his or her presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Demert. Is there any objection to us taking up the question for a vote?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, will the vote be as our sister from Seattle requested through simply ballot, or will it be a verbal vote?
Since it was requested that it be done through a simply ballot, we will be taking that up. But if we are able to call the question right now, we can prepare the ballot for voting after we return from the guest speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my recommendation. If Dots could open the ballot and have the ballot open during the presentation, we could have a result by the time Mr. Malott is finished with his presentation. Thank you.
I do have a ballot ready.
The ballot is now open to vote on the motion. The ballot will be open through the guest presentation. And we will look at the results after the presentation. And we will go into a 5-minute recess as we wait for our guest, Anthony Malott of Sealaska, to arrive. The voting is currently open. So for those who are in person and virtual, you may vote via the simply ballot voting as we did earlier. Since this was
I have
requested.
started the vote. Yep.
Thank you.
So please remember to hit the next vote button and it will appear.
Thank you. The time
Mr.
right
Chair,
now is 11.
permission-
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AMB Grant President Gurko, permission of the floor to announce an appointment to a committee chair.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to notify you that our AMB executive, Willard Jackson, has accepted the appointment as the Resolution Veterans Committee Chair. And I'd like to have that noted in our minutes, as well as our sister from Seattle, Daphne Albee, has been appointed as the Committee on Committees Chair. Thank you.
Let the record show that those appointments have been made. We will now go into a 5-minute recess.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Just to let you folks know that I do have some A and B Coganas for sale. And some of them have hats. And we've been making these for about 18 or 20 years now. You know, they're the leather ones. And we're not going to be making any more. So if anybody likes our A and B Coganas, you should get one now because they're rather difficult to make. And, you know, I'm not sure that anybody else will pick it up, you know, when we leave off. We're just getting kind of old for this. And let somebody else, you know, do all that. So now's your opportunity if you'd like to buy a and B Cugana. They're $200. Got to remember these Cuganas are hand-me-down. They're a family heirloom, handed down from grandfather to grandson and so forth. So if you want one, you need to pick one up during this convention. Thank you.
As a kid, I always thought of this. You've been stuck inside my head for weeks. I can't get your name off my lips. Whispering secrets flow through our veins. Our eyes wide as we run through the unmistakable rain. And ready or not, so for you all this time I thought. Whispering secrets flow through our veins. Eyes wide as we run through the unmistakable rain. Ready or not.
We call this meeting back to order. The chair recognizes A and B Grand President Heather Gerkel.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I was not seated at that time. Can you please repeat your request?
Go ahead, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't seated at the time when you made your request. What would you like me to address?
We have Auntie Milat approaching the podium now. I understand you're introducing him.
Oh, it would be my honor, Mr. Chair. I was unaware. Thank you so very much. Thank you to everybody there for your patience. We would like to welcome a presentation from Anthony Malott from Sea Alaska. Thank you for taking time in your busy schedule. We appreciate your patience with us as we work out our virtual world. Ganachish for being here. The floor is yours.
Ganachish for inviting me into your meeting. Okay. Ganachish, Grand President Moreno. Ganachish for the introduction, AMB Grand President Gurko. Ganachish to Grand Camp Executive Committee. And Ganachish to all former Grand Camp presidents and all ANB ANS members. I think we say it as often as we can, but Sea Alaska reflects so frequently on why we are in existence. It really pushes us consistently when we are deciding what we should work on, how we should support our communities, how we should support our shareholders. Our reflection is, why are we even in existence? Why do we have this great fortune to hold the lands that came from the indigenous rights of our Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people? And it goes back to the ANB ANS. And so we are here as Sea Alaska, speaking to the ANB ANS as an honor, because we are here because of you. Been a Ganachish for your decades and decades, centuries now of working for our people and doing what is right. I think that's what the ANB ANS has proven again for over a century, that when they see that their voice, their action, their people, their camps, their presidents, their leaders can make a difference in anything that is affecting our people, good, bad, that they will step in, they will add their voice, and they will add more than their voice, they will add action. And again, I want to reflect on that. And it is why Sea Alaska for ANB's 75th anniversary did up a $500,000 endowment for the ANB and ANS. It's now close to $1 million, and it provides about 40,000 annually to Grand Camp to be utilized on an annual basis. And that will be there almost in perpetuity for the ANB ANS. Just a small reflection of the honor that Sea Alaska has for the ANB and the ANS. The fact that you guys, the ANB and ANS, are the grassroots organizations in our communities, from big communities to Juneau, to our smaller rural traditional communities, Yakutat to Heidelberg. You guys are on the ground. You live in our communities, you work in our communities, and we respect that to a tremendous degree in Sea Alaska, because Sea Alaska isn't in existence just to provide dividends to our shareholders. It is to listen to the voice of our shareholders and our communities and make sure that our traditional communities where we all come from are healthy and supported and they have resources to live the lives that they want to live. Again, from Yakutat to Heidelberg to Portland, wherever you have camps. And I just want a small personal expression of gratitude. The AMB and the ANS in Yakutat held us up, my family up, this summer when we had my father's memorial at the AMB Hall in Yakutat that his father helped build and is still standing there for the community. They cared for my family. Grand President Moreno was gracious enough to come and be with us. She was a big part of the service we had. She gave my brother and I kugenas, and just reflect on the care that all the servers had. And they never asked for anything. The A&B says, what can we do for you at a moment of need? And the family just needs to ask. And that alone is such a precious service within our communities to support families at a time of need. And so I just say a very deep Gunachish from my whole family to Camp 13, AMB ANS in Yakutat, and all of the AMB ANS for continuing that practice. I was fortunate enough to be in Angoon for Albert Kukish's memorial. And again, the AMB ANS was there supporting and caring for his entire family. Gunachish for that work you do. I just want to spend a little bit. I've had the fortune of presenting the AMB ANS for the last few years. I hope the Sea Alaska story that we are telling is familiar to you. We work hard to honor the great responsibility we have for managing our lands and supporting our shareholders and our communities. But we look to partner organizations to push us forward. Partners like Tlingit and Haida, our local tribes, our village corps, and of course the ANB ANS. And the one thing I can say for certain right now, that Sea Alaska's current financial success is coming from tying ourselves to our native values that come deeply from an organization like ANB ANS, and working in businesses that our people care about. Businesses within land, food, and water that look to address the health of our oceans and the health of our environment. Something that I know the AMB and ANS has worked on, our traditional way of life. The ability for those living in our traditional communities to practice their harvesting and their way of life and keep their freezers full is such a critical part of why we are here. A critical part of our culture, just as critical as our languages and our dancing and our arts, is our ability to practice our way of life, our harvesting, and the AMB ANS is there with us. And that is why we want to improve the health of our oceans. That is why we want to address climate change within our businesses. It ties us to something that we care about deeply here in Southeast Alaska. And so we are building a seafood business and a ocean science monitoring business that works on expanding renewable energy across the US. Again, addressing climate change bit by bit. Sea Alaska is not going to solve climate change by itself, but we want to be part of the solution. And I would offer it as a platform for the AMB and the ANS. I know when the AMB and ANS picks a platform, picks a policy to dive into, to add your voice to, it makes a difference. And we know what climate change is doing to our communities. We don't know the exact effects, but when we can't fish king salmon in the spring, We know something's going on. Management could be part of it, but climate change is absolutely right there as part of our problem. When our herring come back smaller, when our sockeye drop by 63%, like they did last year, we know something's going on, and our rural communities feel it first. And so as an opportunity for the AMB and ANS to stand by so many other entities, I think it is a platform that is worthy of your voice, and no action is too small. The AMB ANS can support community activity at the camp level, and they can support policy level efforts through AFN, the state, and the federal government, and would just offer up any support in tying into our own policy work in this regard to the AMB and ANS. We put a lot of effort into fighting for Native rights and advocating for the rights of our communities and our people. And we would love to work more closely with the AMB and ANS and elevating your voice to all the places that it should be heard. So See Alaska tying themselves to land, food, and water, operating under our being inspired by our cultural values to create a workplace that respects the contribution of our employees, respects every employee, respects every voice, looks for balance, maintains curiosity and an open mind, searches for truth and honesty is why we are creating the financial success that we have right now. We want to share that message because it makes us proud of the way we are making our income. It matters because it can work and be beneficial to any organization who really dives into their values, recognizes that their values have power and that their values carry forward initiatives and progress for the organization. It's working for us. It's working for many organizations in Southeast Alaska, and I want to reflect on that. But what we talk about most often is that we don't like standing up and touting financial success simply for financial success's sake. It doesn't matter if we're making millions and millions of dollars if it's not going back to our shareholders, if it's not going back to our community. So we work just as hard on making sure every single dollar we ever make benefits our shareholder base. And we listen to our shareholder base and we listen to our partners in terms of what See Alaska can be doing, what programs are important, what more we can be adding to the efforts of partners that care about our shareholder base and our communities. Their tribal citizens are our shareholders. Your camp members are our shareholders. We're all the same people. Reflecting on that offers so many pathways to elevate your voice, and we want to listen. I thank you for offering the keynote to Dr. Worrell for the dinner that we sponsored. I apologize, I had to miss that. I hope it was a successful event. But she raised a very important topic for us right now, is the concept of blood quantum and the need for us to discuss that. Tribal citizens within Tlingit and Haida are already eligible based off of lineal descent. And See Alaska would like to have that conversation with all of our shareholders, but especially with folks that know the issue very deeply, like the AMB and ANS. You know, you have lived this for 100 years. Your ability to perpetuate and grow your camps within our communities just leaves you perfectly aligned with being able to express your concerns, your priorities as we take these steps forward. And thank you again for listening to Rosita and Joe. And we are open to any conversation you may want to have around that. I'll highlight some other things that we are working on because I'd like to hear from the AMB and ANS on what they think See Alaska can be doing more of. We've highlighted the $10 million we've added to our scholarship endowment. in 2020, we gave 1.2 million to 500 students who were going to college in Voc Tech. It was one of the proudest moments I've had in my time at Sea Alaska to support 500 students who are improving themselves, creating educational success and career success for themselves. Just a fantastic chance we had to support our people. Our shareholders said we want more language support. So we stood up a $10 million language endowment. Cool. That'd be closer.
Excuse me, Anthony, if we could have our Grand Sergeant at Arms. We're gonna take care of this. Just give us one moment. Woody, you are still the chair. As we take care of this technical problem, Woody, first Vice Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, the chair is yours while we take care of this technical problem.
Greta Morrison.
Willard Jackson has his hand raised. Not sure if we have an opportunity to speak.
We do, well, forever acknowledge that Byron has.
Please, on the hold, you guys need to unmute the computer that is sending the sound to the Zoom call. Thank you.
Great idea. We're already pursuing the closest work we have is in Hoonah. And so HIA has a tribal environmental crew that is doing stream restoration and habitat improvement on both Hoonah Totem lands and Sea Alaska lands and Forest Service lands. And the greatest thing about that partnership is the Hoona Indian Association environmental crew went down to Prince of Wales and trained 5 environmental crews, 5 additional tribal environmental crews on stream restoration trainings. So that is spreading, and I think it's a fantastic way for us to work with our tribes, and we fully support that.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Willard Jackson.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Anthony, first of all, thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of Sea Alaska. I just want to, first of all, thank Anthony and Sea Alaska for supporting the Vietnam Air land allotment with Cheney Green and doing a production of a filming that she'll be coming down to finish up here in Ketchikan. I want to thank Sea Alaska for also wrecking the Vietnam veterans in Hoona when I was there with George Bennett. Would also like to thank Anthony Lott and Sea Alaska and Clink and Haida for the joint venture, the CARE dollars, which is helping across the broad state of Alaska and even in the lower 48. Your understanding and guidance with the Vietnam vets, Anthony, have really touched our heart in your endeavors to help us. We are seeking to send this video to Dan Sullivan, which he's patiently waiting for, as well as Randy Rivero, the chief of staff for the governor, spoke to me yesterday and wanted a copy of it. The state is going to open up state land for the Vietnam vets in their traditional areas. This Tlingit and Haida land that we're talking about in the Vietnam Air land allotment is our pre-existing rights. We never gave up that right to that land. That land was never fought over. The only thing we ever fought over was in Vietnam and other areas in the world that we went to. In regards to your father, I just want to let you know my brother Norman was in the South Pacific when your dad got sick, and he got a chance to see your dad in the hospital when he was there. This was years ago. And I met your dad at culture camp when I was up in Prince William Sound. He came out to talk to us. I just want to thank you and your family for everything you have done for us. Goodness cheese, thank you very much.
Goodness cheese. And that is a great segue into kind of how I want to close this. I mentioned the scholarship endowments, a language endowment that supports language revitalization efforts throughout the region and throughout anywhere our shareholders want to take this step towards learning our traditional languages. Environmental and partnerships through the Seacoast Trust and the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. Those are the entities that do the work with our tribes on stream restoration in Cake and in Hoona and in POW. They have trail crews, youth crews in Angoon, Hoona, POW, Cake, that train our youth, pay them to be in the field working during the summer. These are great career development opportunities. And our shareholders always want us to fight for our native rights. And so the Vietnam vets, land allotment, our landless communities, traditional subsistence, the economic realities of our rural communities, the ferry systems, herring management in Sitka, the emergency hunt in Cake. These are all areas that we know are critical, and Sea Alaska's voice has to be there supporting these efforts. And so we put a lot of effort into advocating for native rights, and we couldn't look to a better partner than the A&B and the ANS to partner with us on all of these efforts. and the voting rights right now, there's a voting rights bill that A&B and ANS's voice would be fantastic. And I believe AFN may be reaching out to the A&B and ANS to add your voice to advocating for voting rights, not just in Alaska, but across the whole entire nation. The Gunik Cheese for your history and for bringing up what we work on, because we work on it because of you.
Woody? Yes, Marcel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anthony, first I'd like to say thank you very much for showing up in person here and your words to this group of people. It's very encouraging to see our leaders come here. I think that I also wanted to say thank you because the endowment that See Alaska put forth that really kept, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood alive. Without it, you cannot operate. And that's been a problem that, all organizations, if there's no finance available, you cannot, survive. But not only the dollars that you provide right now annually to us, I think it's really necessary that as I see your staff and other staffs in Tlingit Haida and Gold Belt and some of the rest of them, we have a lot of our young people that are becoming, real leaders in those particular areas, and it's those people that we really would like you and others to encourage to become part of the organization. As you see and look around, we are starting to get a few of our younger people involved, but our elderly group is not very young anymore. They're actually, a lot of us are retired, are up in our 60, 70, 80-year-old. You cannot survive an organization like that. What we need is to have people like yourself and others. You don't have to be, the leading this, but when young people see you, joining this organization because of what it can do for you. And I think you can recognize that when you see the congressional people come here and yourself saying that, would you support this? That's encouragement. And if we can get our young people to do that, they follow their leaders. We may, in many cases, somebody may say, hey, we think you're a leader. A lot of young people don't even recognize you. So we need those young people. And I appreciate very much what you're doing now. And hopefully that you'll carry that message on to other people. And thank you very much again for being here.
Sheesh, the opportunity for the A&B to lead the way in missing and murdered Indigenous women in truth and reconciliation in these advocacy areas that I know our young leaders care so deeply about, I think offers that chance to attract more people into the A&B ANS, tying into those critical efforts that people are already really working deeply within.
Brother Bill? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here to give us your report. I just want to say that as the clan leader for the Yellow Cedar House of the Sagwedi, we are very proud of what you have done and how you have brought recognition to our clan. A few years ago in Petersburg, we talked about Floyd Kukesh, who is an honorable man and carried the name Doc Nakin, which is shared by the Sagwedi and the Tekwedi. And so I had the opportunity to pass that name on to you so that it is kept alive. Years ago, when the elders of a clan would meet to decide somebody to do a particular thing. They would meet together and decide and pick that person. And that person would call Doc Nakeen the one chosen. And you have been chosen not only by us, but the higher people that looks over us through all our years. And I just want to say that Floyd carried that name proudly. And I hope that you will too, and that you will use it when you introduce yourself, your other Tlingit name, and Doc Nakeen, because you truly are the one chosen. And we're very, very proud of you. The Sagwidi from Cake, your roots. Thank you for being here, Mr. Ma.
Kunik Chish, I couldn't be more appreciative for those words. Kunik Chish, Yukatangi.
Do we have anybody online that would like to speak? Brother Joe Williams?
Well, thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we're waiting for Michael to bring Joe Williams on, hearing eggs. We have hearing eggs on the screen here.
Sorry, we have a hang up.
Michael, is Joe Williams online?
Sorry, we have a hand raised by Dennis.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a I have some comments to make about Sealaska and the education program that I'd like to share with Anthony Malad. Just before the land settlement, Dr. Sobolev had done a survey of to find out how many Native people in Alaska actually had college degrees. It was not a scientific study, but it was a pretty good study, I think. And at the time, he found somewhere between 180 and 200 Native people with degrees, which seemed like a lot at the time. But we learned later on that when the actual headcount was taken, that there were 83,000 Native people out of 94 that applied. And so the number looked very small after that. We've been very fortunate that all of the regional corporations and village corporations have given high priority to education. And after they started funding, that was what was needed for a number of young people to really break through. Was the kind of support that the corporations have provided, and that I appreciate. That's really helped a lot. We have many young people now who have professional credentials because of that, and that has made a real difference. We have educated young people working for the tribes and for the corporations and other organizations helping Native people. And all that is for the good. What I want to point out is that there are also Native people with potential who are not in that group that simply needed the support and really broke through themselves. We have young people who have been beaten down, some by the school districts. And, you know, I spent 25 years as a professor, associate professor of education and Native studies, and I know something about what happens there. But beside those successful Native students who simply needed the support that you provided, we have another level of Native students that really need support. And I think they may be just a little bit invisible. And I don't know, I haven't talked with Rosita about this, but I think that our corporations and foundations and institute need to be looking at the next level of Native students who are not getting degrees, who have the capability, but need moral support and encouragement to break out beyond that point. We can use their skills and knowledge as well. I can think of a number of Native people who are in this category that that need more than just the kind of funding support that has been so good for a whole class of Native people. And so I'd like to say to See Alaska, and hope this gets back to Rosita, and I should speak with her as well, that I think we need to put some focus, and maybe it's happening already. I may be not aware of it, but I think besides supporting those who are being assertive about getting support, we need to look at those who need encouragement, need moral support, need to understand that they can make it with a little effort as well. So that's a whole category that I think can, for many years, had not gotten the kind of support that they need. And I think that's then reaching down into a category that really needs support. And so I just want to leave that thought with Anthony Malott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chief, Dr. Demert, for your decades of advocacy for the education of our people. You have been a leader. Your voice has been listened to. You have put your heart into this effort, and your words mattered to us. We recognize that 500 students going to college is a fantastic result, but there are so many other of our shareholders who are not there yet. And we will reflect on your words. SHI, NC Alaska already have programs, but we know we can do more. And Chief, for letting us know your thoughts.
I'd like to point out that Joe Williams is up with his hand, and then Brad Flush, please.
We have time for one more. We'll take Joe Williams next. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to say, Mr. President, thank you so much for attending Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp Convention. Always good to hear all the positive reports that you've given and the forward movement of the community of Southeast Alaska as far as all our shareholders, and speaking on behalf of our shareholders. And I really appreciate you continuing your groundwork that you've put forward from the very beginning of your tenure with Sea Alaska. Of course, the Alaska Native Brotherhood is the grandparent of Sea Alaska. And we truly, speaking as a member of Saxman Camp 15, we appreciate the financial input. As was stated before, we as an organization could not be doing what we're doing today without the financial assistance from what was demonstrated or put in place years ago in our behalf. We do have a lot of work to do ahead of us, and I appreciate your willingness to work with us. And I too am very saddened by the passing of your father. I got to know him and meet him when he gave a speech at the Heidelberg Convention. I think it was back in 1960. And so it was always an honor to speak and visit with him. And I certainly supported all his endeavors as far as political endeavors. And Alaska wouldn't be where it is today without his input. And so I, for one, entirely have gratitude towards his investment in the community of our Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people, shareholders within Alaska. So, Mr. Malat, you have big shoes to fill, and you're doing a great and grand job. And I want to say thank you. That's all I have.
I had a presentation, and I would ask that you can feel free to share the presentation and my email address if we don't have any more time for questions. Review the presentation. My email is anthony.malat@sealaska.com, and you can email me any questions, but I'm available if it's not upsetting your agenda too much for.
Mr. Chairman, this is Amy Grant, President Gerko. We do have an executive committee member who has been waiting on the virtual side to speak. Executive committee member Brad Fletch has been waiting.
I also ask recognized on the floor. And House Quest Camp 2.
I'm sorry, Madam President, we didn't understand what you were saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that you asked for the last question, but we did have AMB Executive Brad Fletch waiting to make comment in the virtual side of our meeting. And I believe I heard Sister Rhonda state there were people standing in the hall as well. I just wanted to bring that to your attention because we did have people waiting.
Yes, can proceed.
Good morning, Madam Grand President, AMB, Madam Grand President, ANS, Executive Committee members, Grand Officers, guests, and delegates. It's a pleasure to be able to be attending convention in a virtual way. Anthony, thank you for your presentation. It was one of my great honors was to make the motion to name the AMB endowment after your father as the Byron I. Malat Endowment Fund, and back in the 90s. So it was a great thing, and it was adopted unanimously. What I'd like to talk about is the contracting economy of Southeast Alaska and how that's impacting our villages and our communities. With the oil wealth of Alaska in decline, nobody's fault, it's just a matter of fact, and how that's contracting the economy in Southeast and how it's impacting our transportation, our energy for our villages. Also, when you look at the various industries of timber, mining, fisheries, all in contraction, whether it be global warming or the blob that's affecting fisheries, our economy is contracting. With the state contracting and our primary businesses contracting, that means municipal government is also contracting. Tourism has showed a brief bit of growth, but we also found out that it's very subjective to the global health, and that global events can impact our communities dramatically. And so when I look at these things and given what Brother Demert had said about education, we also need an economic plan that's greater than just See Alaska. It includes all of the village corporations. And it really and it's also getting the A&B, ANS involved to really be the local ground force to find out how and what we need to survive. How do we solve our transportation problems? And it's not going to be the state of Alaska finding another Prudhoe Bay, being able to bail us all out. It's going to be those of us in Southeast finding a way to make our transportation system work. It's going to be those of us in Southeast, especially our communities, our corporations, our tribes, and the A&B ANS coming together. And so I really encourage See Alaska to take the lead and work with A&B ANS to develop a strategic economic plan for Southeast. I believe it to be the single biggest threat to our communities and villages over the next 20 to 25 years. Thank you, congratulations, keep up the good job.
Chief, I 100% agree. And it's not just economic development, it's the whole entire cost structure. So you mentioned transportation and the need to get the Alaska Marine Highway system right for our communities. It's the need to bring in renewable energy and reduce the cost of energy in our communities. It's the need to support transportation systems through better logistics and planning. And it's supporting our tribes and our village corps in their own local efforts. And I would offer that, a lot of our tribes have influx of opportunity right now, and they are pursuing strategic economic development. And I would have any A&B ANS camp ask their tribe to involve the A&B and ANS in their strategic planning. I think your voice would matter on community by community efforts. And once the strategic plan is created and shared with Tlingit and Haida and See Alaska and other regional partners like Housing Authority, we dive in with as much resources as we can muster to support that economic plan, because it has to be everything. Save what we can and grow what we can is what we're thinking. Save the access to commercial fishing, grow independent travel, which ties into our rural communities. Our larger communities will be successful with large cruise ships, but that doesn't work for our small communities. So we need the growth of independent travel and just the growth of entrepreneurial spirit in our communities. It all needs to be working together to create the outcomes that you are looking for.
I'd like to note that Richard Jackson has their hand raised.
I'm still waiting to be recognized on the floor as well.
We'll recognize the floor right now.
Ganesh Chish. Jamie Ann Hasselquist, Camp 2 Juneau. Thank you for being here today, Anthony. It's so good to see you in person. I'd like to extend my gratitude to you and See Alaska Corporation for supporting Camp 2 through the Orange Shirt Day educational and rally events and the morning wave as well. It went really well, and without your support, it just wouldn't have gone so well. So thank you so much for that. And on that subject, I have seen that See Alaska is supporting Secretary Deb Haaland's Federal Indian Boarding School Institution initiative. I'd really like to hear you speak on that subject, and also find out what kind of support and resources are available for cemetery caretakers such as myself through the inspiration of Bob Sam of Sitka. And Are there any funds available for people like myself to travel to other areas? Because we have been called upon by Wrangell, Petersburg, and they want us to come out to these places and restore these native cemeteries. I have talked about this subject before, that we didn't do this. We didn't put our loved ones in the ground before. It was when colonization came to town and told us to do this, and we weren't a free people at the time, and they weren't going to take care of our loved ones, and they didn't. We weren't allowed to roam around, so we weren't able to. And generations had passed to the point to where the Douglas Cemetery itself in question, the Lawson Creek Restoration Project, which I'm leading, that we couldn't even see them. They were so covered, and we have gone in there, and if you drive past that highway now, you can see our loved ones. There was a city report done 26 going on 27 years ago, and they only outlined 5 of our native people. And as of today, I can say there's at least 38. This is institutional racism, and it is here today with us. And it even shows through the Evergreen Database Cemetery. If you go and you look at that, you can see all the people resting except for our native loved ones. They are colored in peach, and they don't even show that one person is laying there. Lily Yarkin's not recognized. The Coonses aren't recognized. The mass grave of people who were removed from the Star Hill area are not recognized. James Rudolph is not recognized. I recognize them here today because I've been spending time with them. And so are there funds and resources available for that? And going back to Deb Holland, where the truth, racial healing and transformation that's going on, how is that being supported? And also helping our society today with the health and mental wellness, the ripple effects of the past that we are dealing with. So I've got big loaded questions for you and a lot to for your plate there, but I'm really looking forward to having more discussions with you and the corporation on these subjects after today.
Perfect. Chief, for the work that you do and bringing up Bob Sam and all the tremendous work that he does. Please email me your request. I'll highlight that we Yakutat did grave restoration, and we sent up crosses from our carving blank program so they could help in their restoration efforts. And so we have material, and with the right request, we should have dollar funding as well, because we really reflect and respect the effort that you are taking on to remember and bring up those names and not let them be forgotten. And thank you for the orange shirt rally. My daughter called me bawling because she passed all of you, and thoughts of her grandpa came flooding back, and she cried all the way to school, and she had to be excused from her first class. Her grandpa was able to tell her the stories of what he went through, and she reflected on that, and seeing you and the work of everybody standing there is so appreciated. There's so much more to do. The trauma that's flowing through us from that will be here with us, and it's everything that Brad said, all the economic partnerships that we need all the social partnerships, and the tribes, the Village Corps, A&B, ANS, all of us working together to just start moving forward and up from where we are right now. I think there's that pathway. Chief, and if I missed any of your questions, please email me.
Oh, I'll email you. I'd like to quickly just extend my heartfelt to your daughter, and that what she was feeling that day and that sadness is felt all across Indian country. And I want to make sure that you and others know to take care of ourselves and speak to loved ones. I like to mention that Dr. Tina Woods has been hired with Central Council, and she is also offering healing circles, one-on-one and in groups. And also the Juneau Montessori School, which was formerly the Mayflower School, has opened its doors to create a healing space also. So we'll be holding groups there as well.
And your main question about what are we doing to support, the board passed their own support of truth and reconciliation everywhere and reflected on the boarding school system. And that opens the way to find additional avenues. We're supporting on the policy front with the Holland work, with TNH's work, with AFN's work. We're supporting a movie that is exciting, Bright Path, about Jim Thorpe, that is going to tell the Carlisle story and bring that even to a higher national stage that reflects on the reality of what the boarding school reality really was for our people. And so many more chances for us to support. It's such an important topic that defines a good source of the trauma that we face.
I look forward to seeing Bright Path, that my older son, that's his great, great, great uncle on his father's side, Jim Thorpe. Ground penetrating radar systems. Do you have any information on that, or are you going to be getting some?
We do have information, and we utilize it within our environmental service effort. So if there's a specific use you have in mind, just email me.
I do. Finish Cheesh.
We do have a hand raised by Richard Jackson.
The chair recognizes Richard Jackson, Grand President Emeritus.
I hope you can hear me.
After this, we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to say to Anthony, to take Kwedi Handakwan, Ganakadi from the Yanwulishi Hit House here in Ketchikan. Stand with you and your family. And know that your father is in the village now with his entire family, who we will meet very soon. He has taught you well. You have kindness that is exceptional. When we came to Juneau to ask for help, you came through the door very quickly. You have learned well from your mother and father. You've gone to school. You're very experienced in business and banking. More than that, you're sincere and honest. And I wanted to express that to you because we all go through storms, each of us, as it has happened in the last year. COVID has affected primarily the Native community and Native Americans. We've lost 2 or 3 in our family. And we know there are others in other communities that are affected. I'm very happy to hear that they resolved the COVID issue with distribution through the corporations as well as the tribal governments. I have applied through the Alaska in conjunction with Clinton Central Council for COVID aid. And it was very swift and very efficient, which I expected from someone of your character. And I just wanted to say that to you, that we are reaching out in our needs, our losses, and you have recognized it. And we've recognized yours, and I wanted to tell you personally, I'm very sorry I couldn't get to Yakutat, but we were in distress in Ketchikan like Juneau is in Anchorage. So, Ganakchish, Hawa Deutschen, on behalf of the nations in Ketchikan for you and the Sea Alaska Board of Directors and Clinton Central Council. Thank you.
Ganakchish, Deutschen, for those reflections. we work hard at Sea Alaska to do as much as we can for our people. We know we can always do more. The CARES funding was important for us to get out as quickly as possible. I want to make sure that everybody recognizes that there are two programs. Clinton Haida has a program that you can also apply to. We've heard some confusion. So please apply to our program and don't miss out on other programs that you may have from your own tribes as well. There's so much funding that can support our people at this critical time of need. And so we don't want any confusion. And so if you hear confusion or you hear of any issues with any of these programs, please reach out. And thank you for applying and recognizing that it was as efficient as we can make it.
Hello, I'd like to point out that there is a raised hand from Tasha and a raised hand from Dennis. Tasha first.
At this time, we need to break for lunch. We'd like to thank Mr. Malat for his presentation and his being here. And you're more than welcome to join us for lunch. Thank you. At this moment, we'd like to turn it over to Madam President Paulette Marino.
Thank you so much, Brother Woody. At this time, I would like to go ahead and recognize Tasha, and I would like to recognize Dennis as our last two speakers for at least 1 minute. They've been waiting quite a while. If we could honor that, after which we have invited our Brother Malat to join us for lunch if he's able to. I know he just flew in here, but before we recognize Tasha and Dennis, this is our ANS A&B youth representative, Madison Suits, and she has a small gift to present to you. Madison? Brother A&B Ground Sergeant at Arms, Chad Pytel, could you come forward, please? Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Thank you. That was a really good presentation.
You have a gift to bring medicine to your meetings, and also our thanks beyond from our families. This was harvested in Sitka's Keto Cove area by myself.
Thank you. At this time, Sister Tasha, you have a brief comment, and Brother Dennis, if you could stand by. Sister Madison will escort you off the stage when we are ready. Thank you. Sister Tasha.
Thank you, Grand President Marino. I just wanted to say thank you to Anthony for coming in and sharing information with us. I know it's not always easy to be a leader in our Native communities, and I so appreciate that you decided to come home. I know it's been a long time since you first came back, but I am just so grateful to have you serving in that capacity versus someone who is not from our region, that is non-Native. Just super grateful that you're in that role. I know I've stated it before, but very grateful that you guys have opened up the scholarships to part-time students. I shared a story at one of the annual meetings about when I was in my final year of grad school that, like happens with a lot of programs, one of my classes was dropped due to low enrollment. I dropped from full-time down to part-time, and I lost my scholarship, which was a huge hardship. So I like the knowing that we're doing what we can to support our students and anyone that's willing to go back to school and get that formal education that we use to navigate through the different systems that are created around us. And I just wanted to get maybe some clarification. There was a newsletter that came out after the CARES Money Award came out that said that Alaska had joined in that lawsuit to maintain their status as a tribe, which that comment kind of shocked me. And I feel like maybe I am not seeing it in the right context. So I'd appreciate some clarification about what was meant by that statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. And it does need to be clarified because we never want to stand in place of any of our tribes. We reflect on the tribal sovereignty that is the strength of all of our tribes. When the statement definitely could have been stated better, we went to the Supreme Court to protect our right to be part of tribal programs that the federal government recognizes because Alaska is unique and different, and we have tribes and ANCs, that there are some federal programs like land management programs and community economic development programs that it makes sense to offer to ANCs, but it is just an eligibility for programs. It is not saying that ANCs are tribes. And we want to make sure that if you hear that misconception, either if you're able to express that ANCs do not believe themselves to be tribes, or reach out to us, because that's very important for us to get right. We don't want that to be a misconception. I will say that in some parts of the state, our ANCs are the tribes. So Siri is the tribe, the recognized tribe for the Cook Inlet region. So there is a little bit of confusion just because Alaska has so many different unique structures. But for us, we never want to replace everything that our tribes have. We just maintained our eligibility for programs that make sense for ANCs to have access to. The Gunakshish for the question.
Thank you, A and B Brother Anthony. By the way, Anthony had paid his dues in Yakutat. So if we could take a minute, brothers and sisters, to welcome him to our family. As always, Brother Dennis, if you have a brief closing comment, we will entertain that. If anybody else has questions or comments, please email Anthony. We need to proceed with our agenda and our meal. Thank you so much for understanding. If you have a brief comment, Brother Dennis, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a comment for Anthony Milot as a follow-up to the points made about economic planning by Brother Vlad Fletch. There's a lot to be done in that regard. I want to provide some focus on one area that has potential, that has just lain there without the kind of attention that I think we in the Native community can give it and must give it, and that is the sea otter population. It is taking our foods, and the law does allow Native people to hunt. There are a couple of issues there. One is that there's a provision not in the statute, but in regulations that limits native hunting to those 1/4 degree or more. It has a blood quantum requirement. And that's not in the statute, that's in the regulations. And what we learned from our land settlement attorney many years ago was that statutes, if you open up a statute, that means the other side can make amendments that you don't want. Statutes are harder to work with, and they require congressional action. Regulations do not require that. It is a regulation that limits to 1/4 degree or more. And that can be changed by negotiation between native groups and the agencies involved. For example, in this case, Department of Interior, where we seem to have some good people, by the way. And so I want to suggest that someone with some authority approach the Department of Interior and get that open up, because a number of communities, we have young people who identify as Native, but who have less than 1/4 degree. And there are many families in the villages that want to have that restriction lifted, and I think it would benefit them. And the second point I want to make is that there is some hunting going on now, and but it needs more support, perhaps subsidization, I think, for boats and so forth. And we need a methodical approach to taking sea otter and getting them to some kind of market. Again, there are limits, but there are ways to handle them. What I think of, for example, is that in the timber industry, there is a limitation on sending round logs to foreign countries, and the timber industry got around a lot of that by cutting off 4 sides of logs and sending them not as round logs. But the point is, there's a way around some of these rules. We cannot sell unfinished furs abroad, but perhaps we can find a way with some subsidization to get work for Native people making hats or whatever can be sent. I think that those great hats can sell well in Russia, for example. And I think there are large markets, but that has to be developed. And I don't think that villages alone can develop that. I think that needs a larger effort by our regional corporation, for example. And I'm glad to hear that there's an interest in economic development. And I want to suggest that one area that would benefit our people, they can work at home and hunt sea otter. They can work at home and do sewing. And this would be a cottage industry, which is something that many of our people could work with. So I want to suggest to Anthony that if indeed Sea Alaska pursues economic development, that be an important part of it, because that's something that people can get involved with on an individual basis. And before I turn this over, I want to just add one more thing to the chair, that we have nominations coming up soon, and we urgently need to see lists of registered delegates. That really can't wait. I'd like to ask that be taken care of. But again, thank you to Anthony Malott. Anthony, your father was a very dear friend of mine for most of our lives, I think, and I felt badly at his loss. Wish that I could have been there, but he was just a very dear personal friend, both to my wife and myself. And I think you have a great heritage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sheesh. I mean, we completely agree with you that there's a lot of upside. SHI is doing skin sewing workshops. Tlingit and Haida is doing the same. If more of us are doing skin sewing, then we need more hides. Supporting the tanneries is something that we have done as well. And on the policy front, you're absolutely right. It is a negotiation, and we fully support dropping the blood quantum requirement, but not all Native groups do. And so we work on that at the AFN level. And I think there will be a resolution at some point, but right now it's still in negotiation stage. Gunakshish to all of you. Thank you for trying this virtual / in-person out. I trust it is going well, and I hope it continues to go well for all of you. Gunakshish.
Thank you so much. We are so pleased to have Anthony with Sea Alaska, but Mr. Milat, but we are very pleased to have Anthony with us this afternoon. At this time, we are going to take a look at our agenda, the things that we need to attend to. We will prioritize those things. So thank you so much for serving lunch. So we will have excuse me a moment, there is somebody asking for attention. Hold on just a moment. Camp 70 is also gifting Anthony with a few, they're giving him one of the bags with a program and stuff so that he has a program in it. Do we have something of immediate attention, Grand Secretaries?
Heather has raised her hand.
The results are back from the vote. We will announce the results from the vote. Then we will take a 5-minute recess. Grand President Gurko and I and Woody will look at the orders of the day, and we will come back with a prioritized list. Thank you so much. Grand Secretary, would you like to come forward and read the results, or would you like the sergeant to deliver the results? Oh, thank you. In favor of the motion, 78%, 39 delegates. Against the motion, 22%, 11 delegates. The motion has passed. Thank you. We are on a 5-minute break at this time. If you could start the clock. Thank you so much. And if we had any raffles, any of our local camps have any raffles or anything, please, please come forward. So we have 5 minutes. Brother Eric, could we request your presence, please? Thank you. And brothers and sisters who are present with us, welcome back, Brother Kadek. If the kitchen could please bring him a meal, or one of our sergeant at arms could bring Brother Kadek a meal, please. Cindy? Sister Cindy, could you please bring Brother Kadek a meal? Thank you so much. And we are going to have a working lunch. Thank you.
You could call me on the telephone, but that'll be that. So don't you forget me. Don't you forget the summers of those years ago. The lives we once shared. Don't you forget. Don't you forget. I remember you if you remember me. I remember taking a ride in your Jeep. We called it Peace with 4 feet. And as we drove through those darker roads, I knew things would never be the same for me and you. 2 damn months isn't very long. Before we knew it, I was gone. And we both wished I didn't have to go. Yeah, we both wished that we could make time slow. Don't you forget me. Don't you forget the summers of those years ago. The lives we once shared. Don't you forget. Don't you forget. Don't you forget. Don't you forget. I remember you if you remember me.
Are not that. Don't check on.
Okay.
But
We are back in session, delegates. I'm so glad that you have your lunch before you. We've just consulted with Grand President Gurko. The Alaska Native Sisterhood, online and in person, do need to have our lunch meeting. So we are going to have a 30-minute meeting. If all of our sisters could go to the room back there and sit by the tables, we have agendas ready. When we come back, Grand President Gurko will speak a little bit about the motion that just passed. We will then recognize our speakers. We have our veteran speaker, A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson. We have Cecilia Tavallero with the land list, and we also have another speaker that'll be with us. And then we will call on a resolution chair, Joe Stewart, if he's ready with the resolutions. So that will be the plan. So we have a half an hour. If the sisters online could please gather back in the room, we would appreciate it. So if you could start the clock, and we'll give everybody a few minutes to come and gather. So sisters, if you could bring your food and come to the room, we'd like to have a meeting. Thank you so much.
We do have one hand raised, Heather.
Grand President Gurko.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just for clarification, There is a breakout room, and we can ask our darts team to enable the breakout rooms. There's a breakout room called ANS lunch meeting, so that the ANS who are online can participate in the lunch meeting. That will require you all in person to have computers or even a computer that will be cast on whoever's speaking. But that way each of your membership of the ANS can have equitable access to this meeting. So that breakout room should be enabled now. And if you go down to the bottom right and then scroll, you'll be able to get to ANS lunch meeting.
Okay, thank you. Will the ANS be able to be on the screen with us also, Grand President Gurko?
You would need to have a computer with you that you would need to either have each person on a computer accessing the breakout room or move the computer around to whomever's speaking. That might be the
Okay.
easiest to prevent interference, but I believe a large number of your members are online, so it might be easier for you all to position a computer in that breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Daphne has also raised her hand.
Sister Daphne, could you text me, please, and I will answer your question. We're beginning to gather in the back of the room right now. Would that be all right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have already sent that text.
What's that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have already sent you a text.
Okay, thank you, Daphne. I will check that. Thank you.
Is someone in the process of creating the breakout room for those of us on Zoom?
There should be one already created and it's in the breakout rooms. If you scroll down, it's a second from the bottom, ANS lunch meetings.
If you look at the bottom bar on Zoom, you'll see one that's breakout rooms right beside reactions. You don't see breakout rooms at all?
No. I see participants, chat, share screen, record, and reactions.
Are you able to update your Zoom and then log in again?
I don't see it either.
I think sometimes when people is not using the latest version of Zoom.
No.
Can anyone see the breakout rooms?
I do.
So do I. Yeah.
But from the members is what we need to.
Yeah.
We don't see them here in Ketchikan.
Okay, Tasha, what I'm gonna try to do is send you to the breakout myself. Which one, was that the second one from the bottom right here?
Hello, this is Cecilia. The bottom.
This is Cecilia. I don't see a way to get to the breakout room either, so I need help as well.
Yeah, I don't see anybody there. So
That's because we can't get to it.
yeah.
Sorry.
So Jamie, can you check that again?
Okay, so how do we?
It's definitely open, so I'll have to manually put you in. So how
Yeah.
about people request? So if you want to go into the ANC room, go ahead and unmute yourself and tell me your name.
This is Millie Schoonover.
Cecilia Taballero.
Millie, you want an ANS lunch, right?
Yes, please.
So maybe not unmuting, but raising the hands, and then we can do it.
If it's all for
Charlene
ANS
Wolf.
lunch, that's fine. Yeah,
Delphine Cake Smith.
we'll do the raise hands. Alejandro made a good point.
No, I mean sure. Oh, I better mute.
That's the two of us.
We could.
Just
You won't
remember
let me
to
raise
accept-
my We can hand. Solve everything in 5 minutes, Tasha.
Sister ANS.
Here.
Oh, good.
Sister Sandy, can you hear me okay? There's a little bit of echo in the
Oh,
background.
hell yeah.
Sandy, you were chairing the meeting.
What's on there? You're not reading my lips. Oh, shit. I would.
Yeah, click those 3 dots.
Oh. And then raise my hand.
I don't see it. I don't know. That's your business. Right there. I don't see it.
So just remember, we're assigning you to the breakout. So if you see something popping up, you have to accept and join the breakout.
No, I don't see me. No.
I'm in the process of moving everyone over to the breakout room. But do remember that you will get a message on your screen when I do that to join.
Dr. Demmer, did you need something?
Sorry, people, dame un segundo. Esto tiene que ser rápido. Sí. Yeah.
So Carrie Dodson, Sid Hartley, Yvonne, Mary Guthrie, Elias J.
Okay,
just
mine is. Can I use yours, Kevin? Mine is. Okay, I'm getting.
Okay, it looks like everyone who's raised their hands except for Dennis has been moved into the ANS lunch. Is there anyone else who wants to raise a hand and I can add you in?
And Dennis, can we help you with anything? You can unmute if you want to speak.
Bessie Singletary.
Hi, Bessie. You should have a prompt on your screen right now.
That's an ANS meeting in the breakout room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I don't need to be in that then.
Okay, so you don't need to accept then?
No, I simply wanted to
Yeah.
remind somebody that we need a list of registered delegates as soon as possible.
Dr. Demert, that's been worked on and will probably be introduced when we're back from the break. Because even as of an hour ago, we still had some people registering.
Okay. Hi, welcome sisters. On behalf of the Office of the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President, welcome to our ANS lunchtime meeting. We have 20 minutes and 43 seconds. I'd like to recognize our ANS Grand President Emeritus, Ethel Lunn, our ANS Executive Committee, women and men, our local camp presidents, their delegates, and our guest. Welcome. It's so good to see you at this historic meeting. I know that not only virtually, but in person, we are doing the very best that we can at this time, and I'm proud of each and every one of you, and thank you so much for your strong voices. Sister Rhonda had taken a picture and sent a copy of the agenda to the sisters. So sisters that are in person, if you guys can go to your breakout room online and join our virtual sisters. You guys want to wave? We're having lunch. I know our sisters definitely remember this time of having lunch as our brothers are visiting. We have a few things to take care of. Excuse me. The link is you go back right into the main site where it's Zoom, and then you scroll down and there'll be a breakout room. Excuse me. Thank you. So at this time, Sister Cecilia, could you open us with prayer? Madam Executive. I don't hear Sister Cecilia. Would our ANS camp chaplain, Janice, would you be able to open us with prayer, please? Not hearing our executive committee, Sister Beverly, would you be willing to open us, or is there a sister who would like to open us with prayer? Sister Mona? Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to get together and really come up with good ideas and good decisions for this meeting. Amen.
Thank you so much, Sister Mona. Okay, at this time, we have an agenda that was dated 10:07 for yesterday, and then we have an agenda that was dated today. Because we were not ready to have all of the people online, we were not able to have our meeting yesterday. So I have the agendas before us. Sister Sandy is going to chair this meeting as first vice Grand President. There will be a few things that will change, such as the Audit Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. We will call upon the Audit Committee and the budget. I'd like to know if it was received by all sisters. If it has not been received yet, we will move that to tomorrow. Okay, that will be moved to tomorrow. We will also go into the ANS Resolution Committee, and then we will have Kevin Allen who will speak to the events that are taking place tonight. And we also have our sisters that have other committees. So at this time, I would like to announce that the Audit Committee, excuse me, I'm so sorry, I don't have my glasses with me right here. The Audit Committee Chair is Cecilia, ANS Executive Committee Woman Cecilia. And we have Delphine Elby, who is the Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. The ANS Resolution Committee is our Grand Sergeant of Arms, Cindy Reeves. ANS Dinner, Door Sales, Indian Dance, Online Auctions is all co-chaired by first and second Grand Vice Presidents. Our ANS Publicity Committee is Mona. She is the chair. So at this time, Sister Sandy, if you could start with our audit committee. Thank you. Sister Sandy? Not hearing Sister Sandy, I will chair. Madam Cecilia, Executive Committee Woman, do you have an audit report?
Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting. This is AMB Grand President Gerko. I don't believe you're in the breakout room because you have many people in the breakout room and I don't believe they can hear you. Have you joined the
Okay.
breakout room from your end?
Okay.
Because I believe your mic is casting to the whole Zoom. We can hear you.
She just went. It looks like she just joined the.
Can the
breakout
breakout room be displayed for all members to have the option to go to? Rhonda Butler, sorry.
There's a quirk with the breakout rooms right now where I have to manually assign. So anyone who wants to be assigned to that breakout room, please just raise your hand and I'll assign you.
We still have Ginger Fox from Camp 14 that's being waited to add it into the breakout room.
I'm sorry, I could not understand that last. Was that a message for dogs?
Yes, Ginger Fox from Camp 14, Galaxy A11, is being waited to be entered into the breakout room.
Yeah, I sent them a message. I allowed them in quite some time ago. It's a window that they have to hit accept on their device.
Right, she's an elder. She just got some assistance in helping her. So if you could resend it or cancel it.
I
so
can
they-
move her back to the main. Yeah, I'll look for her.
Thank you.
I've resent the request to move, but they do have to hit that locally on their phone. There's nothing I can do remotely.
Thank you.
Try that again. Dear me, Cherokee.
While we're waiting, we've got 5 minutes, call it back to order. While we're waiting, I'll entertain you. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom, yes, for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, bright, blessed days, the dark, sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people walking by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, yes, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. All right. Thank you. At this time, we'll call the meeting back to order. Chair will turn the mic over to A&B Grand President Gerkel.
Thank you so very much, A&B First Grand Vice President Woody Watson. Are you able to hear me in the hall?
Yes.
Thank you so very much. As we return from lunch today, Grand President Marino, A&B First Grand Vice President Woody Watson and I met, and we discussed the remaining business for the day. First of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support and understanding as we navigate this virtual world. We honor your voices and we lift you up in all that we do. So thank you for making sure that your voices are heard. I want to revisit the plan that was in place prior to the technical challenges yesterday. The plan is for all delegates to be able to raise their hand virtually. So that means in the hall or online. That will allow the DOTS team to take record of chronological order and be able to let all of us know who are chairing who was first, all the way down to the last person raising their hand. If you're able to be in the hall, when your name is called, we will ask you to either A, go to the central microphone or ask the Sergeant at Arms, raise your hand to have them bring you a microphone. Again, we did pass the motion where, excuse me, I apologize. The motion did carry for us to have access for everybody to be unmuted. So that will give us the opportunity to raise up concerns such as point of order or orders of the day, whatever is allowed through Robert's Rules of Order. I thank you for your patience. We have a team who worked hard to get us to this point, and there are definitely technical challenges. I hope that we don't have to do this again in the future, but if we do, at least we'll have this experience behind us and know that we have a great team willing to be flexible and continue to lift up the voices of our people. Thank you. I also wanted to share that there has been an appointment to another committee. So for the resolution committee, Brother Ginger McCormick from Ketchikan has accepted the appointment as the chair for the Health and Education Resolution Committee. Thank you, Brother Ginger. Next up on the agenda today, we're going to discuss what is left to do. Excuse, not on the agenda, but what's left to do. So we're asking that all Grand Officer reports be submitted to the Grand Secretaries to be distributed via email to all delegates, as well as the audit report to be distributed to all delegates via email. Next up on the agenda, we will hear from the Veterans Access to Land Allotment. We have Executive Committee Member and A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, who will be sharing a brief update with us. We'll then also hear from Alaska Natives Without Land report from ANS Executive Committee Member Cecilia Tabliero. And then we will hear from A&B Executive Committee Member Joe Williams on Rural CAP. We'll then move into our Wisdom of Our Elders, working with the strengths of our youth. We have a special video message from both ANS and A&B Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund and Richard Jackson. And then we have our special A&B ANS Grand Camp 2021 Youth Representative Madison Suits, who will be sharing a message along with our, in alignment with our theme. After that, we will move forward to an update from the Resolution Committee Chair. At that time, hopefully all delegates will have received via email the resolutions from our Grand Secretaries. Then from there, we will move into nominations and then directly into candidate speeches, which will be moved to 2 minutes each instead of 3 minutes each. What's left on the agenda that we did miss is our host camp report and our local camp reports. We would like to move those to tomorrow as well. Thank you. I hand the chair back over to A&B First Grand Vice President Woody, unless there are questions. Thank you.
Rhonda Butler has raised her hand.
Can you hear me?
I forgot I wasn't in the virtual world. So I made you guys all hear that echo. So apologies. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I do have a question, Madam Grand President, Heather. There, and correct me if I'm wrong, I was attending virtually, and yesterday morning there was a lot of the static feedback. Were we able to hear from our A&B and ANS treasurer's report and also the audit committee? And I apologize if that report was given. Thank you. I just ended up missing it. But if not, can those be included on the agenda for tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. So the A&B treasurer, we did have a change in treasurer throughout the year. I don't know if everybody was aware of that. Our treasurer from 2019 resigned just a few months ago, and A&B First Grand Vice President at the time, James Lano Sr., resigned his position as First Vice President to regain the treasurer position. So he became treasurer, and then that is how Woody Watson advanced from Second Vice President to First Vice President. James, I believe, has a written report. I do not believe he intended to share a virtual report due to the fact that he only had a matter of weeks to pull together what the previous A&B Grand Treasurer had shared. There is an audit report that was completed by the audit committee chair, who is Sasha Sobolov. So we could have a report by Sasha. He is attending virtually, but he has submitted a paper report. And then I believe that Cynthia, our ANS Grand Treasurer, was live there in Juneau and it has returned to Ketchikan. If we want to hear a virtual report from her rather than just a paper report, we can request that of her for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to go forward with the videos or are there questions on the floor?
Mr. Bill Martin's a
Point of
question on
order,
the floor.
Mr. Chairman. The AMB Grand President spoke about changes to the agenda, and there really needs to be a motion to allow the agenda be changed. So in lieu of that, I would move and ask unanimous consent that the changes put forth by the AMB Grand President be accepted.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
There's no need for a second. It's a move to ask unanimous consent. And all you need to do is see if there's an objection.
Thank you, sir.
I have a question. Is that interpreted as an objection? This is Cecilia Taballero.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What are those changes again? I don't recall anything being changed. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to respond?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for your question, ANS Executive Member Cecilia Taballero. There were no changes, but it was a restructuring of how we could assure that we address all of the agenda items that have been missed and continuing us forward to get back on track this afternoon on the current agenda.
Thank you.
No objection.
Mr. Chairman, was there an objection to my motion for unanimous consent?
Hearing no objection to the unanimous consent. So moved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to go ahead and ask our DOT team to spotlight A and B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson for an update on the veterans' access to land allotment?
Please do.
Thank you. I believe they're on here, so if you could please spotlight Richard Jackson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Grand President. I'm going to do an update on the veterans allotment based on the review done by a law firm called Van Ness Fellman, written by Jonathan Simon and Melinda Myers, who are attorneys of a firm that has 100 lawyers. This update goes up to August 6th this year. And I'll read it, and then my brother Willie can follow up with any comments he has, or anyone else can as well. So, titled, "The Interior Department Moves Forward with Alaska Native Air Veterans Land Allotment, Vietnam Veterans." Written on August 6th this year. After 50 years, Alaska Native Vietnam Air veterans and their heirs continue to hope for meaningful progress in obtaining the land allotments to which they are entitled, or for which they have long been waiting. There is now some indication that despite multiple delays, challenges, and false starts, the U.S. Department of Interior is taking limited action to move the process forward. On May 13, 2021, the Department of Interior announced next steps in implementation of the Alaska Native Vietnam Air Veterans Land Allotment Program, which aims to compensate Alaska Native veterans who missed the opportunity to apply for an allotment of certain federal lands in Alaska due to their military service during the Vietnam War. Specifically, the Department of Interior announced that it will allow applications for allotments within 28 million additional acres covered by several Trump administration public law orders currently under departmental review. However, while the Bureau of Land Management has said it will process and expedite applications for these lands, it is important to note that the agency has indicated it will not complete processing unless and until the Department of Interior makes these lands available after finishing its 2-year review of the legality of these public land orders. The allotment program aims to address disparities created in 1971 when the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act repealed the 1906 Alaska Native Allotment Act, under which Alaska Natives could apply to receive an allotment of 160 acres. Because they were all fighting in the Vietnam War, like myself and my brother, thousands of eligible Alaska Natives were precluded from applying for allotments before the 1906 Act was repealed. A subsequent congressional effort to fix this problem of inequity fell short. In 1998, Congress opened an 18-month application window for certain veterans who were on active duty between 1969 and 71 to apply for allotments. But the limited application window, service years restrictions, and occupancy requirement led to the issuance of only 250 allotments. The 2019 Congress again sought to address compensation for the Alaska Native Vietnam veterans who missed the opportunity to apply for an allotment before the enactment of ANSCA in the John Dingell Jr. Conservation Management and Recreation Act of 2019, which established the Alaska Native Vietnam Air Veterans Land Allotment Program. The Dingell Act's allotment program differs from the Congress' previous efforts in several important ways. First, the Dingell Act lengthens the amount of time lands can be available for selection to a period of 5 years until December 29, 2025. Next, it extended eligibility to any Alaska Native veteran who served between August 5th, 1964 and December 31st, 1971, who did not previously receive an allotment, and it allowed the surviving heirs of deceased eligible veterans to apply in their stead. Finally, the Dingell Act removed the personal use or occupancy requirement mandated under the prior law, as many eligible veterans and their heirs of deceased eligible veterans now live outside of Alaska. In November 2020, BLM issued a final regulations to implement the Dingell Act and allow approximately 2,200 veterans and their heirs to apply for land allotments. However, even with the expanded eligibility requirements, a fundamental impediment to allotment selection has long been that the lands available for selection are unsuitable to potential applicants. Eligible individuals may only select an allotment from vacant, unappropriate, and unreserved federal lands in Alaska, many miles away from their homes, and otherwise practically inaccessible. For example, a majority of the eligible veterans and their heirs live in southeastern Alaska, which is largely comprised of nearly 17 million acre Tongass National Forest. Because the lands within the forest are ineligible for selection, these individuals were precluded from receiving allotments on their ancestral lands or lands near their homes. Alaska Native veterans from the North Slope region face a similar challenge with the nearly 23 million acre National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska, and the 19.3 million acre Arctic National Wildlife refuge, among other federal lands, off limits to selection, despite the fact that the majority of the North Slope villages are situated within these two massive reserves. Eligible individuals repeatedly have asked for more lands to be made available for selection near their native villages. On January 2021, the outgoing Trump administration issued several public land orders that sought to remove federal restrictions on approximately 28 million acres of BLM managed lands in Alaska, which would open the land to additional uses and selection under the allotment program. Quickly following the administration transaction, the Department of the Interior announced it would review these public land orders for legal defects and delayed their implementation for 2 years. Though the state of Alaska filed a lawsuit on July 7th challenging the Biden administration's action to delay the implementation of these public land orders, allotments, selections of land covered by these public land orders could also be delayed by 2 years, if not ultimately barred entirely. In response to concerns raised about the impact of the public land order review on the native allotment program, the Department of Interior recently indicated it will move forward with the allotment applications for those areas while the review is ongoing. On May 13th, 2021, the Department of the Interior announced that the BLM will prioritize its review of lands and offer them to the allotments for allotment selection, and that it will expedite and process allotment applications across those lands during the review of the public law orders. Accordingly, BLM added an additional 28 million acres to its available lands map as potentially available after the public law order review. To denote the lands potentially available pending the Department of Interior's review of these public law lands. However, although BLM has said it will immediately begin processing any applications it receives for these lands, according to a May 25th, 2021 program update, it will only complete processing if the lands become available after the ongoing review. The Department of Interior consulted in May and June 2021 with Alaska Native tribes and Alaska Native corporations. Notably, the Department of Interior has cited lack of consultation with these entities and the potential negative impacts of the public law orders on rural subsistence preferences for Alaska Natives as defects in the Trump administration's public law orders decision-making process. Alaska Natives and American Indians have a proud history of military service, serving the military at high rates other than any ethnic group in the country. Efforts to expand the lands available for selection under the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Land Allotment Program would advance the important objective of finally allowing Alaska Native veterans and their heirs to receive the allotments which they are entitled to. Whether and to what extent the Department of Interior recently announced steps ultimately helped achieve the goal of rectifying this inequity for Alaska Native Vietnam era veterans remains to be seen. In looking at this discussion or this report from the firm of Van Hayes Filman, they point out something there is a study going on the land public law orders. So if a veteran is applying for land, that land is still under review. And we have 5 years from last year to apply for land and get it accepted. So I looked at it and I thought, if you're under review and your land doesn't get accepted, you're down to 3 years because you spent all your time on land that wasn't accepted under the public law order. In my mind, they should extend 2 more years until they finalize this review, or after they finalize this review, start the 5-year process, because veterans are going to apply for lands that they don't want to be on because it's not a traditional area they are from. The original idea behind 1906 allotment was based on a native allotment down in the lower 48, which was for farming, which did not apply to Alaska in many ways. And it was we based it on the fact that we do as their terms, do subsistence, we live off the land. So much of this land they want us to look at up north of 28 million acres, there is no water. There's no access. And my fear is if they allow this to go through as an example of, giving us land, that could affect the landless, excluding them because they excluded us. And then we have the political atmosphere of the Congress, which changes every administration. And I'll just lay it out there. Right now, we have Cantwell from Washington, who has this group of people that want the land to be public land, not Native American land. And then third of all, we have what we call pre-existing conditions. Public law, not public law, the Allotment Act of 1906, the rules in effect then should apply to us. All the other acts that were passed excluded Southeastern Alaska from selecting land unless they did it during the ANSCA process, when they negotiated to get their land. And there's 5 of us in 5 communities that didn't get to go through that process. We should have been able to get land like them. With all these regulations that are just regulating us to death, like we don't have reservation status, we don't have treaties, we are regulated to regulated. Starting with the Organic Act in 1884, which said everybody has to go to school. They took the natives off their land. And then they went and got civil rights in the way, and we couldn't go to their schools until they passed the Civil Rights Act. Thank goodness for Elizabeth Pradovich and one of our great leaders, William Paul. I'm getting worked up on my high horse now, so I'll turn it over to my brother, Wooly, if he's here and he has any comments. Is Wooly here?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, A&B Grand Camp Emeritus, my younger brother. You're a powerful man, bro. I really appreciate your words. Cantwell and Lisa Murkowski were the ones that shut it down. When Trump signed that bill in the Oval Office, Lisa Murkowski was in that Oval Office. Dan Sullivan was in that Oval Office. Don Young was in that Oval Office. Up on Trump signing that bill, which he never read, this is what he said. Dan Sullivan told me this. He said, when we're leaving the Oval Office, Willie, this is what President Trump said. My poor brothers, my brothers in Southeast Alaska, my Tlingit brothers, all the wrongs that was been done to them in 50 years, they are now going to get their land back. That didn't happen. The closure of, as my brother spoke, the closure of the Tongass National Forest was right in that document that Trump signed. I had the opportunity to meet with Dan Sullivan and Don Young, thanks to Madam President Paulette Marino, and as well as Cecilia Tavallero and Randy Williams. We had that opportunity to talk to Don Young. The landless with Cecilia spoke on behalf of the landless of the 5 communities. And that went real well up to that point. Till Paulette introduced me as the Grand Camp chair of the Veterans Committee. And we were going to talk about the Vietnam Veterans Land Allotment. This is how John Young approached me when I came and sat, just like we are now. I want to tell you, Willard Jackson, he was real loud about it. He's an ornery old cuss. He says, I want to tell you, Mr. Jackson, that Vietnam Air Land Allotment bill, I wrote it. That's my bill. And don't you, he pointed his finger at me, don't you ever forget it. That's how he addressed me. I in turn waited till he was done. And this is how I addressed him. I said, Mr. Young, my name is Willard Jackson. I'm a Vietnam vet. Was wounded twice in Vietnam. I'm a combat vet. And I'm working on behalf of the Vietnam veterans of Alaska as well as their children. And don't you forget it. You know, listening to him speak yesterday in support of the Vietnam Air land allotment, it was good to hear. To hear Dan Sullivan speak of the Vietnam Veterans Land Allotment and supporting it, and Lisa Mikowski as well. And then they have the Chief of Staff, Randy Barrero, speak on behalf of the governor, who fully supports the Vietnam veterans in the Southeast Alaska area, hoping to get their title rights back to their traditional lands. I, as well as myself, and some other combat vets don't want to move up into the Amur area. We can get our land, but it'll be out of our traditional area. That's up in Amur. I don't want to go up there. I want to go right where I'm traditionally from. We never gave up our rights to that land when it was sold in Sitka. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing that was sold was that Sitka area. Excuse me, Sitka, but that's the way I see it. There's a film coming out. Jeannie Green's coming down to help us finish producing it. And this film is going right to the Congress. Dan Sullivan will take it on the floor and invite myself, Richard, George Bennett, Bill Thomas down to speak and testify on behalf of the Southeast Alaska Vietnam veterans. I want to thank the landless, Cecilia Tavallero, Randy Williams, as well as Paulette Marino for supporting the Vietnam veterans. Thank you very much.
Chish to both AMB Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson and AMB Executive Committee Member Willard Jackson for sharing the important message that you have shared with us today. Before we open it up for any questions, I do want to share that on the AMB Executive Committee agendas throughout the past year and a half, we've made sure to make space at every meeting for updates from not only the veterans, Veterans Access to Land Allotment in Southeast and also the Alaska Natives Without Land report. I urge whomever is the next Grand President to do the same so we can make sure our leadership is aware of what's happening with both of these issues. Are there any questions for either AMB Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson or AMB Executive Committee Member Willard Jackson? I don't see any online. Are there any hands up in person? I guess they would be doing it online now. I apologize. We don't see any hands up at this time.
Madam President.
We now have a hand up, Cecilia.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And then Dennis.
Executive Member Cecilia Tavallero.
I want to encourage the Native Vietnam vets for continuing on in this battle. And I'm hoping and praying that they will never give up. And any way that any of us can help out, please let us know. Because when there's a win for one of us, it's a win for all of us.
I do see that Executive Committee Member Dennis Demert. You have your hand raised. And Dennis, I believe you're still muted. Excuse me, Dennis, you're still muted. Are we able to unmute him from our ends?
I've sent a window
Am I
request.
unmuted now?
You are.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. the central issue with the landless is a provision in there. You know, the land was made available, but environmentalists and others that want to protect, if you will, in quotes, the timberlands in southeastern Alaska had a provision added in there that the lands to be selected by veterans was to exclude lands in the Tongass National Forest, which is our home area, which means that if we want to select land, it has to be way out from our traditional area. And that's the issue that has to be dealt with. It is a statutory provision, which means that either the statute has to be changed or some way around that. And Lisa Murkowski has demonstrated already that she can get changes made. For example, with the what is called the Jones Act that requires ships built outside of the United States to stop in foreign ports as well as Alaska. So she had that, if not repealed, somehow she got around that. So that that helps that industry. So likewise, something can be done. And the central issue is the lands technically are available, but not in Southeast. And somehow we need to either have that provision repealed or some language to circumvent that that provision. I think the land allotment issue all is around that issue, that the vets are not allowed to select in southeastern Alaska, and that the fight is all about getting that provision either out of there or circumvented somehow. And that's really what the veterans issue is about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much. Not seeing any more hands raised. I would like to once again thank our speakers. I see Grand President Marino has their hand raised.
Yes, Madam Chair, Grand President Marino would like to speak at this time.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Grand President Gurko. Out of respect for our time and others that are waiting and others that will be speaking after us, I do want to take a moment at this time on behalf of the Office of the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President. I know the Executive Committee join us, our local camp presidents, and all. It's been an honor to work with our A and B Grand President Gurko to honor the honorable. It's been our humble opportunity to honor the honorable. We will do our best as A and B and ANS to continue to do so. Thank you so much. Gunach
Chish ANS Grand President Marino. Next, I would like to welcome our next presenter, ANS Executive Committee member Cecilia Tablero, who will be addressing us regarding the Alaska Natives without land. The floor is yours.
Gunalchish. Thank you, Madam Chair. Tlinget ginach, koyukche uyuchat wasak, yeth ka daktain tana chatsati, Colombian yadi ayachat, yanyedi dachchan chatsati. My name is Koyukche U. I am Daktain Tan of the Raven moiety, and I come from the freshwater Marksakai house. My grandfather is Yanye D, child of Ganach Adi. My grandmother, Daktain Tan, her child of Kagwan Tan. So Ganachish for welcoming us. I would like to first and foremost express great appreciation. Ganachish, I claim Ganachish to the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood as the historical body to bring forth or catalyze the land claims. We will never forget the sacrifices made by so many brothers and sisters throughout history, especially as we approach the 50th anniversary of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. But the land claims is not yet finished. Emil Nadi presented at Grand Camp a few years ago in Ketchikan that the land claims remain unsettled until the 5 Southeast landless communities are recognized. We agree with him. With every passing day, month, year, the inequity mounts. Since the last Grand Camp, we have a new session in Congress. A bill has recently been introduced in the House by Congressman Don Young. And we are always grateful to him for his leadership and his great support throughout all these years. Gunotchish, Congressman Young. We continue to hear from Senator Murkowski that resolving the landless inequity and injustice remains a priority. The senator had staff conduct community outreach sessions across Southeast, especially our 5 communities last June. We are hopeful that a bill will be introduced very soon in the Senate. While our efforts continue to build awareness and advocacy throughout Southeast Alaska, it has been complicated by the burden of the pandemic. We continue to work with communities and continue to build bridges with municipalities, industry, and the conservation community, along with other interests. Zoom meetings, enhanced social media postings, and new comprehensive content to our website, withoutland.org, has contributed positively to our communication efforts. Some facts and statistics to remember. Number 1, the landless communities include Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, Teneke Springs, and Haines. Number 2, Congress has never articulated why the 5 landless communities were omitted despite their eligibility under the parameters outlined in ANCSA. Nearly half, number 4, nearly half of the landless shareholders, the original shareholders enrolled to these communities, have passed on, never witnessing or recognition despite their tremendous efforts toward a just resolution. At 3,300 original shareholders passing on, many of those shares have been distributed to their descendants. And so now it has blossomed to approximately 4,400 landless shareholders. Number 5, each of the 5 landless communities would receive 23,040 acres or a township, and that would stand up in urban corporation. Number 6, the lands available for selection have moved farther from our communities with each passing year as land ownership and conservation designations impact selections. The new lands constitute less than 1/2 or 1% of the Tongass. The economic, social, and cultural benefits to the communities recognized by INCSA have been profound. In addition to correcting this injustice, this is one of the most significant economic development policies, public policies of our region. Which brings us to, we need help. Excuse me. We need your help, we need your hand. How can you help? Please, these are ravens and eagles that we're talking about, which are your brothers and sisters. Number 1, reaffirm a resolution of support at the Grand Camp level and at your local camps. We do have another resolution submitted asking Grand Camp to lend support and write letters to congressional delegation expressing support. So Gunotchish, I believe it will pass as it has in other years. Number 2, tell your family, friends, and coworkers about the importance of passing this important legislation. Number 3, volunteer to raise awareness and support in your community by talking about it. Number 4, sign our petitions. Number 5, write letters of support to your congressional delegation through our tools on our website, withoutland.org. They will be available at Senate introduction, which it will include the Senate bill number. Number 6, write letters of support to your local newspaper. Number 7, follow and share our social media posts on Facebook and Instagram. Number 8, visit our website withoutland.org frequently, as it does change often. We need the voice and support of our brothers and sisters who have already received their lands through their village or urban corporations. Speak to the benefits that you have enjoyed through the last 50 years and express the need to stop this inequity for your landless brothers and sisters now. We're waiting. We're not going to go away. It is a land right. This was our birthright. And this is the deal that we ended up with. So our communities want the same deal that everyone else got. So Gunaf Chish for listening to me. I believe that I may have Nicole Hollingsted and possibly Richard Reinhardt, who are landless shareholders also from Petersburg and Wrangell. Nicole, are you available for comment?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Sister Cecilia, for updating Grand Camp on where we are with the landless right now. I want to also extend my thanks as a Petersburg landless shareholder and as a director of your corporation, Sea Alaska Corporation, for all the work that gets done at Grand Camp. I want to thank our presidents, our executive committee, and our honored delegates and attendees for listening to our words about what is happening to try to rectify the injustice of not having had lands and in the hands of Native ownership in these 5 communities for the past 50 years. And we know that it feels a little bit like Groundhog's Day, because every 2 years, every congressional session, we need this introduced in the House, we need this introduced in the Senate, and we need support from our communities to try to move this forward. What is different now is that our delegation has come back and said, we would really like to have the benefit of community organizations, your local assemblies, your councils, your civic groups, your Alaska Native organizations behind you. We've put that call out to the communities and they have absolutely responded. And we thank you for all of the times that you have sent an email or been on a call on a city council meeting to speak in support of landless. The progress is being made, and we just wanted to appear to say our Gunachish and Ha'a to everybody involved in this effort. Many of you have heard from your own parents, aunts and uncles, grandparents about how long we've been fighting for this, but we know sometimes it is a generational effort to overcome the injustices in our communities, and that's exactly what this is. We are now teaching our own children and our own grandchildren about this effort so they can be ready to take up the fight. But we hope what they'll be ready to do is take up the leadership of these urban corporations that will be stood up in our 5 communities. So thank you again for the time today. Ganesh Chish, Ganesh Chish.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Do we have Richard Reinhardt on with us? He was ready earlier, but he had to go to other meetings. If he is not available, we thank you so much for your time and listening to us and helping us. This is something that we need to win as a people. We need to win this. Gunafchish.
Gunafchish.
Richard is not showing up in the current attendance list.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Unfortunately, he doesn't show up on the attendee list right now.
Oh.
So I just want to say Gunafchish to both ANS Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Tablero and Sister Nicole Hollingsted for their report. We really appreciate you sharing these important messages. We are on a very tight time schedule. If there are any questions, please raise your digital hand and let's try and keep our comments down to shorter comments if we can, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of the
resolution, Chair. I call for unanimous consent and passage of this resolution, the revenue sharing of unincorporated. Is this the one? No, I'm sorry. Well, a passage of the unrecognized villages that was proposed, because this has been etched in our minds and our hearts, and it's now becoming a permanent tattoo that we need to resolve. So I'm asking for unanimous consent and passage of this, which will now become 2102. Thank you.
President Gerkel, you want to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I was just doing the introductions and moderating the speakers, and you technically are still chair. So I'd like to respect that.
No objection.
Hearing no objections, so moved.
Gnachish.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to resume with the introductions of our speakers?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next up, we have our Rural CAP report from A&B Executive Committee member Joe Williams, who also is the chair of the Rural CAP Committee. Joe Williams, are you online?
I am, thank you. And I'm thinking it's already 11 o'clock. I'm kind of running behind in schedule. So I want to say, Madam Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood, Gerkel, Madam Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Paulette Marino, Grand President Edermis, Mr. Richard Jackson, Grand President Edermis, Alaska Native Sisterhood, Ethel Lung, A&B executive members, A&B and ANS camps present, and delegates. Wisdom of our elders, working with the energy of the youth. To be young again. We, as those who've been around for a while, would be great. But what's happening here today is that we are making history, because never before in the history of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, are we holding a Grand Camp convention simultaneously in the village of where we represent and are from, and also presently those who are in person in Juneau. So before I get down to what Rural CAP has been up to, I want to share a story with you, and it's about two doctors. An old physician doctor, Gordon Geezer, became very bored in his retirement, decided to reopen his medical clinic. He put up a sign outside that said, "Dr. Geezer Clinic, get your treatment for $500. If not cured, you get $1,000 back." Dr. Digger Young, who was positive that this old geezer didn't know beans about medicine, thought he would be a great opportunity to get $1,000 from him. So Dr. Geezer, he went to Dr. Geezer's clinic. Dr. Young said, "Dr. Geezer, I have lost all the taste in my mouth. Can you please help me?" Dr. Geezer said to his nurse, "Please bring in the medicine from box 22 and put 3 drops in Dr. Young's mouth." Dr. Young said, "That's gasoline." Dr. Geezer said, "Congratulations, you got your taste back. That'll be $500. Dr. Young gets annoyed, goes back after a couple of days figuring out how to recover his money. Dr. Young said to the nurse, "I have lost my memory. I cannot remember anything." Dr. Geezer said, Nurse, please bring the medicine box from number 22, put 3 drops in the patient's mouth." Dr. Young said, "Oh, no, you don't. That's gasoline." Dr. Geisler said, "Congratulations. You got your memory back. That'll be $500. Dr. Young, after having lost $1,000, leaves angrily and comes back after several more days. And Dr. Young says, my eyesight has become very weak. I can hardly see anything." "Well, we don't have medicine for that, so here's your $1,000 back," giving him a $10 bill. But Dr. Young said, "But this is only $10. Dr. Geisler said, "Congratulations, you got your vision back. That'll be another $500. So the moral of the story is, because you're young doesn't mean that we can get outsmarted by an old geezer. Remember, don't make the old people mad. They just don't like being old in the first place. So it doesn't take much to get them very angry." So, younger generation, welcome to Grand Camp. Now onto the Rural Cap presentation. First of all, I want to say to the Ak tribe, thank you very much for allowing us to be on your land to discuss very important things within our community of Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood. Rural Cap is a organization that was organized back in the mid-late 60s, ended up being finally Rural Cap of Alaska, and now we have 24 board members. One third of the 24 must be public. One third must be directed, and that's where the Alaska Native Brotherhood is able to participate. Then one third is private. So the activity of today is that Rural Cap program in housing, early childhood education, and health and well-being serves all to alleviate the root cause of poverty. We deliver innovative, community-driven solutions in response to Alaska challenges. The important part about that is that it is community-driven solutions. Okay, and so we cover areas like the health and well-being, Alaska Tribal Justices, and the Alaska Youth Program, and then Shelter Program, which actually is in Bay Haven Shelter. We have actually 16 emergency shelters as such, and Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium Energy Efficient Program works very closely in the following. We have a self-help program in building homes, and we have able to build 9 homes in Soldotna. And the intent of the 9 homes was each homeowner must put in sweat equity into the home, 35 hours a minimum per week, and their sweat equity will be is part of their down payment, therefore dropping the need to borrow more funds. USDA assists that particular program in the purchases of items building the homes, and in this particular case, 9 homes were constructed, and not everyone could move into their homes, or I should say no one could move into the homes until all 9 homes were completed. And so that is still a work in progress. We are involved in rural weatherization. We did weatherization projects in Nome, Bethel, Mountain Village, Kotzebue, all in total of 21 clients. And then we have work in Bethel and Mountain Village. The work in Nome, the Nome project is completed. And the now will be moving to Kotzebue and Mountain Village. Head Start works along with early childhood development. And so we work off of grants, not only from the federal, but also from the state of Alaska. Bringing us more closer to home, I got to be selected to be the chairman of the board in September. I think it was in May 12th. Our president resigned in April, and then the vice chair did not want to move up to be president, so we had an election, and from that election, I got selected to be the chairman of the board for Rural Cap. It's short-lived because it's over the end of September or end of December, and we'll have not only new appointments, so through the election of the Alaska Native Brotherhood camp, the president, the grand president, may become the next representative on the board or appoint whoever he wishes to have represent Grand Camp. So, Madam Chairman, that is the crux of my report.
Chief AMB Executive Joe Williams for your report and your service. I'm glad that you brought up your position on the board, and it is with great pride that I was able to lift you up and make space for you since I did not qualify to be on the board. And you, because of your exemplary service and what you do, you were elected as a board chair. So Ganachish for continuing to serve in this capacity. It will be in my Grand President report that I'm making a recommendation that the next Grand President of the AMB continue Joe Williams' position and appointment because he has been doing such a great job. But of course, that will be up to the next Grand President. Are there any questions for Joe Williams? And if there are, if you could keep them brief. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
I do have one comment in reference that it is my desire as chairman to add more Southeast representation to that. So I've taken several movements to ensure that my presence on that board will continue, and that a new grand president or whoever the replacement is will be able to be on the board, as well as the Alaska Native Sisterhood grand president. That's still in the works. There is no guarantee right at this point as far as the new member of the ANS, but that is my desire. And my sale to that is that certainly the Sisterhood has we share the same vision, but how we get there is two different ways. So that's my request, Madam Chairman. I truly appreciate your continued support, but I certainly want more representation on that board from Southeast Alaska. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for having conversations with Grand President Marino of the ANS and myself through the years as we've advocated to add that ANS chair. We're glad to hear that you have continued that advocacy. I'm unable to see all of the online delegates. Are there any hands raised for questions for Joe?
There are currently no hands raised.
Okay. Well, once again, Ganachish, AMB Executive Member Joe Williams, for your fine report and your continued service. So we'll move us forward now. We have some very special presentations around our theme, which is wisdom of our elders, working with the strength of our youth. The first message will be from our ANS Grand President Emeritus, Ethel Lund. We have a special video and then an excerpt from an interview that Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund of the ANS provided earlier this year.
221 is with some of our elders working to sustain our youth. This will lend itself well and as we move forward in ever challenging times. Our youth are smarter than we are. We are. And we can't fool ourselves any longer. My name is Ethel Lund, Ethel Marie Lund. I have a cricket name of Anulgi, which means the raven as he walked about where people lived. I was schooled in Wrangell from first grade to graduation from high school and enjoyed every minute of it. Things were so much different then. Anyway, I lived in Wrangell until I graduated from high school, and I went south to attend a nursing school. I had worked in a hospital there, our old hospital, for all the summers I was out of school, which meant from May to September. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was just a housekeeper then and spent a lot of time with the patients. Most of them I know. But my interest in medicine has not changed. And after graduating, I worked for almost 2 years to earn money to go to school. I started in September 1952 and had to quit because what was sweeping the town at that time was tuberculosis of the chest, but it affected just like the virus is affecting us today. Every state in the Union of Alaska and the states down south have been fighting this virus almost a year now. And we have some of the best trained doctors and physicists to develop a vaccine. So hopefully we'll overcome this handicap and be able to get back to a normal life again. In most of our towns, they're in quarantine. They can't leave their house. They have to stay in. They're encouraged to wear masks whenever you go outdoors and stay 6 feet apart, which is very hard to do when you're in a family. So there's a lot of history associated with the Wrangell people, the Native people, the non-Native people. They have an interesting story with their interaction with non-Natives. We're still working on that.
We'd like to thank ANS Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lund for sharing her voice and vision and inspiring us each and every day. Galach Chish. Next up, we'd like to share a video from our A&B Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson. We'll go ahead and go to that video now. Thank you.
Hello, I'd like to welcome you to the A&B Grand Camp Convention in Juneau, Alaska. On a beautiful day here in Ketchikan, I decided to do my little welcome to you outside of my house. My trusty dog right beside me, and my wife is the director. I'd like to begin by honoring Grand President Emeritus of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, Ethel Lund, the A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, A&S Grand President Paulette Marino, A&B A&S camps and delegates, youth and elders. I was looking at the theme of this convention, and it's the elders and the strength of the youth in the general sense. I don't have it in front of me, but I really like that theme because I learned from the elders. Yes. I started my journey in the A&B in 1981. I was in my early 30s. Here in Ketchikan at a convention. Ethel was there, and many of the leaders that were really involved back then were there. There was a lot of those early leaders that we recognize as trailblazers working together in a small convention hall in Ketchikan. In those days, they didn't have computers, so they cursive the minutes and worked really hard. We had a really good time, and I enjoyed it a lot because it seemed like that was where, the value of life is at for natives, is to be involved. So I got involved in the A&B and stayed in it for many years. Went to Grand Camp conventions and really enjoyed the evenings that we spent together in many of the villages and cities in southeastern Alaska, even down in Portland, Oregon, where Heather is from. And what I found as a foundation of elders in my early youth was my grandmother. She came from Tongass Island, from the Tondaquan Tequadi Bear. And she spoke very little English. She had come from the island and moved to Ketchikan and then to Saxman. And she spoke Tlingit. So did my mother and my father. Unfortunately, they went to boarding school, and boarding school didn't encourage that we have our language or our traditional customs. So there was a period where it went dormant, but many of the parents kept speaking the language, and later on they brought it out, as did my mother, Esther Shea, and she started teaching here in Ketchikan. The youth, the young youth, because that's where they've really learned a lot. They're like little sponges, like you guys are, the young people. And the elders are more than happy to teach you what they know. It starts out with our values. You learn those by watching. You learn those by learning from your grandparents and your parents. Those are real important in terms of your life goals, your life desires, and how you would like to be treated. So that's what I learned from the daily meetings that we had at conventions. We have camp meetings in our local town. We have goals that we'd like to achieve, and we have influence, and we assert it. And we encourage the youth to step forward to learn the things that we teach. One of them is self-reliance in government, health. There are parliamentary procedures that you will learn, leadership. You'll learn caring. You learn kindness. You learn how to go out and achieve goals that you set for yourself as well as your community. We encourage those youth that want to go into education particularly. In my family, I have nurses, I have a jet pilot, one of my nephews. I have two artists. Two of my brothers are very good artists, and I really enjoy that because that's traditional. And my wife does art as well. So it's a diverse group of things they do. I ended up doing engineering, and so now I am retired, but I enjoy being involved with youth. So my wife and I started a nonprofit here in Ketchikan so we could teach the disadvantaged youth about traditions. Sometimes they are fostered out and we teach them the values they need to learn if they desire, and they enjoy it. Natural artists is really surprising sometimes when we see how well they do with encouragement. Not discouragement, but encouragement. We encourage everyone. It's not a competitive thing. We want them all to excel, so we really enjoy it when they do. So the A&B and A&S goes a step further in community involvement in your rights, your expectations of how to be a person who is treated well in their community and participates in their community, whether it's in health or it's in government or it's in subsistence, as they call it, fisheries, whether it's in advocacy for certain causes like conservation, particularly when we talk about mining in Alaska and mining that influences Alaska, we get concerned about it. Now today we're concerned about the global changes that are happening, and we look at the Yukon River and all of a sudden the decline of the salmon run is alarming. So those are things that we get involved in, and we are expected to of ourselves to address these issues if we can. And the best way we do that is we go to these conventions, we have committees, we bring the resolution forward that may come from the camp or it may come from the executive member, goes to the committee, and we discuss the issues, and we bring forward a resolution which asks for a result. First, it qualifies why there's a problem or an issue, and the solution we ask is at the end of the resolution. And then we sent these to the different agencies, maybe our legislatures, maybe our state legislatures, maybe our congressional group, and we may get a result. But we don't stand by and do nothing, because if there is a problem, you need to address it. And that's what we learn as we get older. But the foundation we learn from is from the elders and the teaching that they give us. We still have many of the elders here who are teaching our language. Early on in the Sea, Alaska, we had Richard Downhauer and Nora, and my mother Esther Shea and others that taught those values in the language. And the language is very beautiful, and as we know, there's no word for goodbye in it. It's all looking at you and addressing you for now, and we'll see you later. So I want to say thank you for listening to me, and the AUT question team. I will see you again, my friends.
Ganashish to A&B Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson for sharing that intergenerational knowledge. It's definitely a pleasure to hear about our past, our present, and looking to our future. Ganashish. Next, I'd like to ask in the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall if the A&B Grand Sergeant of Arms, could you please escort our ANS and A&B 2021 Grand Camp Convention Youth Representative to the podium for her presentation around wisdom of our elders working with the strength of our youth. Ganashish.
Good afternoon. Plena di Nahatsati, Laika Yadi Atsati, Anchorage I Hut Ganeshtish. My name is Madison Suits. My mother is Mary Marino Suits. She is Tlingit, Raven, and Kleinadi, which means dog salmon. And my father is from North Carolina. I was born and raised in Anchorage, and my family is from Sitka, Alaska. Please forgive me if I mispronounced anything that is not my intention. A&B Grand Emeritus, ANS Grand Emeritus, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Paulette Marino, A&B Past President and Executive Council, ANS Past President and Executive Council, A&B Host Camp 70 assisted by ANS Host Camp 70, ANS Camp 2. Honored guests, speakers, online participants, and delegates. When I think of strength of the youth, I think of how inspired we are, how committed we are, and how much is capable. There has been so much taken from us, but we're working night and day to take it back. The youth is resilient more than ever, thanks to our elders, parents, aunts, uncles, and people before us. The youth are our future leaders, police officers, doctors, lawyers, and even ANS and A&B grant executives. We are all passionate about something. Some of us just have to find it, and we learn and gain wisdom from the journey. Although we may not know where it's going, we know it's worth it. COVID-19 has taken so many lives, but inspired so many people to jump in head first with no hesitations. I realized how lucky I am, especially during these times, so I decided to take action. I collected food, diapers, hygiene products, and I gathered up some of my old toys, books, and movie DVDs to ship off to Cake, Alaska, due to the shortage of ferry services. I realized how so many people needed my help. It was my responsibility. Wear a hat in Kugana is an honor and a duty. It means you promise to help in any way possible, but I couldn't have done it without the Salvation Army because they mailed the box, and I'm ever so thankful. The youth strives for tomorrow to make a difference, to help, but we can't do it without guidance. We need to be shown clan values and old ways, and it may get tough sometimes, but patience is key. And we may not like to admit when we're wrong and we're going to make mistakes, but the journey is the destination. Ganeshtish, thank you for your time, and it's an honor to be able to come to Grand Camp 2021.
Goodness, geez, to Madison, thank you so very much for your voice, your courage, your strength. You inspire each and every one of us. And I know me personally, over the years that I've known you, I think since Wrangell, I've learned so much from you. Your advocacy, your knowledge, your history diving to learn more about our organizations, and just how to have fun and be silly. Because really, it's about enjoying our lives, and you've really shared that with all of us. So Ganeshtish, it's a pleasure to have you as our A&B ANS 2021 Grand Camp Youth Representative. Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes our special presentations. I'll go ahead and hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, are you able to hear me?
Mr. Chair, I request that her speech be read, that be put into the minutes in its entirety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Morrison. So moved.
We have a raised hand from Heather.
Madam President,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion in the spirit of our youth and future leaders. I'd like to make a
Proceed.
motion that we create an official Future Leaders Leading Today representative committee with the chair for 1 year being Sister Elias Chase, and they will work together virtually on a regular basis and present their ideas, recommendations, and voice to the AMB and ANS Executive Committee throughout the year, and present their ideas, recommendations, and voices at Grand Camp each year until such time this youth representative committee is added to our bylaws with responsibilities per our constitutional requirements. I request unanimous consent, and I'm working to get the text of that into the chat as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. You heard is there an objection to unanimous consent? Hearing none, so moved. Madam President Kirko, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe our next up on our agenda, Mr. Chair, for you to go ahead with is bringing up our resolution chair for an update. And then we would move to nominations of grand officers and then candidate speeches. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an update from the resolution.
That better?
Yes.
Not as yet. We will have it before days out though.
Thank you.
We have a hand raised by Dennis.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to remind again that we do need to see, we have the nominations coming up and I still don't know who is here. And I think we need to have that information as quickly as possible because we're not getting much time to see who the delegates are to this convention. And I've been told several times it's in the works, but we've got to have that as soon as possible. We don't have, I don't have any idea of who's attending the convention, and I won't until we see a list. And I understand it was being put together, it should have been put together immediately at the time of registration. That's how it had been in the past, but obviously those procedures are no longer available. That was a case in the past, and I recall that when I was Grand Secretary with Richard Stitt being president and Sam Jackson that we had the lists when the delegates first sat down for the first meeting, but we do need to see those in order to make nominations. Where are we in regard to getting a list of enrolled delegates to this Grand Camp?
Thank you, Mr. Demmert.
As a member of the Credentials Committee, I'd like to call up ANS Grand Secretary Carol Duaz to announce all of the delegates who are registered in this year's convention.
Thank you, Second Vice President. I have put together a list of the A and B and the ANS credentialed delegates. However, we still have a pending question that James Lanos has not replied to. I have both texted him and left a message on his phone. And I can give you an approximate number if I must, but it might alter by 1 or 2 once James gives me that answer. As another member, what? Okay, at present, and on a list which you will all receive, divided into 2 columns, A and B and ANS, and divided into the grant officers, the executive committee members, and the local camp members. Currently, we have 23 A and B and 38 ANS. Keep in mind that may change by 1 or 2. I have just received a sheet from DOTS, and I'm checking against that to see if there are people who have not been voting. And if so, we might need to reach out to them. But that is the number at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Grand Secretary. Are there any questions, or is there a motion to approve the report? Sister Rhonda.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, unanimous consent to accept the credentials report as presented.
There's been a motion asking for unanimous consent to approve the credentials report as presented by the ANS Grand Secretary. Is there any opposition to the motion in person? Brother Tam and then Sister Barbara.
We have a hand raised by Dennis for a while.
Brother Dennis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would object to the motion. What we need from the Credentials Committee is not simply that they have a count. We need to know who the delegates are. And the report of the enrollment committee should include the names of the delegates. That's an important element in regard to the report. It isn't enough just to hear the numbers. All we've heard so far is the numbers. And until we get the names of the delegates and their voting records after being enrolled, it is not the basis for who they are. It's the initial enrollment, the credentials they presented, and were apparently approved at some time. We must have some kind of we need names, and a report without that is not satisfactory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Demert. It's been requested that the list of registered delegates be read. Grand Secretary.
Yes, sir. Again, for the third time today, if you care to make a motion, please put it in writing in the chat. Again, it has to be in writing. This is from Robert's Rules. Thank you.
To clarify, it was requested by Brother Demert that the list of who we currently have be read on the floor as part of the report. And so, Grand Secretary Duaz, are you ready to provide that read through?
No, I am not. I know that Brother Demert is an expert at parliamentary procedure. I have attended Grand Camp for the past 10 years. No, change that. I started in 2009. I was elected in 2012. I have 10 years experience, and I have never known the names of the members to have to be included. I have always put them in the minutes, but you need to know the numbers, and we are still confirming one. I have the names, but at this point, I am not thrilled to do that. I certainly can. What is your wish, Brother Chair, Sister Chair?
Since the request came from Brother Demert, I will defer to him on what is the wish of his request.
Mr. Chair, as was noted by the ANS Grand Secretary, the procedures that were in place in the past apparently are no longer there. But the report of the Credentials Committee should include the names of the registered delegates. That's the basis for voting, and the basis for determining whether a quorum is present. And every delegate should know the name of every other, every member of the Grand Camp should know the name of every other member of the Grand Camp. And that comes from the Credentials Committee. And I don't want to blame the current ANS Grand Secretary for not being there, because apparently the process has not been carried forward that had been established earlier. But in any organization, we need to know who we are. And that includes somewhere having the names established. In the past, when we've had face-to-face meetings, that may not have been as important as it is now. But in this situation where we have people present and virtual participation, we need to know who the delegates are. We have an election coming up. I do not know who qualifies for a nomination to the various offices that we'll be nominating for. And how long it would take to put that in. And I'm not looking for just an oral presentation. We really need to see a list of who they are, how long that would take to put that together. That is really an essential item. And how we're going to deal with it at this hour, I don't know. I made my request much earlier, and I had assumed that a list would be made available, and we still don't have it. But every delegate, every Grand Camp member should know who the other Grand Camp members are. And so what I see as needing is a list, a written list of the delegates whose credentials have been approved for participating as members of the Grand Camp. Thank you.
I see we have a number of brothers and sisters online that have their hands raised. Do we know who raised their hand first?
We do.
online?
We do.
Okay.
It was Brad, then Willard, then Elias.
Brother Fletch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the 20 odd years of conventions that I attended, the report of the Credentials Committee consisted of, and it was nice in person, we'd all be introduced at the beginning of each convention by camp. And we'd go around the room and there'd be roll call at the beginning of the day. So we would know these things. But customarily, there would be a list of delegates and attendees at the end of convention, and it was never a prerequisite for voting. The report of the Credentials Committee told us how many Grand Officers, how many Executive Committee members, and how many A and B brothers, how many A and B sisters. And that was the summary report of the Credentials Committee. And that's all that's really required to proceed with voting. While I don't disagree with Brother Demert, it should not be a prerequisite to have votes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Brother Jackson.
Willard Jackson, Camp 14 A and B Executive Committee. I know in the past 20 years being at Grand Camp, there is a list called out up on voting back when we used to give the paperwork out. And I see my brother Demert's comments. In order to get a number from Carol, I totally understand the chaos she's in at the moment. But I do believe in that roll call vote, when they call out the Grand Camp officers to come and pick up their ballot, this is no different than what we're doing now. I totally understand a roll call to achieve these ballots, but we're doing it in a different method. And that's kind of where I'm at. So I support Mr. Demert. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Jackson. So, Sister Rhonda, I will go to you, and then I will go to Sister Carol, then I will go to Sister Elias. Or you yield to Sister Carol?
Thank you, Chairman Kevin. If I could speak after Carol, as she is the, oh, okay. I didn't know if she was standing as recording secretary or not. As the motion maker, it was brought up by our A and B Grand Secretary that my motion being not in order to what was stated 3 times, I believe is what she stated, in regards to a motion being valid. When it pertains to virtual Robert's Rules of Order, If I am in person, it is not required for me to include it in the chat. That Robert's Rules of Order pertains to those attending virtually. So my motion does stand, but after hearing from our parliamentarian, I understand exactly what he's saying, and having that document, I, at this time, withdraw my motion. Thank you.
The motion to approve the credentials report has been withdrawn. How would the body like to proceed? Sister Duez.
With all due respect to Brother Demmert, I agree with Brother Fletch on this. Yes, to the numbers that you need to know. As far as the names, I have them, and like I said, I'm trying to confirm at least one of them. But other than having the roll call on a daily basis in a normal convention, it is, as Brad said, you hear the numbers, you don't hear the names. So I'm not sure what all this kerfuffle is about.
Mr. Chair.
Brother Demmert. Brother Demmert, you're muted. If you could unmute, please. You're still on mute, Brother Demmert. Yes, we can hear you.
Did you hear what I'd said earlier, or just now?
We could not hear.
Okay. What I was saying is my concern about having the names doesn't have to do with the daily roll call or anything like that. My concern is having names that I can see to have some idea who might be nominated for various offices. I don't know. I haven't heard the names, and normally I should be able to see the names of those. I should be able to see a list of names in order to go to nominations. And what we need is that. And what I would like to know is can we get a list typed out? It seems to me it shouldn't take long. There seem to be differences of opinion, but we need to know who they are. It should be a standard part. And I'm hoping in the future that that can be put into writing. It had been at one time, but apparently that was lost. And but for the sake of nominating, I'm requesting that we, as soon as possible, get a list of the names. I wouldn't think it'd take long to get a list printed, but in order to nominate knowledgeably, I'd like to see that list. I don't want to just hear it. I want to see the list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Demmert. Sister Duez, is that amenable to you?
I did not expect to speak again, but I believe that Brother Demmert is conflating two issues. We are not on nominations. I suppose I could have called point of order. We are on the credentials right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry if I pronounced the name in the wrong way, but Elias has been waiting with the hand up for a while.
Yes, Elias, Sister Elias, you had your hand raised during the previous debate. That debate is now over. Do you still wish to comment?
Okay.
Thank you. I do wish to comment on the debate in the sense of what we're having currently, Mr. Chair. With all due respects to our, our brother Demert. To my understanding, and I would defer to our grand secretaries for this, but I believe there would be a way we could provide a list for Brother Demert in order to assist him. To my knowledge, when it comes to the Zoom link, I believe the majority of all of us that are here in person are all on that call. In addition to that, if you scroll through the screens on the computer, you'll be able to get a clear view of who is all present. I know not everyone has their cameras turned on, but there are names listed about who each individual is, and that was just the comment I wanted to make.
Thank you, Sister Blythe. Grand President Marino.
We have a hand raised from Ms. McCormick.
Thank you. Thank you. And you did a really good job, Second Grand Vice President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood, Kevin Allen. It sounds like, first of all, excuse me, Mr. Michael, we have a motion on the floor. We are under discussion at this time. To add a little bit to discussion, and I know that Grand Camp has assigned a parliamentarian. We also have a parliamentarian that's virtually and a parliamentarian that has parliamentarian experience on the floor. So with that being said, I would like to see, this is the current Robert Rules book, and it addresses electronic convention. Since I am chairing, I cannot speak to the motion, but could our A&B Grand Sergeant at Arms deliver this to Brother Frank Elby, please? Thank you so much. And I believe that that was Michael. Was that Michael that had wanted the intention of the floor? Could you please restate that?
Hi, it's Jamie from DOTS. We have a raised hand, which is a McCormick.
McCormick. Okay, the chair recognizes McCormick on this motion, and then the chair will recognize President Rhonda Butler, who is standing by in person. Delegate Cormick, you may proceed.
I will yield to Rhonda Butler.
We, Michael, we cannot understand Delegate McCormick at this time. We are recognize the hand being raised.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, it's a little bit muffled. Could I ask those on the floor to please remain as quiet as possible? Respectfully, thank you. So at this time, we have Delegate McCormick.
I would like to yield to Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, President Butler. State your name and count, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. For clarifications, you stated a motion on the floor. Was there a motion made after my motion that I withdrew?
Thank you so much, President Butler. No, there is not.
So now we're just under general discussion. Just for clarification purposes, we don't have a motion on the floor.
No,
and we're
we
just
don't.
discussing
Right.
Credentials.
Right. We don't have a motion on the floor, and we have our person who with parliamentary procedure experience, Brother Frank Elby, who is looking at the rules at this time. So you have withdrawn your motion. We are waiting to proceed forward. So President Butler, do you have a comment in regards to this?
This general, just a general discussion. For addressing our credentials, I would find it more simpler to just make a clear, as suggested from our parliamentarian Demert, to have those written documentation as referencing to the numbers as we have in the past. And my friendly, I guess I'm making this a motion. I am making a motion to, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I make a motion to have the credentials. I'm in person, Madam Chair. I don't have to do the chat. So that's our secretary's accordance to virtual Robert Rules Order. I'm not virtual, but they are. So in order for them to make a motion, they have to write it in the chat.
Thank you,
President
Rhonda. For clarification purposes, I'm just making a reminder from this morning when we were called back from recess that the secretaries have just asked those on the floor to please write their motion out of courtesy so
Okay,
that she could
I'll
enter it. That
definitely
is
do
what I'm
that.
saying. So
will-
you have a comment or a motion?
I'm going to make a motion and I will immediately get that in writing to the secretary
Thank
after
you for
making
that
this
courtesy,
motion.
President Rhonda. And what is your motion?
I make a motion to have our credentials digitally sent or displayed from our DOT team for everyone virtual, stating the number of A and B executives, the number of A and B delegates, the number of ANS executives, the number of ANS delegates, as we have in the past, and proceed forward with a roll call vote. A roll call.
There is a
the
motion on the
record.
floor at this time. Is there a second?
Second,
Please identify yourself and your account.
A&B Executive Member Brad Flitch.
Thank you. There is a motion. There is a second. President Rhonda is writing that down out of courtesy.
Madam
And
Chair,
At this
I'd like to make a
time,
friendly amendment.
excuse me, Brother Fletch. So there is a motion on the
We
floor.
need
There
to
is a
include the
second.
alternates and guests in addition. A&B alternates and ANS alternates and guests.
Okay, Brother Fletch, if you're making a friendly amendment to that motion, President Rhonda, Camp 70, are you in agreement with that friendly amendment as
Rhonda-
maker of the motion?
Rhonda Butler, Camp 2. I accept the friendly amendment to include the alternates
Okay,
for both A and B and
Thank
ANS
you.
and the
thank
guests.
you. We have a motion on the floor. A&B Executive Committee Member Bradley Fletch, could you please put in the chat room your amendment? Thank you so much, your friendly amendment. We have a motion on the floor with a friendly amendment. At this time, what is the wish of the body? I will ask 3 times and then entertain a call for question.
I stand in support of the resolution.
Could you state your name and
My
count,
my
please?
name, Eric Morrison, Camp 70, also Executive Officer. I stand in support of them because the way the language was that Dr. Demert was reflected on and requested, he wanted to question the qualifications of candidates. That is not for us to determine. The only qualifications everybody needs here is to be a registered delegate, and that's determined in the back table there. Whether they can do the job that they're nominated for and may be elected is up to them. It is not on us to determine who is qualified. We do that by voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Eric. Are you speaking in favor or opposed to the
Well, I
motion?
said in favor.
Thank you so much, Brother Eric. Is there any other Any other discussion on the motion as amended? The chair would like to recognize our A and B Secretary Thompson.
I don't mind the digital portion, but until an alternate is accepted and seated and by the chair and seated, they are not registered to vote. It should be based on those who have already been credentialed and are allowed to vote through simply voting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And to clarify once again, are you in favor or opposed to the motion? Or opposed? Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of clarification.
Thank you. Please identify yourself and your count.
Brad Fletch, A&B Executive Committee.
You have the floor. And if our Grand Sergeant at Arms, if you could please bring me a note with anybody else in the chat at this time.
The
Thank you.
clarification I'm seeking is this is to accept the Credentials Committee report outlining the number of A&B, ANS executives, grand officers, delegates, alternates, and guests. It is not a voting list. And therefore, the previous state, I just want to make sure that we get this right. This is the acceptance of the Credential Committee report on attendees.
Yes. Thank you, Brother Bradley Fletch. That's what I understand the intent of the motion to be. We will reread the motion and the chair will entertain a call for question if there's no further comment.
Madam Chair, there
on
are
this.
virtual hands raised.
Excuse me?
Madam Chair, Heather Gurko, A&B Grand President, there are virtual hands raised. We are waiting to be
Thank
called
you.
upon.
If our Grand Sergeant at Arms could identify those hands raised, please.
Madam Chair, our DOTS team could advise you chronologically had their hands raised as well. Thank you.
Okay, so Dots, is Michael with us?
It's Jamie, and Delegate McCormick is next in
McCormick?
queue.
Thank
Excuse
you,
me, I think
Michael.
I was next in queue. Thank you very much.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry,
apologize.
Heather. I thought you were, sorry.
Larry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't made my statement yet. I wasn't clear. I apologize.
All right. So if you'll, everybody will just hold on one second here. A&B Grand President Gurko, the floor is yours on the motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to this motion to strike DOTS because they do not have the detailed requested information and replace it with the Grand Secretaries and Credential Committees because they have this information. Thank you. I'll put
Thank
that in
you.
the chat.
To the maker of the motion, what is your response to the friendly amendment?
Madam Chair,
I'm calling on the maker of the motion since there's a friendly amendment, and then I will go on to Delegate McCormick. The maker of the motion, there's a friendly amendment.
In regards to DOTS, the intent of DOTS was to get it virtually provided, whether it be on the display. It wasn't asking them for the details. It was to initiate DOTS to display it for our virtual attendees. So I apologize, but if she would like to still do that friendly amendment, I can. I'd be willing
That's
to
fine.
accept that.
Thank you, President Ronda. So she has agreed with Grand President Gurko on the friendly amendment. So
The
we go
second
back to
also
delegate.
agrees.
Excuse me? The second
The
also
second
agrees?
also agrees.
Thank you so much, Brother Bradley Fletch. So at this time, the chair recognizes Delegate McCormick.
Madam Chair, I just have a question to
Could you state your name and your count, please? Thank you.
Ginger Camp 14. With our guests, we're also eliminating our virtual guests that are watching the live feed, but are unable to log into Zoom because they are guests, and the Zoom is only able to be managed for the delegates at this time. So even if we did get a recorded guest, we're still not getting an actual recording of all the guests because of COVID and the social distancing. We're unable to have all of our guests in person like we're used to. So I'm not sure what the in-guest count is for, but as well, to pass that in the Appendix 3, page 442 to page 444, the duties of the secretary. Upon request, these records of delegates are supposed to be available. So are we voting on Robert's rules? That's in there. This is in our constitution that's posted on our website.
Thank you, thank you, Delegate McCormick, for your comment. And in regards to a response to your comment, at this time, we do have a motion. It will be reread as it has been friendly amended. What is before the floor right now is that we are still looking at our credential committee report. Brother Elby is looking under your section of the electronic conventions. This has been addressed, such as at Tribal Assembly and other times recently, that when a society or an assembly, such as Tlingit and Haida, A&B, ANS, any other group of people, when they sign up for a program and a person who is going to help with this stuff, and there is a virtual community, the virtual community's participants are able, of course, to vote and be listed. So if there is a need for a roll call for our elders, it is suggested right now that it is not a roll call, but instead, out of respect and kindness, that we provide the names. So you may consider many different things, such as putting the names for Mr. Demet and others, executive committee members, all in the chat. You may consider having a list of them. It is up to the body at this time. So Robert Rules does speak to that under the virtual section. So at this time, I'd like to recognize Sister Barbara.
Thank you, President Moreno. I don't see
Please
why.
state your name and your account.
I'm Barbara Erickson from Camp 16, Petersburg. And I don't see why it would be so hard to just make a note of which camps are here and which delegates are here, and then find out who is online virtually and name those. I mean, what is so hard about that?
Thank you, Sister Barbara. So are you speaking for or against the motion?
I am speaking for the motion, but we just need to simplify it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Barbara. If there is no other comment from the floor, Larry.
There is a hand up. Sorry,
in
Dr.
virtual?
Demert. Yes, in
Okay.
virtual.
After a bit more debate, the chair will entertain a call for question when ready. So could the person with their hand raised, could you identify yourself and your camp, please? Thank you.
Dennis?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dennis, we have a motion on the floor with a friendly amendment. Do you have a comment to this friendly amended motion?
Madam Chair, I wish to comment on what may be an understanding. I think it's related, but the point is, it seems that there's an understanding that what I was speaking to had to do with the qualifications of the candidates whom we've not yet nominated. What I'm speaking of has nothing to do with that. All it has to do with is giving us a list. And the last person to speak before me now, I think said it very well. It would be simple enough to give us a list of those who are qualified, both attending in person and virtually. That's all I'm asking for, is a list so that we can see who we might nominate.
Thank you, Brother
I
Dennis.
just don't know who they are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Forgive me if I interrupted before you had finished, and thank you for clarifying that there is no negativity to your statement. I know that that is very important to be heard. So thank you very much. We do have a motion on the floor. Is there any other virtual? Is there any other in floor? I will call 2 more times and then entertain a call for question. Is there any other virtual family that would like to comment on this? Is there any other comment from the floor?
There are no raised hands from virtual.
Thank you. And this would have been my last call. However, Thompson did raise her hand in time. Madam Grand Secretary, do you have a comment to the motion? Okay, our Grand Secretary for information purposes is going to put that in the chat. This is my final call, and then the motion as amended will appear in the chat, and then the chair will entertain the call for question. My third and final call. Is there any other comments in regards to the motion on the floor at this time virtually? Okay. And is there any other comments on the floor? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Brother Eric from Sitka has called for question. Question has been called. At this time, we will take a moment as our secretaries provide that to our virtual family of delegates. And it will appear on the screen. If simply voting, Larry, if you could get ready for that voting, that would be wonderful. You know, I want to mention too, yesterday I went down to, it was actually on Monday, to an antique shop in downtown Juneau. And I couldn't believe it. I walked in and, you know, sometimes you just feel like something is there. Well, I asked the shop owner and I said, do you have anything that's A&B or A&S? He goes, oh, yes, I do. Give me a minute. And he went back and went through all these different Tupperware things that were in the back. And he came out and he took out something. And it was really, it just stopped my heart. One of them was an A&S cap. Yeah, and I don't know whose A&S cap it was. And one of them was an Alaska Native Brotherhood Sitka Camp 1 cap, much like Brother Martin's, our A&B Executive Committee member. Can the camera turn towards Brother Martin really quick? That be okay, Brother Martin? See how the old style caps and also our Grand Sergeant at Arms Chad Titel's cap, him and Brother Martin, they have the tassel that kind of goes down in the front. It's really, really beautiful. Well, I am going to bring that tomorrow. Brother Martin, thank you. We're just taking a look at your A&B cap. Was that gifted to you? Thank you. So when I bring it tomorrow, I am going to present it to Brother Eric, who is from Sitka. It's not that you're an antique, Brother Eric, but it was found in an antique store. And I am being very positive. So I haven't, and it was, the name inside was Harvey Marvin. That is your uncle. Oh, okay. Excuse me a moment.
Madam Chair.
Yes, as we are waiting for the result, the chair is recognized. Is that Larry?
Brad Flitch, A&B Executive Committee.
Oh, Brad, Executive Committee member Brad. The chair recognizes Brother Brad.
I turned my video on, but it's not letting me. Given your beautiful discussion of hats, I would like to take the opportunity to fine every participant not wearing a cap, including myself, $5.
Okay, Brother Brother Fletch has made a reminder. So thank you so much. That would be up to the A&B and ANS Ground Sergeant of Arms at their Sergeant at Arms of their discretion. Okay, so back to business. Let's just take a deep breath, everybody, first. If our on-floor delegates want to stand up and kind of stretch, if anybody needs some more water or needs a little bit more coffee. Everybody doing okay in our virtual family too? We sure miss you guys, and thank you for allowing us into your home today with your families. It won't always be that we're separated. Okay, so at this time, we do have a motion as amended, and it is on the screen. Larry, is voting opened?
If that motion has been approved, then I am opening the election now. You may
And
now hit next vote and it will show up.
And what is our time frame?
2 minutes.
Time. 2 minutes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will pay the fine for our new members. We were hoping new delegates. We were hoping that we had caps to buy here, but there are none available. So hopefully, if anybody has caps for sale, please let the new member. Any other new members didn't come in with a hat, I'll pay their fine. Thank you.
Sir.
What about fellow executive committee members?
We have a member who's just logging in now, so I'm going to let this stay open for another 30 seconds.
Madam Chair.
It's nice when you finally see the success button, right? When you're voting. Okay. Thank you so much, Larry, for allowing a bit of extra time. And the chair recognizes Sister Elias. Sister Elias, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would encourage a brief comment. Thank you, Sister Elias.
Elias Chase, Camp 49, ANS President. I would simply request that we extend the voting time to 1 to 2 minutes, as some of our elders are having technical difficulties being able to be logged in, to allow adequate time for our elders to be able to vote. I just simply request that it be extended at least 1 to 2 minutes.
Absolutely, thank you. So it has been requested, and it is fine with the chair if we could extend the voting for 2 minutes.
This is Jamie with Dots, and we've extended it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm kind of doing show and tell here also. I'd like to donate to the raffle for cake. Dilbert, Delegate Dilbert, I want to donate to your raffle.
Madam Chair, I apologize.
Yes, and the chair recognizes President Ronda. State your name and count, please.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. Apologies to all that are watching virtually and everybody here in the room. As you stated, it is President. It's a new space for each of us. I made an error when I was turning around and having to type it in the chat out of courtesy. The motion did include that this digital copy include a roll call. And I apologize, so that needs to be included. That was in the original motion. And our second brother, Brad Fletch, did agree. He can verbally verify it. So this motion that we just did needs to be redone. Sorry. It did request that the roll call be included in this digital copy for the credentials. So I apologize on that. And so I don't know what the wish of the body is, but the intent was to also provide that roll call digital for our brother Demert as he had requested. So it's the wish of the body. I'm
So
okay with whatever.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. We do have a clarification from the motion maker. However, the motion is in ballot right now, of which we are awaiting the results. The difference is that, you know, she wanted to include roll call. What this would include would be the names as listed in this. So we are going to, at this time, and I would like to recognize A&B Ground Secretary.
Madam Chair, I know we are going by Robert's rules, but President Gergel made things very clear, and she reiterated that yesterday and today. This is exactly why we are having a problem. Please, it's not to be controlling, it's to get everybody to make it equitable, and this is not equitable.
Sister Chair, thank you. Madam President had stated very graciously that she would yield to the wish of the body. So thank you, and she's humbling herself to apologize for her mistake, not necessarily expecting us to go through another voting process, but just expressing herself. So at this time, just by hearing, let's see, we're in the middle of a motion. So, Madam President.
That sounds really.
Madam President,
ANS
Camp 2.
ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. Because the motion is still opened, and as the maker of the motion, please make the change to the digital copy provided to include roll call taken and provided digitally also. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, Larry.
Hi, sorry, I think you mean Jamie.
Yeah, James, I don't know if you just accidentally had admitted that.
No, I did a raw copy and paste from the only thing in the chat.
Okay.
There is no other, there is an amendment.
Okay, I would
up
counsel.
above.
Thank you. We will go ahead and revote this one, but I would very politely and respectfully counsel the delegates that if they are making a motion and they see it on the screen, please to make sure that that is the emotion that they had intended to do. So thank you so much. Apologize for the inconvenience. President Ronda had apologized also from Camp 2. So Larry, could you please add that?
Once I have the new wording, then it's very quick for me to do the motion again.
Madam Chair, if you were to take the makers of the motion literally, then we should have a roll call vote right now and not digitally. And that means every single executive should be called out individually, and they state yay or nay on the motion. This is the second A and B Executive Committee, Brad Flitch.
Thank you, Brother Brad. So we are correcting the motion on the floor at this
Madam
time.
Chair.
Was that
Madam
Ground
Chair,
President
Amy,
Gerko?
Ground President Gerko, yes, I've had my hand raised digitally for a while. May I please address this topic?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Just for clarification for the DOTS team, so shall they close this ballot and open a new ballot with the correct wording? Because people have already voted on this, what was displayed. So should they close that and reopen a new ballot?
Madam Chair, again, A and B Executive Committee, Brad Flitch. You have to actually conduct a roll call vote if you were to take it literally. So if you were to move forward under this notion, then yes, this past vote should be dismissed, and we should have a roll call vote where the Grand Secretary calls each and every delegate, executive, and grand officer currently approved by the Credentials Committee at this point in time, and they should vote either yay or nay on the motion. The motion is not, I mean, because the roll call vote is actually a physical manifestation, it is not part of the motion.
Thank you, Executive Committee Member Bradley Fletch, for that. The question from Grand President Gerko was directed through the chair to the DOTS team. So I would like to make sure that the DOTS team recognizes that, and if they have the reworded motion on the floor, we will be able to proceed. So the question through Grand President Gerko, through the chair, was to the DOTS team. Thank you. But thank you for that information, Bradley, also.
Madam Chair,
Member.
Grand President Gerko, clarification. I think you may not have understood what I was saying. I was asking on behalf of the DOTS team, should we strike the current vote?
Yeah.
Because
Thank
it
you.
did not have the correct information on the screen.
Thank you for that clarification, Grand President Gerko. Does the DOTS team, are they ready with the motion?
Madam Chair,
Dennis?
uh,
Do you
Madam
have
Chair,
a
I may have missed
comment?
something, but I missed the point where the roll call vote was called for. Was there a roll call vote called for prior to the time that we started the vote? Or was it a part of the motion?
It is part of the motion, Brother Dennis, and I would like to call on respectfully on the Grand Secretary, if she could reread the motion, please, as stated, once it is amended. And then the chair, if there are no other hands raised or on the floor, the chair would entertain a call for questions. So Brother Dennis, Executive Committee Member, Dennis Demert, if you could stand by for just a moment, we will put the correct motion on the screen, if that would be okay. And if our Grand Secretaries could stand by to read that motion. Thank you.
So sorry interrupting from the dots, just to be clear. So you're saying yes, stop this vote and create a new one, right? Do we
Mr.
have an
Randa?
answer?
Through the chair to the docs team, no, the vote will be conducted verbally.
Roll call.
The
The
answer is
roll call
no.
vote
Thank
will be
you.
conducted verbally by the Grand Secretary and
Yes.
recorded by the Grand Secretary.
Yes, thank you. So the answer to that was no.
Okay, so there is a new one as we got it on the chat.
Okay. Brother Tamsin.
Madam President, when I say it should be submitted in writing, that doesn't mean it should go just to me. It needs to be there for everyone to be able to see. We are not, again, not trying to control. We are trying to make this equitable access to the majority delegates who are attending virtually. And so if it's not put out there in public, it cannot be read. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are waiting for the DOTS team to do that, Madam Grand Secretary, because we want the same thing.
Okay, ma'am, but the writer, the motion maker. No, you did not put it in the chat unless you just did it in the last few seconds. It was sent directly to me.
Here it is. Mhm. Okay, thank you, Grand Secretary Thompson, and we are going to clarify this so
Through the
that we are
chair.
able to move on.
Through the
So,
chair, Madam Grand President.
if you could yield, I believe that our ANS Grand Secretary had a hand raised first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carol Dewis, ANS Grand Secretary. Do you folk all realize that we have spent about an hour debating this and put off other activities? Spoiler alert, this is a point of order. Spoiler alert, the number you need, which is the normal credentials procedure, is that we have 6 A and B grant officers and 6 ANS grant officers. We have 7 A and B executive committee or past grant presidents. We have 8 ANS past grant presidents. We have 10 A and B local camp members. We have 24 ANS local camp members. In other words, we have a total of 23 A and B and 38 ANS.
Thank you for that
Them's the numbers.
information. Thank you for that information. The chair, is this your second time speaking to this, Sister Rhonda?
Through the chair, clarification.
If you could read your motion, please.
The motion was placed in the general chat, then directly sent in the chat to our secretary, as to my understanding was the request.
Yes.
So I did place the motion in both the general chat and a direct message to the secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you
Chair.
for doing that. And I'm going to call on you, President Rhonda, to read your motion. And then the chair will close debate.
I move that the Credentials Committee be accepted and provide digitally to the convention detailing the number of grand officers, executive committee, delegates, alternates, and guests of both the A and B and ANS, and proceed with a roll call vote at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair would entertain a call for question if there's no other comment from the virtual family. I will call 3 times from our in-person family. Brother Peter.
Peter Nowrose, Camp 70. A call for the question.
The question has been called, but Secretary Thompson had risen before you called the question. I will recognize her as the speaker to this, and then you may recall the question if that is your wish.
Madam Chair, Dennis Demmert's had his hand raised for some time now.
Okay, my final question will be to this motion. How are we supposed to include the alternates and the guests when, until they are registered, we don't know? That is my question. Please explain to me how we are supposed to do that.
Madam or Madam or Chair, A&B Executive Committee member, Brad Flitch.
Okay, I believe that Bradley,
If they haven't
A&B
registered,
Executive Committee
they don't
member,
get
I have not
included.
recognized you yet.
It's that easy. If they haven't registered, they're not included.
Thank you, Brother Brad. And if you could wait for recognition, I would appreciate it. And then Brother Dennis, we have this motion on the floor. We have spent about 15 minutes on it as reminded by other delegates. I'd like to call on you in regards to the motion. Thank you, Brother Dennis. We cannot hear you, Brother Dennis. Brother Dennis? Is his hand raised
Can
from
you
a
hear me now?
previous? Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Brother Dennis. The chair recognizes you on the motion. And once again, the chair would consider a call for question if there's no further discussion. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have reviewed the motion as presented in writing, and it does include the provision that it calls for a roll call vote. And so the earlier action to vote on it in our normal way was indeed out of order. And so that can be just ignored now and vote on the motion by roll call. It's a little odd because we're voting on whether or not we should vote by roll call vote. But I think the intent is clear enough that it would take us quite a while to go through a process of establishing a roll call vote when I think the intent is clear enough. And my opinion is that we can go ahead and vote on this motion by roll call vote.
Brother Dennis, are you calling for a question on the motion?
As parliamentarian, I think I'd like to ask other members to do that.
Okay, as parliamentarian, Brother Dennis has asked another member to rise and call for question. The chair recognizes Brother Peter Naros.
Peter Naros, Camp 70, question.
Peter Naros, Camp 70, question has been called. If we could please have the DOTS team forward this motion. Thank you so much. Oh, gosh. A real call. Yes, thank you so much. All right, so at this time, if we could take just a moment, and if I could ask Brother Kevin Allen to be escorted to the front, please, Sister Kevin Allen to be escorted to the front, please. And this is asking that for this motion, that the Credential Committee be accepted and provided digitally to the convention, detailing the number of grant officers, executive committee delegates, alternates, and guests of both the A and B and A&S, and proceed with a roll call vote at this time. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. And okay, so at this time, the chair calls on the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Secretary. Thank you so much. Yes, would you like to come forward? Yes. I can, Madam Grand Secretary.
Okay. Madam President?
Yes.
Okay. Can those in Zoom hear me?
Can those on Zoom hear our Madam Secretary?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
So much for that confirmation. You may proceed.
Yes.
Okay. On the motion, we will start with A&B Grand President Heather Gerko. Madam President?
Larry, could you please recognize Grand President Gerko online? Thank you so very kindly. Grand President Gerko?
Yes, Chair. This is Sergeant at Arms Sean Gerko. So you know that Madam President or Heather Gerko is dealing with something right now, so she's abstaining.
Okay. Thank you. So no, she is not available at this moment. If you could proceed and then we will come back to her.
All right. First Vice President Woody Guthrie.
Woody, they're calling you, First Vice President? No, it's going to be verbal. It's going to be a roll call. So you either say if you're in favor or opposed to the motion verbally.
Woody Watson, yeah.
No.
Oh,
Madam
I'm
Grand
sorry,
Secretary,
Brother.
you called his name wrong. That's why he
We
didn't
have it wrong.
answer.
I'm sorry, Brother Woody Watson.
Madam Grand Sergeant, could I please, Sergeant at Arms, could I get some water, please? Thank you.
First Vice President Woody Watson, your vote. Second Vice President A&B Sasha Sobolev. Second Vice A&B President Sasha Sobolev.
Madam Chairman, vote yes.
Thank you. A&B Grand Treasurer James Lano Sr.
I rise in support of the motion and vote yes.
A&B Grand Secretary Tamsin Elzayud, no. A&B Sergeant at Arms Sean Gerko.
No.
What?
Is A&B Grand President available yet?
She is not.
Okay. All right. And is Grand President Marino? Yes. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
The chair cannot vote.
I did not know that. I do apologize. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. ANS First Vice President Sandy Churchill.
No.
Okay. ANS Second Vice President, Kevin Allen. ANS Grand Treasurer, Cynthia Lanos.
Yes.
Okay. ANS Grand Secretary, Carol Dewis. ANS Sergeant at Arms, Cindy Reeves. Okay. A&B Executive Committee Member, Grand President Emeritus Jackson.
I'm sorry, he stepped away for a moment.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back. Executive Committee Member Joe Williams.
You deliver her and say what the agenda was and how they were going to forward it.
Yes.
Okay. Executive Committee Member Bill Martin.
Yeah, she was like.
Executive Committee Member Eric Morrison.
No, I think what she said was, she said that it was.
Excuse me, Madam Grand Secretary, if those that are able to, if they could kindly please, mute their button if they're able to. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Executive Committee Member Flage.
Yes.
Executive Committee Member Willard Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Executive Committee Member Dennis Demert. Dr.
Yes.
Demert?
Yes,
Okay. Is that your vote, sir?
yes.
Thank you, sir. Is Executive Committee Member Richard Jackson back?
No, I'm sorry, he's not. He's on his
Okay.
way.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. ANS Executive Committee Woman Mary Guthrie. Okay, ANS Executive Committee Woman Jackie Martin. Okay. Executive Committee Woman Millie Schoonover.
My vote is no.
Executive Committee Woman Kimberly Strong. Executive Committee Woman Janice Jackson.
Yes.
Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Tavalero.
No.
Executive Committee Woman Frida Westman. Is A&B Grand President Gerko back?
She is not, she is still handling an emergency right now.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant at Arms Gerko. All right, A&B Camp 1. Oh, forgive me. Grand President Emeritus of ANS, Ethel Lund. Camp 1, Doreen Merrick's. All right. Camp 1, Chad Tuttle. Thank you. A&B Camp 10, Delbert Kadek. A and B Camp 14, Dr. Kevin Hall. Okay. A and B Camp 14, Delegate James Lanos Jr.
Yes.
Thank you. Camp 16, A and B Delegate Joseph Stewart. A and B Camp 36, Jay Kabog.
Yes.
A and B Camp 36, Jake Kabog Sr.
Jacob Waugh, Camp 36. Yes.
Thank you, sir. A and B Camp 36, Harry Hersima. A and B Camp 76, Walter Soboleff Jr. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. ANS Camp 2, Emily Shakely.
Yes.
Thank you. ANS Camp 2, Jamie Ann Hasselquist. ANS Camp 5, Carol Lawrence.
No.
ANS Camp 5, Leanne Converse. ANS Camp 12, Adrian Lee.
Yes.
ANS Camp 12, Phyllis Grant.
Yes.
ANS Camp 12, Heather Powell.
Yes.
ANS Camp 14, Carrie James Dodson.
Yes. Yes.
ANS Camp 14, Yvonne Watson.
Yes.
ANS Camp 14, Sid Hartley.
No.
ANS Camp 16, Barbara Erickson. ANS Camp 19, Charlene Wolf.
Go ahead. Charlene Wolf here. Yes.
ANS Camp 19, Adeline DeCastro.
She's not here.
Okay.
Sherry.
Thank you. ANS Camp 19, Sherry Preston.
No.
ANS Camp 36, Joey Kita.
This is Joey Kita. Vote yes.
ANS Camp 36, Daphne Albee.
Daphne Albee, vote yes.
ANS Camp 36, Carol Hersima.
we haven't really gotten much accomplished today.
Okay. NS Camp 49, Elias Chase.
Okay,
I vote no.
Is this Hersema?
I need to find out how to go in here and vote.
Okay, virtual delegates, we're doing a roll call vote right now.
Alejandro, could you please assist our delegate, and we will take a moment to wait for her response, please.
Okay, how do I do a?
Are you joining this?
Yes, this is my A and B friend camp. I need to find out. Need to find out how to get on.
Hi, Betsy.
Yes.
Hi, Betsy. Good afternoon. This is Madam Grand President from Grand Camp. Hi, Betsy.
Hello, Miss Paulette.
Hi, good to see you. We have before us right now a motion, and it's on the screen. And you, as one of our beloved A&B and ANS delegates to this convention, have an opportunity to vote by voice. Do you have any questions to that? And it would either be a yes or a no vote. And I'm going to read this motion to you really quickly, okay?
Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, delegation, for the patience that you're expressing. That the Credential Committee be accepted and provide digitally to the convention detailing the number of ground officers, executive committee delegates, alternates, and guests of both the A&B and ANS, and proceed with a roll call vote at this time. How would you vote? Sister Betsy?
Yes.
How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. Madam Grand Secretary, did you receive her vote?
Okay, Madam
Vote
President,
was
referring to
yes.
Executive Committee Woman Millie Schoonover.
But you did receive our elders vote,
But
correct?
Madam President, there was an alternate seated for Camp 19. And so I want clarification who that was replacing.
Absolutely. That was our beloved Betsy Singletary.
Madam President,
You could proceed, Madam Secretary. Yes. Whose hand is raised? Sister Millie? We'll let President Millie of Craig and our executive woman comment on this. Sister Millie.
yes, Madam Grand President, I'm sorry. I should have had Bessie reseated today. Bessie was ill yesterday, but she's back today. Adeline had to work today and Craig gets 3 votes. So that would be our 3 votes. Would be Bessie, Sherry, and Charlene. Thank you.
So, Madam Executive, are you asking at this time to reseat your delegate?
Yes, please.
Okay, so she has been asked to be reseated. So we will need to ask her once again the same question so that she can vote, Madam Executive Woman. Sister Betsy? Sister Betsy? Sister Bessie?
Sister Bessie Singletary, could I please have your vote again one more time?
Yes, ma'am. I vote yes.
Thank you, Sister
Thank you.
Singletary.
That was a very strong yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's good to see you. Thank you, Madam Executive Woman and President of Craig Camp 13, Sister Millie.
All right. ANS Camp 49, Elias Chase.
I vote no.
Thank you. ANS Camp 76, Janet Soboleff Burke.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a message in the chat from Sid Camp 14
Yes.
that they would like to change their vote from a no vote to a yes vote. They misunderstood the point of the motion.
The chair will recognize that if you were addressing the chair. Through the chair to our Madam Grand Secretary, you may proceed.
Madam President, defer to Brother Albee, please.
We do have a comment from the floor also.
He just,
Frank Albee, the chair recognizes you.
I think you bypassed me for a vote when you went on to the next camp.
They'll check into that, Brother Frank. Would
So we
any of-
can change the vote from a no to a yes? Okay, thank you. So noted. All right. Do we have ANS Camp 76, Janet Burke or Janet Soboleff Burke? Yeah, I will. All right. Camp 87, Tasha Hodge.
Yes.
Okay. ANS Camp 87, Marilyn Marino Suits or Mary Marino Suits. Thank you. A and B Camp 49, Frank Albee. Thank you, Brother Frank. Okay. Is A and B Grand President Gerko back?
I am. Thank you for your understanding. And my vote is yes.
All right.
All right, Janet Burke, Camp 76, Tenakee Springs, no.
Thank you, Sister Burke. Okay. One moment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. As that is being tallied at this time, I'd like to know if any of our elders or anybody in the room virtually or in person has not voted. If they could rise at this time. Madam Grand Secretary, we have several in-person delegates. A&B, ANS, Grand Sergeant at Arms. Please recognize the delegates. Thank you.
First, I apologize, but going off the report, I did miss ANS Camp 70 as well as A&B Camp 70.
No problem, Grand Secretary. You are doing a
And-
good job.
Delegates weren't counted all the way. We only had a few of our delegates called on.
Who's that?
This is Ginger, Camp 14. We have delegates Yvonne Watson that wasn't called on, Franklin James that wasn't called on, Ginger Fox that wasn't called on, and Ginger McCormick that weren't called on.
Camp, call Sandy. Sandy, they didn't call us.
Put that in
I
the
know.
chat, please, those names. Thank you so very much.
And Madam Secretary, you missed Camp 3,
3 and 36B
36B.
and
Thank
70.
you.
ANS
And Camp 10.
Yes.
Come on, stop. I'm trying to get chat.
Madam Chair, A&B Executive Brad Flitch.
Okay.
Brother Brad, we have just recognized those that are in person with us at the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall. And now we are looking to our virtual family and delegates. So Brother Brad, I have
Point of
asked
order.
if I could recognize you, please. Brother Brad, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a credential committee report, and only those vote, and only those delegates that have actually registered and are recognized by the credentials committee have a vote here. While many people may think they have a delegate intended to bring them as a delegate, they are not delegates until they've been recognized and accepted by the credentials committee. This shouldn't be run by folks saying, hey, what about so-and-so and so-and-so? No, this is from the delegate or from the credential committee's list of authorized delegates. And I just want to make sure that we are following that and not a more ad hoc process.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Committee Member. And we are calling on any delegates who are registered to vote on the list if they could identify themselves. And this will be verified by the Credential Committee. So thank you for that clarification. So the chair would like to call on the A and B, A&S Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Okay.
I'd like to call for a point of order that Grand President Gurko cannot vote as it is for a tie only.
Thank you. Thank you, Grand Sergeant at Arms, but it is the chair and I am the chair at this time. Thank you.
If I may,
recognize-
there are a couple names in the virtual world with hands raised. Richard and
Absolutely.
Janice and Harry and Carolyn, and there are some chats building up as well.
Thank you. If the Grand Sergeant at Arms can bring those names forward,
That's what
please.
they're talking about right
We
now.
have in person, we did have a gentleman that would
yeah,
like to
all right.
recognize, and then we will go back to our virtual family. He has not
on
spoken
the
yet. The floor is yours.
Well, she heard you on the computer telling me, hurry up, call Sandy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Andrew
They
Johnson,
didn't call us.
Seattle Camp.
He was already talking
And
to them,
I'd like to.
but they missed quite a few people.
No.
She missed how many camps? Yeah.
Thank you so much to those that are in person. And that was Andrew Johnson, Madam Secretary.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair, can
And
we
I'd
get
like to
the
go to our virtual family.
We can't hear you with the virtuals unmuted. We have a Carolyn that's unmuted on her computer, and every time she speaks, we can't hear no one else.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And if we have Alejandro or Jamie available,
What can I do for you? Sorry.
yes. If you can assist us with this part if we're needed. So the ones who have not voted that are credentialed, could you please identify yourself at this time with your name and your camp? Thank you very much.
Madam President, this is Carolyn Heerseman.
Sister Carolyn, thank you. Could you state your name and your camp?
Carolyn and Harry Heerseman, Camp 36, Seattle, Washington,
Thank you. You may proceed.
and we are ready to vote.
Yes.
Do we give the vote online or do we?
Uh,
We both vote yes. Thank you.
You are voting with a yes or a no. State it to the Grand Treasurer or Grand Secretary. Thank you.
Okay. Harry Hersema, Camp 36, A and B.
Oh, it's not gonna work for me. Get out of here. Oh, shit.
Vote yes.
That
Okay.
is a vote.
I need to hear this from A and B Camp Member 36, Harry Hersema.
Could you please restate that kindly? Thank you. If you could restate your vote.
Gotta have the right person voting. It's messed up. I can't get in.
Again, can we mute the people that are not voting currently. I feel like the IT team has control over this. They wanted to mute us and unmute us before. If we're not voting, we need to be muted.
Hello, it's Jamie from Dots. We're trying to keep up with the unmuting, but this was the consequence of allowing everyone to unmute at the same time. So please, people, remember to respectfully mute yourself after you're done speaking, and we'll try to keep up and keep muting you, but there's quite a few members, so thank you.
Can't get in it. I sent them the message, so.
If we could please request to the DOTS team, could you please mute Mr. Carolyn at this time? Thank you.
One moment, Brother Hersema, please.
Thank you. I believe she needed that assistance. Thank you. Madam
Again,
Secretary, you may
A and
proceed.
B, Camp 36, Brother Hersema. Your vote, please. A and B, Camp 36, Brother Hersema. Your vote, please. You would need to unmute yourself, brother.
Barry Hersema, Camp 36, yes.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ANS Camp 36, Carol Hersema.
Carolyn,
Yes.
Carolyn, here's my Camp 36. My vote is yes. Thank you. Gonna
Thank
change.
you. Okay. A and B, Camp 3, John Morris. Thank you, sir. To the motion. Yes, okay. A and B, Camp 14. I called, but he didn't answer. Okay, A and B Camp 14, Dr. Kevin Hall. A and B Camp 14, Franklin James Sr.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Huh?
A and B Camp 14, Ginger Fox.
Yes.
Question for Camp 14 A and B. Who are your alternates?
The alternates were Franklin, James, and Ginger Fox. The delegates were Yvonne Watson. The delegates that weren't called upon were Yvonne Watson and Ginger McCormick.
Okay, Sister Yvonne Watson was called upon and she voted yes.
I was just rereading the chat. You called on our alternates already. You haven't called on me.
Okay. A and B Camp 14, Ginger McCormick. Okay, we need clarification. Ginger McCormick, are you an alternate or a delegate?
I'm a delegate.
Okay, and your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so.
Have all of our delegates who are in person voted?
Yes, and
Thank you. Have all of our delegates that are online voted?
no, Madam President, we still have to do ANS and AMB Camp 70.
Thank you. We are still awaiting ANS Camp 70 and 36B.
10.
AMB Camp 36B, Andrew Johnson. No, sir.
What did he vote? We don't have it recorded.
No. Okay. I do apologize. This is my first time. Okay.
Would he repeat his vote? Because we don't
Okay.
have it recorded.
Brother Johnson, could you please repeat your vote? Thank you, sir. Okay. A and B Camp 70, Marcelo Quinto. A and B Camp 70, Bill Martin. He did, well, yes, sir, thank you. A and B Camp 70, Peter Naros.
Did they replace Paul Young with somebody else?
Did A and B Camp 70, Paul Young? A and B Camp 70, Paul Young. Okay.
Madam Secretary, we
Yes.
also have ANS Camp 10 standing by virtually.
All right, thank you. ANS Camp.
Jan, Melanie Kadady.
A and B Camp 70, Brother Paul Young, I cannot hear you. Could you unmute, please?
Jamie, could you please help our brother Paul Young unmute, please?
He is unmuted. So I would recommend that, Paul, if you can hear us, please put in the chat your yes or no. They're clearly having an issue on their end, and we can't, his microphone isn't working.
Thank you.
Paul Young, are you able to hear us? If so, please, in the chat, put a yay or nay to the question. Paul has responded yes. Did you get?
ANS Camp 10, Melanie Kadake. I did call it. ANS Camp 10, Melanie Kadake.
Put her votes in the chat.
This is Delphine Kadek Smith, Camp 10, KKNS. I vote yes.
We have two in the chat that are saying yes, which was the KKNS delegate Delphine and Melanie Kadaki. I'm sorry for the pronunciations. They vote yes.
Thank you. We heard, if I may, we heard from Mrs. Kadek. We need to hear from both delegates in their own voice, please, or in the chat.
ANS, Camp 10, Delphine Kadek,
Yes.
okay. And Steph. Okay. Sister Kadek, is there any other? Okay. All right, ANS Camp
Melanie was
70.
online, but she had to go to work.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Another person cannot vote for you in the chat. They cannot proxy for you. She is not with us at this time. Is that correct? Thank you, Sister Daphne.
Okay. ANS Camp 70. Mary Letnikoff. Okay. ANS Camp 70 Beverly Russell. Thank you. ANS Camp 70 Mona Stevic. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone virtually or present that I may have forgotten? Oh, Grand Camp Emeritus Jackson.
Hello, I just got back, looking at your motion, if I can just comment. Is this the final credentials report, committee report?
Yeah, we're voting on it, sir.
Without any objection, if there is none, that you should say final credential committee report be adopted. Accepted is like receiving, adopted is official business. Or you can leave it this way either way, but I would go with that. That the final credentials committee report be adopted without controversy. It should be no problem, but I vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. All present and virtually have voted at this time. Grand President Gerko, are you with us? As
Yes,
we
I am,
await.
Madam President Marino.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm okay, thank you.
All
What-
right. Grand President Gerko, I know that we have all orders of business are important, but Grand Camp business, the audit, the budget, the resolutions, and the elections. How would you advise to proceed, Grand President Gerko?
Thank you. As per earlier and the motion that was made, next up on the agenda would be nominations. The other business with regard to the reports were deferred till tomorrow, and written reports.
And the resolutions, Grand President Gerko?
Did the resolution chair make comment, or has he not had a presentation yet?
He has not had that opportunity yet. The resolution chair, Joe Stewart. Would you like him to come forward for comment at this time?
Madam Chair, I think that would be helpful. So resolution committees can meet. There's time slotted for breakout rooms tomorrow morning. I can ask the DOTS team to open those up at 7 so that the resolution committees can begin to meet. And then I do, as per the discussion and what was approved earlier, as we were to do nominations.
Thank you, Madam Grand President, or Grand President Gerko. The chair recognizes Resolution Chair Joe Stewart, and thank you so much for your counsel as we attend to your business. Brother Stewart.
Yes, we'll need a little bit of time we haven't even started yet, but it won't take us awfully long to complete the.
Thank you, Brother Joe. How you doing? He said he's doing. Thank you so much.
Madam
Okay,
Chair, Heather Gerko, AMB Grand President.
Grand President Gerko.
I neglected when you asked me earlier. I apologize. Oh, I'm not on camera. Hold on. I wanted to announce the final appointment for committee chair. May I do so at this time?
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm happy to announce the final committee chair for state and federal is ANS member Kevin Allen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. I don't see Kevin in the room. Oh, there he is. She let you know about that, right? He said yes. Thank you so much, Grand President Gerko. At this time, Grand President Gerko, so we are still waiting. Has the audit report been presented? How would you like to proceed?
Madam Chair, the audit report has been submitted to the Grand Secretaries, but if Sasha Sobolov is online, we could request that he present his audit report. I know also that A&B Grand Treasurer submitted his report to the Grand Secretaries as well. And I know Grand Secretary Tamsin was going to do that, present that for him, but I know that they are busy right now tallying votes.
Thank you, Grand President. The chair recognizes that if Sasha Sobolov, our A&B Executive Committee member and the chair of the Audit Committee could stand by at this time.
This is
Madam
Jamie
Chair,
from
this
DOTS. I
been-
just wanted to let you know that Dr. Demare has his hand raised.
Okay, as we are waiting for A&B Executive Committee member Sasha Sobolov, is Sasha present with us to the DOTS team, please? And thank you for your patience, A&B Executive Demert. Is Sasha in our virtual?
Yes, Sasha
space?
is.
Okay, Brother Sasha, A&B Executive Committee member Dennis has raised his hand. Would you like to yield to him or would you like to proceed at this time? What is your wish? And welcome, Sasha. We're here at Grand Camp. Sasha?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. As a result of the information from, turn the sound down.
I don't know how.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. As a result
Yes.
of meeting with, exchanging the information from James Lano Sr., the A&B Grand Treasurer, he forwarded to me all of the materials needed to present before the committee, which we met on October 4, 2021. And here is the results of that examination. The audit included a review of financial records from budget year 2019-2020 as provided by the A&B Grand Treasurer, including a list of all transactions for that year and IRS tax filings, state corporate filings, bank statements, and endowment filings. The review of all submittals was conducted for abnormalities. 29 items were examined and were recorded accurately. The items were all within the normal scope of operations as required. The budgeted items of 2019 and 2020 included a review of the large categories called incomes, general operations, and expenses, which included convention expenses and other expenses, and operations expenses, and all entries were accurate. In the opinion of the audit committee, the recorded details and entries evidenced funds spent as authorized and noted. The following 5 recommendations were made by the audit committee. 1, that the A&B Grand Treasurer made available financial records, including bank accounts, endowment funds, and listed activities, which also included totals of the COVID-19 statements and distributions as budgeted in 2019-2020 document. 2, the audit committee recommends quarterly financial data be prepared and distributed to the Grand Camp officers, along with all officers' monthly reports for evidence of contact with local camps and contacts with state, federal, and related agencies, as well as private entities. 3, the audit committee recommends additional electronic laptop data be accurately used to record the information and updates. 4, the audit committee recommended that it supports the proposed 21-22 A and B budget and recommends its adoption. And 5, the audit committee recommends, as per Robert's Rule, Section 15, Part 48, page 47, 7 to 480, and its findings reflect correct findings as presented herein. Lastly, the audit committee recommends the continued weekly monitoring of Grand Camp United States Postal Service mailbox and updated access and the use of a single key for a weekly checking and a forwarding of electronic distribution of any mail. In sum, the audit committee wishes to thank A&B Grant President Heather Spellman Gurkel, I mistyped him, and James Lanos Sr. for their continued work and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, A and B Executive Committee member Sasha Sobolov, for your audit report. What is the wish of the body? President Rhonda Butler of Camp 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we'll need to hear the results of the current motion before moving on to being able to do anything with the audit. It was nice to be able to hear the audit report during our break while they were
Okay,
tallying
thank you.
it.
I have called for the wish of the body on the audit report. President Rhonda, at this time, what is the wish of the body on the audit report as presented?
Madam Chairman?
Your request would be considered out of order as we have a motion currently still open on the floor.
The grant secretaries have not notified me that the motion is ready yet. Grant secretaries, is the motion ready? The result to the motion, is it ready? Oh, thank you. Okay, so it is ready. A&B Executive Committee member Sasha Sobolov.
Yes.
So nice to hear your voice once again. At this time, the grant secretaries have notified me that the results of our motion are ready at this time. So if you wouldn't mind, we will come back to the audit report after. Would that be all right, Sasha?
Just a reminder, we still have Dennis' hand up for a long time now.
Okay.
That would be
Thank you
fine,
so
Madam
much.
Chairman.
Thank you so much, and we so respect your work. Brother Dennis?
Madam Chair, the point had been made that there was another motion on the floor that hadn't been disposed of, and as I understand it, the vote has been counted, and I think it would be appropriate to provide the count on that vote, and we will have disposed of that motion by hearing the count. Is the count available on that vote, and can we hear it at this time?
Thank you, A&B Executive Committee member Dennis Dembert, and yes, it is. Thank you so much. So we will proceed with the results of that. If we could please have our ANS Grant Secretary rise and provide the results.
On the motion about the credentials report, we had 46 people voting yes and 9 voting no.
Could you repeat that? Thank you.
Yes, 49. No, I'm sorry. Yes was 46. No, 9.
Thank you, Madam Grant Secretary. The motion carries. At this time, if you could go forward with the charge of the motion as secretaries, thank you so much. If we could go back to the audit report. Sister Rhonda, do you have a brief comment? Go ahead, feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I make a motion to accept the audit report.
Is that a so move?
Sister Rhonda,
Sister Rhonda, is that
through
a
the
so
chair,
move?
please.
Yes.
A reminder, motions are to be put in writing. Will you please add that to the chat room? Follow the procedure.
Thank you. She understands that and she's doing that at this time. Sister Rhonda?
Second the motion.
You did not, okay, thank you. So who was it that called question on the motion? Could you state your name and count, please? Ah, okay. Did I hear a question on the motion?
Joe Williams, second the motion.
Oh, thank you, Brother Joe. Joe Williams has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, AMB Grand President Gurko,
Grand President Gurko.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to state requesting unanimous consent.
Yay, thank you. That is accepted. Is there any objection to unanimous consent on the motion? From our in-person delegates, I will ask 2 more times. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Thank you so much. Online, I will ask the same. Is there any objection to unanimous consent?
We have a hand raised by Tasha.
Okay, Sister Tasha?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, where was the audit committee report?
Thank you, Sister Tasha. Executive Committee Member and Audit Chair, Sasha, could you respond, please? He just gave it verbally.
Madam Chair, AMB Grand President Gurko.
Yes.
It was submitted to the Grand Secretary, so they do have it and can submit all the documents and reports to the delegation.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. Are there any other comments virtually? This is the second call. Are there any other comments virtually? Okay, seeing none, so ordered. Thank you so much. Good job, Sasha. And the Executive Committee Member, Sasha Sokolov. Madam Grand President?
Yes, AMB Grand President Marino.
Yes, we do have orders of business for A and B and ANS. We did just address the audit. Would you like to proceed? Would you like me to proceed with the budget at this time, or would you like to go to nominations? Or we've already heard from the resolution chair respectfully that those are still in the works. How would you advise I proceed?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, the Finance Committee is unable to present the budget until the Resolution Committee meets because they do not know yet if any of the resolutions have any financial impact. So they can't finalize that line item until we know the results of the resolutions. They do have a preliminary budget available, but it does not have the resolution line completed. My recommendation would be that we go forward with nominations, but provide our delegates a break to grab a snack or take medicine or whatever they need to do, and then come back so we can get the nominations completed tonight, because tomorrow would be a lot. We'd have resolutions, we'd have nominations, speeches, and elections. So my recommendation is nominations with a break.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. So the chair will defer the budget, the other items, to tomorrow's agenda. At this time, we will take a 5 or 10 minute break. What do you guys think? Brother Eric said he only wants a 5-minute break because he doesn't have any snacks in the room. So I will give everybody a 10-minute break. So they will have a 10-minute break, and we will readjourn in 10 minutes for nominations of ANS and A and B grant officers. Also, I will announce once again this evening that we are going to, if the nominations proceed for a length of time that goes into our cultural night, we will still have dinner served on the floor. Dinner is provided by Grand Camp. If you want to make a donation, you may. Because we want to make sure that our delegates get their dinner this evening, and we're not waiting for that. And then we may proceed with the online auction if we have time. If we do not have time, then we will defer the online auction to tomorrow. So that is where we stand. So we are recessed. If you could start, thank you for waiting. If you could start the 10-minute break. We're just on a break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'm a believer with a 50-year-old gold watch. I am nothing but a social crime case, making every murder to a high-pitched podcast. Oh, we're living in those recordings that we made, eating very slow at my best friend's birthday, and I don't even know what day it really is. Making up stories just to have a conversation doesn't really help. I can't catch a word you're saying. I can't catch a word you're saying. I can't catch a word you're saying. Counting every day and calling my parents just to let them know what I really think about modern ideas and Norwegian black metal. I was 12 when you were working very late. Noisy blackbirds flying back to their hometown. Sorry for your loss, hope the funeral was great. It's too late to run, but I'm still trying. I can't believe you're dead. In October you were flying. I can't catch a word you're saying. I can't catch a word you're saying. I can't catch a word you're saying. Took 500 years to find something to believe in. So if I could find something we could use to make everything look cooler, something for the future. It's something for the future. It's something for the future. It's something for the future. There was something in the way she said, maybe how she said it reeled me in, pulling in my very last thread, giving me butterflies again. More than just a minor thread in the back of my mind all the time. Even as I write this, I find myself getting angry at the pen. Are you leading me on, giving me hope? Am I meant to be strong, or is it just a bad joke? Sometimes I get a little anxious, thinking about what went wrong. One minute you need me, the next you just back up. Are you leading me on? Are you leading me on? Are you leading me on? There was something in the words she spoke, not realizing we were both immature and broke. Having a hard time believing that you never had a plan. Man, I didn't see it coming. Soon as I started running, you came back. I didn't think that you could be so sweet and bail on me and into town with another man. Are you leading me on, giving me hope? Am I meant to be strong, or is it just a bad joke? Sometimes I get a little anxious, thinking about what went wrong. One minute you need me, the next you just back up. Sometimes I get a little anxious, thinking about what went wrong. One minute you need me, the next you just back up. Are you leading me on? Are you leading me on? Are you leading me on? Are you leading me on, giving me hope? Am I meant to be strong, or is it just a bad joke? Sometimes I get a little anxious, thinking about what went wrong. One minute you need me, the next you just back up. Sometimes I get a little anxious, thinking about what went wrong. One minute you need me, the next you just back up. Are you leading me on? 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 Are you leading me on?
It's not every day it comes in waves, sadness, longing and regret, but let the water wash me clean again. Days in the jacaranda tree, times down Hardy Road with the dog, and how we properly cried the day she died. Oh, I get sentimental about everything. It's not every day I'll meet someone like my mother. I never do you wrong. In some ways I know I'm really just like my father, and I'm sorry when I'm wrong. 3 houses, 1 year, 12 months, I know I won't forget, but that's life. That night this
Okay, we will reconvene in 5 minutes. If our delegates could take their seat, please. And if there are any delegates that are in the hall, if we could just all help bring them back in. And if our delegates could be seated, please. And Sister Kevin, if you could stand by to make an announcement when we could reconvene about cultural night, that would be great. You. And election chair, Frank Elby, if you could stand by our ANS Junior Sergeant of Arms, we'll bring you to the forward. Thank you. When she's ready, go ahead and finish your coffee. To the DOTS team, do we have another clock? It would be for 4 minutes now.
We can put that up. Yeah, just give us a second, please.
4 minutes, thank you. I'm sending all of our family a big virtual squeeze from us. Big heart, we love you guys.
We're not homers.
What you guys are doing is important,
Huh?
but none of it matters if you're not keeping an archive. None of this matters.
It's being recorded.
Well, where's it going? You don't know.
YouTube. The cloud. They hired this company Dots to do it.
Brother Brad, you're
Great.
Brother Brad, you're not muted, just so you know.
Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, we are reconvened. Thank you so very kindly. ANS Ground Sergeant at Arms, if you could escort and bring forward and be Life Member Count 49 and Election Chair Frank Elby. As he is coming forward, both of you would be great. I'd like to call on Second Vice President Kevin Allen, who is in charge of the cultural evening, him and our first Vice President, Sandy Churchill. He has an announcement.
Yes, hello. So for the cultural night that was originally scheduled on the program, we are going to cancel the cultural night tonight. Luckily, the food that we were going to have prepared will still happen. I'm told it'll be an exquisite chowder. So I think hopefully during the nominations, but when we wrap up the nominations, we can at least cap the night off on that. Seems like we're going to have a long day tomorrow, so want to make sure we have all the delegates rested up for it. But just want to let you know, cultural night's canceled, and we're still going to try to hold a live auction tomorrow. We have some items from Grand Camp. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Chair. However, if you would like to make a donation to ANS Grand Camp for the meal, you're welcome to. If not, that's okay too. We know this is a really tough time for our families and our communities right now. We're just happy that you're with us this evening. But we will have a fundraising online auction as we are trying to be very mindful of our health at this time.
Hello, we have a hand raised by Heather.
Grand President Gurko.
Thank you, Grand President Marino. I just wanted to ask permission of the floor to share an update on resolution committees with the delegation.
Absolutely. We were just talking about that during break.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so very much.
So Chair, Grand President Gurko would like a brief update once again from the resolution chair.
And Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
Joe Stewart.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my mention was that I have placed the names of the resolution committee chair people in the chat, and we encourage every delegate to serve on a resolution committee. And so I've noted there to ask you to contact the committee chair, so you'll share contact information and know when the meetings are happening. And tomorrow morning, I've asked the DOTS team to open up the breakout rooms at 7 a.m. if possible, so that if resolution committees need to meet at that time, they can. And it will be done through breakout rooms so all delegates can access the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. ANS Ground Sergeant at Arms, if you could please escort our brother and election or resolution chair, Brother Stewart, forward, please.
Thank you. In response to when the resolutions will be done, we will have them completed by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is so that we're not going to be rushing through them and overlooking something. I feel that if we start at 7, we should have them completed by 8, and it'll be thorough.
Thank you so much for that update, Brother Joe. And also, as we are waiting to proceed with the Alaska Native Sisterhood, if our audit committee chair, Cecilia, Madam Executive, if you could please provide both audits to Brother Tamsin and Sister Carol so that we may forward those tomorrow. So they have a copy of them. Thank you so very much. And Sister Beverly, if you could please forward your information also on your committee Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So at this time, the chair would like to turn the chair over to our election committee chairperson, Frank Elby. Good to see you, Frank. All right, the chair is yours.
Good evening. Am I on? I'm on. Okay. Well, this is the most exciting part of the convention. My name is Frank Elby. I'm the election chair, member of A and B Camp 70 in Portland. Came a long way for this today. Tonight we'll be handling nominations for the offices in Grand Camp for A and B and A and S. And tomorrow it's scheduled for 10:30. 10:30 in the morning, we're going to have elections, if everything goes okay. Am I too close to the mic? Are we okay? Everybody hears me fine? Thumbs up? Thumbs up. Everybody hears me fine. Okay. Nominations. Now, normally, Mary, did you have a question? Oh, okay. I'll open nominations here in just a little bit. Sister, Brother Tam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I made a motion in the chat, and the motion would be that due to the equitability for all of our delegates, I ask that if someone the motion is if they're going to make a nomination as requested since yesterday, that they raise their hand in Zoom digitally and that they be recognized and their nominee be put in the chat out of equality for everybody. That's my nominations. My motion, sir. Thank you.
Did you put that in writing?
It is in the chat, sir.
It's in the chat. I could barely understand the words. I'd like to see the motion so I can read it. Okay, while they're doing that, let me talk a little bit about motions. Nominations.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
We do have a motion on the floor, but there is no second at this time, so we can't move forward with any other discussion.
Good point. Is there a second to the motion? The second motion has been seconded. Call for the question.
Under discussion?
Discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I speak in opposition of this. Unfortunately, there are many delegates here that are present here that do not have electronic devices and are not signed in on the Zoom. So that is not an equitable motion that pertains to everyone. There is many people that don't have electronic devices in front of them. So in order for this, you're just excluding those other individuals. Pertaining to Robert's Rules of Order, virtual, as I stated, virtual Robert's Rules of Order is that motion. I know it was out of courtesy to put it in the chat, but as Robert's Rules of Order virtually states, if you are present, you do not have to type that motion in the chat. It was out of courtesy. So this motion, I believe, affects many others that are not signed in. I speak in strong opposition. Thank you.
Noted. Are there
Mr.
any other
Chair,
comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is
who's-
Ginger Camp 14.
Raise your hand. Let me see where you are. Oh, okay, over there. All right. Camp 14.
I speak in opposition of this motion. I thought we already had a motion on the floor today saying that we can mute and unmute ourselves freely. This is going against the motion that we've already approved. And it's not bringing equality to any of us because we're not being called upon equally virtually either.
So noted.
We also have a raised hand from Delegate McCormick.
What do you have to say? I can't see that.
I already spoke, Gunakchish.
I think we have another hand up there. Okay. Oh, that was her. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to the motion? Call for the question.
Question, A&B Executive Committee Member Brad Flitch.
The motion on the floor is that all nominations be taken in order by raising of hands in Zoom and that the nomination be made in chat as well. You ready to vote? Do we have that ready to vote?
Yeah, I can start an election in under 30 seconds.
Okay, delegates, you can cast your vote. Both the delegates here in person and the ones online. Keep in mind, please, that you must be delegate to vote, and delegates and alternates do not vote together. The only time an alternate votes is when the delegate is not available to vote. And the alternate must be recognized to be in place to vote.
The election has started. Please remember to hit the next to vote button and you will see it appear.
Do we have a time limit on that?
Right now, we're giving about 2 minutes.
Break it down to one more. Can log in.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I can't find the voting in the box, in the chat box. Can they put it in there, please?
I'm going to add that right now for you.
Thank you.
So the link is the very first HTTPS line.
We understand that some people might have problems with their computer. You can vote with your personal computer, or you can vote by phone, which I've been doing because it worked a lot better for me. Is anyone here in the room present need more time? How's our time going, Dots?
Technically, we've run out of time, but we've been leaving it a little bit open so that some people could catch up. But we're doing pretty good with the votes. So let's give a 30-second warning.
You have 30 seconds to cast your vote on the motion. Barking does not count.
Brother Albie, it appears you've been overruled.
Okay. One thing in nominations and voting to remember is that we will be using the rollover during elections tomorrow. That means if you don't get elected for one position, you can get nominated for the next position. So we're going to be opening nominations again tomorrow before we start the vote. And that will allow for the rollovers, another opportunity.
And we're going to close the vote. Please stand by for the results.
The voting is closed. Ballot box is closed.
I've just been informed a delegate is having issues. We're just keeping it open a little bit longer.
Mr. Chair, this is Heather Gerko, AB Ground President.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you so much. Through the chair, I'd just like to ask the DOTS team if they could post the help number into the chat so that the delegate having trouble would be able to contact you. I believe it has to do with they haven't received an email and they said they don't have their ID or password yet.
I've reposted the information for the link and the phone number and the email address. And I will take a look for, I think it's Charlene. Oh. I'll look for the person and try to chat them directly.
Yes, Betsy Singletary's having a little bit of problem. States she has no way to vote. Is there any way you can reach out to her? Okay, it's all taken care of. So the chat, it works good.
I'm sorry, so we can close the vote?
Okay. There's also a 1-800 number that people can use to call in their vote. And keeping in mind, you must be a delegate to vote. If you're an alternate, the only time you vote is when the delegate is absent and you've been recognized by the floor.
Okay, I'm going to close the vote on this one, and we'll add Bessie in for the next vote. She was not listed as a delegate for this one.
That number, if you wanted to vote by phone, would be 1-833-368-7123.
The results have now been published.
The motion has failed. The 35 against and less than that, 4. Okay, you're going to move on. At this time, I'm going to open the nominations. We'll be going through the ANS first. The Grand President of ANS and the Grand President of A&B, and then the First Vice of ANS and the First Vice of A&B and so forth. So at this time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you have your hand up.
Is nominations open, sir?
At this time, I'm going to open the nominations for the position of
Hand up.
Grand
Yes,
President
I have my hand up
ANS.
plus.
Nominations are open
Sir.
for Grand President of ANS.
And
Nominations are open.
Mr. Chair?
Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Millie Schoonover.
Yes, Sister Millie.
I would like to nominate Daphne Elby for ANS Grand President, please.
Daphne Elby has been nominated
I don't think it had.
for Grand President of ANS. Are there any other nominations? Yes, brother.
I'd like to nominate Paulette Moreno for Grand President.
Paulette Marino has been nominated for Grand President of ANS.
Mr. Chairman, this is Richard Jackson.
One moment, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, she's not running again. Well, she should have made that announcement and she just wanted to be nominated.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the recognition at this time. I just would like to thank Sitka Camp 1 Sergeant of Arms for the nomination. And at this time, I'd like to thank the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Emeritus Ethel Lunn, Executive Committee members of both A&B and ANS, local camps and officers. After much deep prayer and much deep consideration, I know from the bottom of my heart, along with the other ANS Grand Officers who have been by my side, First Grand Vice President Sandy Churchill, Second Grand Vice President Kevin Allen, ANS Grand Secretary Carol Dewis, ANS Grand Treasurer Cynthia Lanos, and ANS Grand Sergeant of Arms Cindy. I've served 2 years as second Grand Vice President, 2 years as first Grand Vice President, 2 years as your Grand President. And the local camps asked me to continue on, and as officers throughout the worldwide COVID outbreaks in our communities. I would like to thank the ANS Executive Committee and the A&B Executive Committee, of which I am a member of. But I would really like to thank the local camps. You guys do the work in your communities. This is not something you just do 1 week a year. This is something that you do on Christmas and holidays and throughout all time. I stand very straight with a very straight back, as we were taught at this time, because I have nothing other than love in my heart. I've done the very best I could as your ANS Grand President. But at this time, I would like to return to my family. And I would like to thank my significant other, who is Yanye D. Andrew Roberts. Without him, I could not have done any of this. But I would really like to thank the Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Officers, of which I served. I am not stepping aside because I have anything to worry about. I am only stepping aside because I would like to make room for those that are coming after us. And I have stood up for civil rights. I've done that together with this team, and I've stood with the Brotherhood the very best that I could. And it has been beyond an honor to be of service. But at this time, I graciously thank you for the nomination. But I will not be running for ANS Grand President. This is something that I've decided through the Spirit of God and my Father in heaven. I really am a fisher person, you know. That's where I need to be for my family. So at this time, Gunachish, thank you so much. It's been an honor to be of service to you. Thank you. Oh. Yes, I am declining it this time. I am graciously declining to make room for those that are coming after us. So thank you, Mr. Election Chair.
Paulette Marino has declined the nomination. Brother Jackson, I think you were in it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. When a delegate or executive member makes a nomination, could they please state their name? So for the record, and to delegate which camp they belong to. That's all.
I'm a little bit hard of hearing. Have the nominee state their name and the name of the
For the
one.
record, state the camp they're from and who they're nominating.
Mr. Chairman, from the individuals virtually, that was Richard Jackson, Executive. Oh, I'm sorry, Emeritus. He was saying, as a reminder for point of order, that prior to you speaking, state your name and your camp, and then your nominee.
The point of order is taken. Going back to nominations, the nominations are open for Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Are there any other nominations for Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations for Grand President, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Hearing none, nominations are closed. One candidate has been nominated, Daphne Albee. Secretary will cast a unanimous vote, electing Daphne Albee as ANS Grand President.
Mr. Chair,
No objections?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Cecilia Tavalero. You
Yes,
said the
sister.
nominations will be open again tomorrow.
That's correct.
Then how
We'll
can we
reopen
cast
them.
unanimous?
I will reopen them tomorrow. You're correct. I misspoke when I said that she was elected, because we will open them again tomorrow before the final vote. If
Just
there
as
is
a
one.
matter of procedure. Sheesh.
Thank you, sister.
Point of order.
Taken. Point of order.
Mr. Chair, you said if they failed to get the position above them, that they'd be able to be available to a lower position. There
That's
is no
correct.
position above the Grand President, and therefore there is no one that can roll down to it. I humbly disagree with Sister Tavalero. Ms. Albee shall be elected ANS Grand President by unanimous consent, as you previously stated. Thank you.
That may be, but I will still open the nomination tomorrow again.
Point of order, Brother Albee, you don't have the authority to do so. Again, your statement earlier stated that it was only for people who failed to achieve a higher office. And there is no higher office in the ANS than the Grand President.
You're correct. Your point of order is taken.
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes.
Cecilia Tavalero again.
Yes.
The
Cecilia.
elections are tomorrow, correct? This is just
That's
the
correct.
nominations process.
The elections are tomorrow, mid-morning.
Mr. Chairman, Rhonda Butler, I would like to call on the parliamentary to reflect, in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order, the procedures for this process. Typically, to my knowledge with Robert's Rules of Order, is if she is running unopposed, no matter what, during the nomination process, it supersedes and she does get a unanimous ballot cast. So I call on the parliamentary for his ruling. Thank you.
But if we open the nominations again tomorrow and another person is nominated,
Mr. Chair.
Brother Dennis.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the raising the question. And if there is no opposition, it is correct that the person can be unanimously elected. However, in the process that was stated, we would have nominations tomorrow as well. So nominations are not closed. And so we can continue tomorrow. And just for the information of the chair, if we arrive at a situation where there is no opposition, a motion should come from the floor to cast the unanimous ballot, to direct the secretary to cast the unanimous ballot for the single nominee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr.
Brother
Chair.
Dennis.
Mr. Chair, this is Cecilia Tavalero again.
Yes, sister.
I move and ask that we cast unanimous ballot for Daphne Albee for ANS Grand President if there are no other nominations.
Second.
The elections will be
Hodge, ANS
tomorrow.
87, second.
Point of order.
The election will be tomorrow. Correction.
I am, not till the third.
Did you call a point of order, Brother Dennis?
I call a point of
Yes,
order.
the procedure that was established before nominations was that nominations would continue tomorrow. So unless there's an opportunity for other nominations, it would not be appropriate to close nominations at this time. There must be that opportunity. And that was part of the original plan. And that's the procedure that should be followed.
So,
thank you, brother.
Mr. Chair. Mr.
Yes.
Chair, I withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chair, Brother Brad, AB Executive Committee.
Was that Tasha talking a minute ago?
It was
Tasha's
Cecilia.
been waiting.
I'd like to note that Tasha has been waiting with her hand up. She should be next to speak.
All right, Sister Tasha.
Thank you. Tasha Hodge, ANS Camp 87. I did not see additional nominations on our agenda for tomorrow. And what I heard stated at the beginning of nominations was that if you ran for an office and were unsuccessful, that you could run for an office beneath that one. And that was my understanding. So I had initially raised my hand to second Cecilia's motion for unanimous consent for Daphne to have the ANS Grand President spot. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. I had a point of order from Brother Bill Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Brother Brad that the nominations were scheduled for today, and there was no agreement from the body that it should be reopened again tomorrow and change of the agenda. So when somebody is nominated and there's nobody else nominated, then it's automatic that the secretary should cast the unanimous ballot for the one person that was nominated. It just did not come from his body that we would reopen the nominations tomorrow, because we didn't vote to deviate from the agenda. So as things stand now, the motion is on the floor to have the secretary cast a unanimous ballot, and that should be the orders right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Bill. Do I have a second to the motion to cast a unanimous ballot?
Mr. Chair, Brad Flitch, AB Executive Committee, second.
Yes, brother.
Seven.
All right.
That motion was,
Brother Bill.
When a unanimous consent is requested, there is no need for a second. If there is an objection to the unanimous consent, then we go on with this regular motion and a second and vote on that. But as it stands now, there is no need for a second. All it takes is for no objection from the floor.
Thank you, Brother Bill. I'm learning too. You know, I
Mr.
thought
Chair, I
this was going to be.
concur with
Yes.
Brother Bill.
Thank you, Brother Bill, also. Question has been called for. The motion is that we
It's a
cast
unanimous
a unanimous
consent,
ballot.
Brother Frank. You just declare the victory without objection.
Okay. The motion was, and so we will cast a unanimous ballot for Daphne Albee as president of, a grand president of ANS. Let's give her a hand. Yes. Kevin.
I just want to let everybody know that the chowder's ready on the table. It's still warm and you got all the food there. So I would hope that we could at least consider a quick at ease to allow folks to collect it in the room.
Mr. Chair, when is my Uber Eats going to deliver this?
Mr.
We're
Chair,
working on it.
Let me have another raised hand over here. I thought this was going to be an easy process tonight.
Once a ballot is cast unanimously, the A and B secretary needs to state that verbally to have it on record.
Heather has raised her hand.
Excuse me, but per Robert's Rules of Order, if you attend virtually, it must be in hand writing. So point of order is, even though it was by unanimous consent, it was not put in writing.
The thing is noted, the secretary will cast a unanimous ballot for Daphne Albee. Let's get this done. Let's not, 100 years ago when they had the first convention, they didn't know who Robert was. I think if this guy walked into that first convention 100 years ago and said, "My name is Robert and I'm here to give you rules of order, how you're to run your meetings," I think they would have thrown him out of the hall.
Mr. Chair, A and B Grand President Gerko, I was noted that I have my hand up.
President Gerko.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask permission of the floor for ANS Grand President-elect Daphne Albee to address the body. Gonochish and congratulations.
The floor is granted. President-elect Daphne Albee, I like your last name. Would you like to tell us what you're going to do for us in the next year?
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to thank Millie Schoonover for the nomination, and I thank you all for your support. There are many shoes that I need to fill, and will certainly be requesting their assistance and their trusted advice. I did have a speech ready, then I heard it was reduced to 2 minutes, so I took out more information. But I would like to wait to present that information so we can return to the nomination process. I certainly am very grateful and honored. I will do my best. I already have plans in place, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, President-elect Daphne. And we're going to hold you to that. We're going to take a 3-minute recess while you go out and get yourself something to eat. And then we'll continue as we're eating our dinner or snacks, or I think it's prime rib tonight with baked potato, asparagus, cornbread. So all of you at our virtual or, on the thing over there, you can have your dinner also. Since you're
Mr. Chair,
Yes, who's,
this is Ginger, Camp 14. I haven't got my soup yet.
yes. We're having chop suey, and there's a lot there, not chop suey. Okay.
And while you're all enjoying that lovely chowder, I should note that normally there is a cook's parade. I don't know that we have time for that, but I would like to recognize Executive Chef Noel Ramirez and his workers, Raul, Margie, Kevin, and David, and ask you to give them a hand.
What's our food committee? All right. The workers on the floor here. Thank you very much for helping us out. It looks like everybody's back in their seats. We'll come back to order. The election for ANS Grand President is in the chat. It's been posted, it's been voted. So it is now complete. We've heard from the president-elect. At this time, I will open the nominations for Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Nominations are open.
Mr. Chair, Willard Jackson Ketchikan.
Madam Mary.
I would like to nominate Woodrow Watson.
Woodrow Watson has been nominated for President, Alaska Native Brother, Grand President, Alaska Native Buddha.
We have a hand raise.
That hand is Willard. He just spoke.
Please say your name, your camp number, and your nomination again so everybody can hear.
Yes, sir. My name is Mary Lekanoff. I'm with Camp 70, and I would like to nominate Mr. Marcelo Quinto to the position of Grand President of the Grand Camp of Alaska Native Brotherhood. And Mr. Quinto has been an active member beginning as a junior member of the ANB.
Excuse me. All you do is say the nomination. There's
Thank
no,
you. I stand
no comment.
corrected.
Did you also have a previous nomination for Woodrow Watson? Did I hear that correctly? Mary? Sister Mary?
Mr. Chair, that came from Willard Jackson, ANB Grand Camp Executive Officer.
Brother Jackson?
I make a nomination for Woodrow Watson for ANB Grand Camp President, sir.
Willard Jackson has nominated Woodrow Watson for the position of President, Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Over here first to, over here.
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I wrote it in the chat that the ANB secretary needs to verbally note that Daphne Nelby won with unanimous consent as ANS Grand President.
It has been noted.
Mr. Chair, again, I call point of order.
What
The
is your point- what is your
nomination,
point of order?
the motion was never posted in the chat by the motion maker, who was a virtual attendee. Per Robert's rules, it must be in writing. So again, I congratulate Miss Albie, Sister Albie, but it was, I can't post, I can't do it. Per Robert's rules, I cannot do that because the motion was not put in writing. Thank you.
Who makes the entries in chat? Each individual? Does Dot also make?
Mr. Chairman,
Who is speaking?
this is Millie Schoonover. I made the nomination for DAF and I also put it in the chat after I was reminded that I had to put it in the chat. So it is in the chat. Thank you.
Sister Millie, the motion was made verbally by an executive committee member, woman, and seconded by someone also attending virtually, but it was never put in writing. And per Robert's rules, virtually attendance, it must be in writing. And I cannot do anything. Thank you.
Let's put this to rest. Daphne Albee was elected as Grand President of Alaska Native Sisterhood. It is done. If we forgot to dot an I or cross a T, that's too bad. The voting is done. Brother Peter, did you have something? Brother Peter approves. We're going back to nominations. Brother Elias, Sister Elias. Oh, I'm sorry. Brother Joe is ahead of you.
Yep. Joe Stewart, Camp 16, Petersburg. I'd like to nominate Sasha Sobolov.
Sasa Sobolev has been nominated for President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Sister Elias.
Once again, I want to reiterate and call a point of order as well. Just because we want to expedite this process does not mean we can directly violate Robert's Rules of Order. Just because it is not noted in our Constitution and bylaws, we are also bound by Robert's Rules of Order. We can't pick and choose what we want to do when that is what governs our organization. So with this, with all due respects to President-elect Daphne Albee, which I 100% support, but we need to do this the correct and proper way. Just picking and choosing what we choose, what we choose to recognize or not is not okay.
A point of order has been noted.
Mr. Chair. Ginger, Camp
Yes.
14. Robert's rule says the secretary must put it in writing and not the other delegates. So if they wanted to do it by Robert's Rules of Order, she would be writing it in there herself.
Thank you.
Again, I reiterate, as whether it is myself as A&B Grand Secretary or Sister Carol ANS Grand Secretary, there has been indicated on many times that you must write your motion in the chat. The motion that has been reiterated countless times, and people are picking and choosing what applies or what does not apply. I have made it perfectly clear it must be in writing and where it needs to be. Thank you.
That has been noted.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
My hand is, I raised my hand in chat and now this is Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Tavalero. And may I?
Sister Tavalero.
Thank you. It is in chat. I did put the motion in there. It was seconded by Executive Committee Man Brad Flitch. So does he need to put that in there as well?
Brother Dennis.
Hush.
Mr. Chair, I missed a bit of the discussion, but I think I picked up part of it. And what I would like to note is that the Robert's Rules of Order have been noted as requiring that the motions being in writing. That's something that I know to be the case. However, it does not does not say that the maker of the motion is responsible for putting it in writing, and that can be a staff function. So when a motion is made, and this is advice I've given before to secretaries, is anytime a motion is made, if you don't get the full exact wording, stop the meeting to ask the maker of the motion for the exact wording that should go in there. But the point is that it is not the responsibility of the maker of the motion to put it in writing. Robert's Rules does not require that. What is implied is that staff or either hired staff or elected staff can and should take care of that. So when a motion is made, somehow it must go into writing, but it is not the responsibility of the maker of the motion to put it in writing. The responsibility of the maker of the motion is to make sure that it is clearly stated. I've been in many meetings where the maker of a motion would continue and add arguments for the passage, and that's not a proper part of a motion. The motion is what is it that you're proposing we do, and it should be it should focus only on that, and then and if you do that, it's usually short enough so that staff can record it properly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brother Dennis. Okay, so the motions we understand, will be put in writing. Right now, we're in nominations. This sister, you have something to
Jamie
say?
Ann Hasselquist with Camp 2. Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I would really appreciate that we discontinue being spoken to so condescendingly by the staff and that they follow through with their position. And echoing what Dennis Demert has said. There's Chief.
Chief. Thank you. Lady in the back.
Barbara Erickson, President Camp 16. I'm so confused right now. We are not doing a motion right now. We are doing nominations.
Thank you.
Just a clarification.
Thank you. Brother Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whether it's Robert's Rules or not, the motion was made to put it in writing, and it failed by at least a supermajority. There's nothing says that we can't change the way we do from Robert's Rules. We do have that ability. And in this case, that was what the body wanted. The body wanted to just make the motion and move on. And when only one person is nominated and we ask the secretary to cast unanimous ballot, that must be done because that's the wishes of the body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So putting the name in writing is not necessary. Only identifying yourself and identifying the nominee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Bill. Grand Secretary.
All right. Motion submitted in writing. A member intending to make a main motion to offer an amendment or to propose instructions to a committee shall before or after being recognized, post the motion in writing to in the online area designated by the recording secretary for this purpose. preceded by the member's name and the number corresponding to how many written motions, etc. This has been things requested since yesterday from Robert's Rules.
What is your point of order? State your point of order.
Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. My point is we have heard from our parliamentarian in regards to this action, and it is per the parliamentarian and per the body, and the officers are led by the body. So at this time, as the body has stated, I am requesting that the A and B Grand President state a unanimous ballot cast for Grand President ANS, Delphine Albee. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point's been noted. Brother Bill.
Thank you. Again, I state, we don't have to abide by Robert's rule. We can override that if we want to. It's
That's
up to
correct.
this body to decide what they want to do. And this body decided that we wanted the secretary to cast a unanimous ballot for QB Delphine Abbey. And that's what needs to be done. Whether Robert's rules says something else, well, that's too bad because we voted against that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brother Bill. Shall we go back to nominations for the position of Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood? We have 3 nominations: Woodrow Watson, Marcelo Quinto, Sasa Shobelev. Are there any other nominations for the position of President, Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood?
Dr. Demare has his hand raised.
Mr. Chair.
Who's that? Brother Dennis?
Mr. Chair, the point has been made that we're not required to follow Robert's Rules of Order. What Robert's Rules of Order provides is that we can establish rules that are not consistent with Robert's Rules of Order. But that does not mean that on the spot that we ignore the rules. The rules should be followed unless we have a rule to the contrary. And when we do that kind of thing, we're really contriving our way to do whatever we want. And when we take that path, we get to where we are with the A and B now, where it's kind of a free-for-all. What I recall from the days when William Paul and the elders were there was that they're very disciplined. They followed the rules carefully, and ultimately, an underlying principle of the rules is that we deal with each other with courtesy and with some trust. But the rules, as stated, should not on the spot be violated and say we don't have to follow them. We have adopted them. We're committed to them. We can make rules that are not consistent with them, but we are committed to them because it's in our Constitution that we will follow parliamentary procedure in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order. So finding ways around that really gets us into a bad situation. What do? We just don't have rules anymore because we say we cannot ignore them. We must make it a habit. We must learn. We must gain the kind of discipline that the early founders had. And I can assure you that in my experience with them, they followed the rules, they respected each other, but they also knew the rules and followed them. And I suggest that in the future that we make it part of the program of Grand Camp to spend some time educating ourselves on parliamentary procedure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, brother.
Mr.
Have
Chairman.
on the floor first and then Cecilia. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, as stated quite a while ago by the motion maker, Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Tavalero did follow through and place her request of the unanimous ballot to be cast by the A and B Grand Secretary was placed in the chat as requested. So it is in accordance to the virtual Robert's Rules of Order that has been brought forth. So at this time, I am requesting the chair to please ask the A and B Grand Secretary to do the unanimous ballot cast. And in order for this to be legitimate, it needs to come from the reading of the Grand Secretary A and B per our Constitution.
thank you, sister. Cecilia,
Mr. Chairman, Rhonda just stated what I was about to. It's already in the chat and it has been for quite a while. So a lot of this conversation has been actually a moot issue. I did mention it earlier. Thank you.
thank you, sister. Yes,
Paulette Marino, member of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the new electronic Robert Rules of Order, if I may humbly present, there is something that speaks to a situation such as this. And what it does, it gives the right to the delegation, but it still recognizes that there are procedures and policies. And Madam Grand Secretary, if you would refer to page 52 in the electronic section of the newest edition of Robert Rules, what it states when it comes to tabular rules for counting election ballots, if you continue down to the fourth thing, it says, if meaning of ballot is unclear and may affect results, submit to assembly for decision. That is one example of where throughout the new Robert Rules electric things, there is a provision, and I'm trying to find it more specifically, but there is a provision under credit to candidate, submit to assembly for decision. I just wanted to bring that up for information purposes because the power does lie within the assembly. Thank you.
thank you. Right after the vote, I had asked the secretary to cast a unanimous ballot. As the Grand Secretary casted a unanimous ballot for Daphne Albee. I can't hear you.
Again, we are not following procedure, but due to the fact by the body, I will say that a unanimous vote will be cast. But again, people may be put in writing, but sir, do you acknowledge that in the chat? That is not what is happening. And we not keep up with.
Do you cast a unanimous ballot?
So said, sir.
Thank you. She's got problems.
She's got real bad problems.
Going back to nominations, we have 3 nominations for the position of Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Woodrow Watson, Marcelo Quinto, Sasha Shoblev. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand President, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Seeing none on the floor and seeing none on the internet, nominations for the position of Grand President of Alaska Native Brotherhood are, as they closed, in recess till tomorrow. Yay, did I get it right? We're in recess till tomorrow. We'll open it again tomorrow and then have a vote. Okay. We'll continue with the nominations. See if anybody else storms out. Nominations are open for the position of Grand First Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Nominations are open. Nominations are open for the position of Grand First Vice Alaska Native Sisterhood. Nominations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood, and I would like to nominate Sandy Churchill. Thank you.
Sandy Churchill has been nominated.
Oh, good.
Sandy Churchill has been nominated for the position of Grand First Vice President, ANS. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand First Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood?
Mr. Chair,
Sister Member McCormick.
I'd like to nominate Rhonda Butler.
Rhonda Butler has been nominated for the position of Grand First Vice Alaska Native Sisterhood.
We're working down. Mr. Chairman, Eric Morrison, Camp 70. I'd like to nominate Barbara Erickson of Petersburg. Thank you.
Barbara Erickson of Petersburg has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for the position?
Rhonda does do her homework.
For the position of Grand First Vice President for the Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations for Grand First Vice for Alaska Native Sisterhood? Seeing none on the floor, seeing none on the virtual screen, nominations are, what did I say, in recess until tomorrow. We have 3 nominations: Sandy Churchill, Barbara Erickson, Rhonda Butler. For the position of Grand First Vice for the Alaska Native Brotherhood, nominations are open. President Paulette.
Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood. I would like to nominate Paul Johnson from Anchorage. Thank
Paul
you.
Duncan.
Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson has been nominated.
Carrie
any other
Dodson
nom-
has her hand raised.
Sister Carrie, Sister
This
Carrie,
is Carrie Dodson, Camp 14. I would like to nominate James Lanos Jr. for first vice president of AMB.
James Lanos Senior. Is that correct?
Junior.
Senior. Junior. I'm sorry. James Lanos Jr. has been nominated. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand First Vice President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood? We have two nominations for a Grand First Vice of Alaska Native Brotherhood, Paul Johnson and James Lanos Jr. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand First Vice President, Alaska Native Brotherhood?
Mr. Chairman, Richard Jackson here.
Brother Richard.
Okay, we'll go back to procedure. You're not closing these nominations here because there should be an opportunity to roll down, like you said. Tomorrow?
Yes, there will be a roll down on elections.
So, yeah, that's what we want. So we're just taking the nominations tonight unless it's a unanimous consent.
Are you talking about the president nomination?
Yeah, if it's a unanimous consent, then you don't need to roll down. I mean, there's only one person, so that ain't
No,
one.
we have two nominees for the position here.
So I'm just saying, yeah, the person who doesn't win can roll down and it's still open for the next position for them.
That is correct. But we're not voting tonight. Are there any nominations? Last call for nominations for Grand First Vice President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Seeing none on the floor, seeing none on the virtual. Nominations are paused for tonight. We'll reopen again tomorrow. We have two nominations for Grand First Vice, Paul Johnson and James Lanos Jr. On these nominations, I'm hoping that the nominee has, talked about the person he'd like to nominate. It seems like we caught somebody by surprise tonight. Generally, people who want to run will find somebody to nominate them. And that makes the process a little bit easier. Now opening nominations for position of Grand Second Vice, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Mr. Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood. I'd like to nominate Cindy Reeves. Thank you.
Cindy Reeves has been nominated for Grand Second Vice, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Second Vice President, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations for the Grand Second Vice, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor and here, seeing none on the virtual, nominations are paused until tomorrow. The nominations will still be open because there's possibility that someone who's running for first vice might want to also try for second vice. So we'll go on to the next position. For the position of Grand Second Vice of Alaska Native Brotherhood, nominations are open. Nominations are open for the position of Grand Second Vice President, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Brother Eric.
Mr. Chairman, Eric Morrison, Camp 70. It's my honor to nominate John Morris of the Douglas Camp, second vice. Thank you.
John Morris has been nominated for the
There is a
position
raised
of
hand.
second vice.
There is a raised hand from Ginger Fox.
Yes, Ginger.
Okay, unmute. I'd like to nominate Ginger McCormick. I'm from Camp 14.
Is that Andrew McCormick? Bella. Oh, Ginger. For the A and B.
The nomination came from Ginger.
Ginger McCormick has been nominated for position of Grand Second Vice, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Brother Kevin.
I'm not making a nomination. I asked to be excused from rest of the day's proceedings. I'm being called into work.
You may be excused.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations for the position of
We have a
Grand
hand
Second Vice?
raised from Heather Gurko.
Heather Gurko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AMB Grand President Heather Gurko. Just a clarification, I'm not opposed to the current nomination of Ginger McCormick, but I want to clarify if Ginger Fox is a delegate or an alternate, because nominations can only come from delegates. And I just wanted to clarify if there was a change in credentialing. Thank you.
Did the person who nominated Ginger, did that come from a delegate? I don't know from this side. Pardon?
We have in the chat from Camp 14 Sid that Ginger is a delegate.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ginger Fox is an alternate, not a delegate. Ginger McCormick is the delegate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to respectfully say that Ginger Fox is an alternate.
Okay. An alternate may not make a nomination unless they have been seated. Mr. Paulette.
Thank you, Paulette Marino, Alaska Native Sisterhood. I would like to nominate Joe Stewart as second Grand Vice President of the Brotherhood. Thank you.
Joe. Joe Stewart has been nominated.
We have two hands raised. First was Heather and second is Sid, Camp 14 Secretary.
Let me go first to Camp 14.
Sid Hartley, Camp 14. I nominate Ginger McCormick for second vice president for AMB.
Was Randy. State your name again, please.
Sid Hartley. Camp 14.
I'm not getting it. The nomination is for Ginger McCormick, and it's made by Sid Hartley.
Sydney
Okay.
Hartley.
All right. So we have three nominees for the position of Grand Second Vice: John Morris, Joe Stewart, Ginger McCormick. My brother,
I'm just verifying that, yes, now that Camp 14 has an actual delegate making that nomination, that would be valid. Thank you.
thank you. Nomination is valid. Are there any other nominations for a Grand Second Vice, Alaska Native Brotherhood? We have three nominations: John Morris, Joe Stewart, Ginger McCormick. Are there any other nominations? I'm sorry, Grand President, I think I passed you up. You had your hand raised a minute ago. Grand President Heather.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having technical issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to do the same thing the ANS Camp 14 members Sid had done, because I had called out, and I am sorry that I had to mention the delegate and alternate situation. I was going to nominate Ginger McCormick as well in place of that, but it's already been taken care of. Thank you.
It's been taken care of. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Second Vice, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor and seeing none on the internet, nominations are paused until tomorrow. We'll reopen.
We do have a hand raised, Dr. Demert.
Brother Dennis. You need to unmute yourself, brother.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I had not expected that we would be meeting in the evening. I think that was not in the in the plan, and accordingly, I had another commitment that I simply cannot break tonight. I'd like to be excused, and I'd also like to suggest that there are others here who can serve as parliamentarian. Jacob Kobog, for example, has served in that capacity, and so there are and there are executive committee members who can provide opinions on any issues that may arise. So I'd like to ask to be excused, and with the understanding that there are others that you can call on if need be.
Brother Dennis, you are excused. You are excused with the thanks of the floor for your assistance and your guidance and the wisdom that you have given us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is another hand raised, Heather Gerkel.
Grand President Heather, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do concur with our AMB executive member, Dennis Demert. Thank him for his service today and yesterday, and we look forward to your service tomorrow. I would like to ask AMB member Jay Kabog is if he is available to serve as parliamentarian for the remainder of the evening. Thank you.
Jay Kabab, are you available? Is Jay Kebab still on?
Mr.
I
Chair, I
just
just
saw
added him
that
from,
Jay Kebab was in the waiting room. I have put him back into the meeting.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes.
Cecilia Tavalero. He's changing computers so everyone can hear him.
I'm sorry, we didn't get that.
I just muted Jake. Jay, your microphone is very close to your speaker from the sound of things, or you're close to someone's open mic. If you want to just move that away.
Somebody got a steel guitar out there. Brother Kebab, are you going to take over as parliamentarian with absence of Dennis?
the chat, we could move forward. I know there's some audio issues, but if you could type his yes or no in the chat, that would be acceptable to me as me appointing him.
I'll take that as a yes.
Mr. Chair, in the chat, Jacob Bog has confirmed a yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a reminder that Heather has her hand raised as well.
My apologies. I just had not brought it down yet.
Okay, where am I? Did I close out the A and B second vice? I did. I can't remember that far back. You know, that's at least 5 minutes ago. Open nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Nominations are open. Brother Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Martin from Camp 70 and the Executive Committee. I nominate Carol Dewis.
Carol Dewis has been nominated for the position of Grand Secretary ANS. Are there any other nominations on floor?
Beverly Russell, ANS Camp 70. I nominate Elias Chase from Camp 49.
Elias Chase has been nominated for Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood.
Mr. Chair, Ginger from Camp 14.
You're yes.
I would like to nominate Jamie Ann from Camp 2 in Juneau.
I'm sorry, say the name again.
Jamie Ann, she's out of
Jamie?
Camp 2 in Juneau.
Is that Jamie Ann?
Yes, Sister
Jamie
Jamie
Ann.
Ann.
Jamie Ann from Camp 2.
Jamie?
Jamie Ann.
Jamie Ann. Okay.
Jamie
So you can
Ann.
point her, I still don't.
Jamie Ann. ANN.
We have 3 nominations for a position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Carol Dewis, Elias Chase, Jamie M. Jamie M. M. Jamie, not Janie. Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood? I believe I missed a point of order for Brother Bill Martin. Did you have a point?
No, I want to be excused. I've got a family I got to take care of.
Okay, Marcella, thank you. Do you have an alternate here? Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. We have 3 nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Carol Dewis, Elias Chase, Jamie M. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none on the floor and seeing none in virtual, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. For the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Brotherhood, nominations are open. Mr. Paulette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to nominate Tamsin Alahoots for Grand Secretary of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Thank you.
Tamsin El Zayut has been nominated for Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Are there any other nominations?
Mr. Chair,
Brother Bill, Eric,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to nominate Andrew Johnson. And I'm Camp 70, Eric Morrison. I'd like to nominate Andrew Johnson, Camp 36B, Seattle. Thank you.
Andrew Johnson has been nominated for Grand Secretary A and B. Are there any other nominations? We have 2 nominations for the position of Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Tamsin El Zayut and Andrew Johnson. Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Last call, are there any other nominations for Grand Secretary, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Sister Carol, Alaska Native Brotherhood. All the sisters are waving at me and trying to get my attention. Or that's the Alaska Native Brotherhood. Seeing none on the floor and seeing none on the screen, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. For the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood, nominations are open. Nominations are open for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Eric,
Yes,
Brother Eric.
Thank you. Eric Morrison, Camp 70. I nominate Jamie Ann. Thank you.
Say that name again. Jamie Ann. Okay. Interesting. For the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood, nominations are open. Nominations are open for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Final call for Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Treasurer. Nominations are open. Seeing none on the floor, seeing none in virtual, nominations are paused and correction.
I do have my hand up, Mr. Chair. This is AMB Grand President Gerko. I believe Jamie Ann was nominated for 2 offices. And in past years, we have not allowed that to happen because we do a roll down vote. With all respect to Jamie Ann and her abilities, I don't believe she could fill 2 positions at one time. Thank you.
I saw that and I noted it and I was turning around in my head and I was trying to find a precedence. Okay, recognize Jamie. Did she want to say something?
He is wondering if she's the only person nominated for treasurer. She was asking if she was the only person nominated for treasurer.
At this point, yes, she's the only nomination for treasurer. For the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood, we have one nomination, Jamie Ann. Bill, Brother Bill, you got a question? She
What?
was nominated for Grand Secretary, and also Grand Treasurer. Need a little help from you on that.
You're the parliamentarian. They should be asking
Well,
you.
recognizes Brother Bill Martin.
If a person is nominated twice, it can't happen until after one is elected, then that person can roll down if they lose. But they can't be nominated for two positions at the one time. They just have to have the opportunity to be voted on. And then if they lose, they can be rolled down. So you have to wait until tomorrow to see if you want to nominate that person for Grand Treasurer.
Brother Eric.
If she's the only candidate for treasurer, she can accept that position and reject the other nomination. Thank you.
She can, but can we have two nominations? I mean, her nominated for two positions at one time.
Well, that's what I'm doing here, Chairman.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to the nominations. First of all, I'd like to thank both of the delegates for having faith in me and nominating me for two separate positions. It's a great honor to be standing here in front of everyone today. I, in the past, was the Sergeant at Arms for the Alaska State Senate. I sat on the floor for 2 years before also sitting in the property manager's office for the state capitol. So
Okay, this is not an
thank you.
election speech.
I'd like to withdraw. Well, I understand that it's not an election speech. I would like to withdraw from the secretary position and accept the treasurer's position.
It'll be noted that Jamie M. has withdrawn from the position of Grand Secretary.
Mr. Chair, A&B Grand President Gerko, have my hand raised virtually.
Yes, Madam Grand President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all respect to our A&B Executive Committee member, Bill Martin, and his knowledge, thank you, Executive Committee member. I have appointed Jacob Bogg as the parliamentarian for the remainder of the evening. Could we please go to him for any parliamentarian decisions first? Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Bob is appointed first parliamentarian. Sister Cecilia. Got a hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Mona Stavik from Juneau Camp 70. Cecilia Tavalero, ANS exec.
I'm sorry, you have to help me with that last name, Mona.
I believe it's Stevik.
Mona Stavik has been nominated for Grand Treasurer. We have two nominations for the position of Grand Treasurer. Jamie M., Mona Stavik. Are there any other nominations? In the back, let's see. Sister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the nomination, but at this time, I'm going to decline. I am new to.
Could you state your name and your
I'm
camp?
sorry. Mona Stevic, President ANS Camp 70. And I'm going to thank you for the nomination. I'm going to decline at this time. I am very new president elected for ANS Camp 70, and I'm just trying to grasp everything, Robert's Rules of Orders, and I need more time. Thank you.
Mona Sevic hath withdrawn. They declined the nomination for Grand Treasurer. We have one nomination for the position of Grand Treasurer, Jamie Ann. Are there any other nominations for Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. For the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood, nominations are open. Sister Cecilia. Sister Cecilia.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to lower it. I was used to someone doing it for me. Thank you.
Did you have a nomination?
Negative, Mr. Chairman. I forgot to
Thank-
lower my hand after the last nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. For the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood, nominations are open. Brother Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Nowrose, Camp 70. I'd like to, I nominate Eric Morrison, my fellow camp brother, as the treasurer for Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp.
Eric Morrison has been nominated for Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Treasurer, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Seeing none on the floor, seeing none on virtual, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. For the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood, nominations are open. Nominations are open for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood. Sister Paulette.
Thank you, Brother LB. You're doing a fantastic job. Paulette Marino, ANS Grand President. At this time, I'd like to nominate Mary Marino Suits.
Mary Marino Suits. Marino Suits has been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms. Are there any other nominations? Brother Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Morrison, Camp 70. I'd like to nominate Ginger McCormick. Thank you.
Ginger McCormick has been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Brother Elias, Sister Elias.
Mr. Chair, with all due respects to Ginger McCormick, to my understanding, she would not be eligible for an ANS Sergeant at Arms due to the fact that she is a brother and not a sister.
Uh, Help me out on this, Eric. Can her brother hold an A&S Grand Officer position? Do we have any A&S sisters in the A and B Grand Officer position? Hearing none,
Mr. Chair, this is Grand President Gerko.
Grand President Gerko.
Thank you. I would defer to our parliamentarian, but my understanding is that an A and B member cannot run for an ANS office and an ANS member cannot run for an A and B office. So with all respect to Delegate McCormick, they cannot run for an ANS office as an A and B member. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll accept that as if it came from our parliamentarian, as its past procedure. Its precedent has been set. So at this time, we're going to scratch Ginger McCormick. We have one nomination for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Merino Suits. Are there any other nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Sisterhood? Are there any other nominations? for
Mr. Chair,
Grand-
Amby, Grand President Gerko again.
Yes, yes,
Could you-
President.
Could you please read the list again? Because our parliamentarian has confirmed that it is correct that an AMB member cannot run for an ANS office and vice versa. Thank you. Can you please confirm the list?
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms ANS? Seeing none on the floor, seeing none on virtual, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. For the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood, nominations are open. Brother Eric.
My apologies. I didn't realize she was a brother and not a sister. So I do note that she asked our camp to be supporter. So I hereby Eric Morrison, Camp 70, nominate Ginger McCormick. Thank you.
Ginger McCormick has been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Grand Secretary.
Yes, Tamsin LZU, AMB Grand Secretary, I nominate Sean Gerko for Sergeant at Arms. Thank you.
Sean Gerko has been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood. Are there any other nominations for Grand Sergeant at Arms? In the very back, sister over there.
Hi, ANS Grand President Paulette Marino. I nominate Chad Titel. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that nomination.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I nominate Chad Titel.
Somebody spell that out for me. Yeah. ELL. Chad Sittel has been nominated. Madam Grand Secretary, our grand brother.
Secretary. Mr. Chair, we have Ginger McCormick has been nominated for second vice president, now as Sergeant at Arms. Just for the
That's a point well taken. As a point well taken. Ginger McCormick has been nominated for Grand Second Vice. She's also been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms. And keeping with our tradition, I would advise that, she may run for one position. I think I need to hear from the nominee and nominator, or from the candidate, from the nominee, what she would like to do, what the nominee would like to do. Is Ginger McCormick there?
I am here.
Ginger McCormick, you've been nominated as Grand Second Vice President for A and B. You've also been nominated for Grand Sergeant at Arms A and B. You may pick one position to accept.
Kunikchish, I appreciate it. The nominations, I'm going to stick with the nominations for the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Sergeant of Arms.
You're going to stick with the Grand Sergeant at Arms. Is that correct?
No, I will not be accepting the nomination for second vice. I will keep the nomination for Sergeant of Arms.
Ginger McCormick has withdrawn as a candidate for Grand Second Vice, and she will keep her name on the ballot for the Grand Sergeant at Arms. For the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, are there any other nominations? Grand Sergeant at Arms A and B. We have two candidates. Correction. Oh, that's right. We have two candidates, Sean Gurko and Ginger McCormick. And Chad Citadel. Itel. Chad Seitel. My correction, we have three candidates. Sean Gurko, Ginger McCormick, Chad Seitel. Titel. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms, Alaska Native Brotherhood? Seeing none on the floor and seeing none on the virtual screen, nominations are recessed until tomorrow. That concludes the nominations, and I'd like to thank this body and all those who attended virtually. As I'm getting a little bit older in years, my ears are also getting older and getting a little bit hard for me to hear, but you put up with me tonight, and I appreciate that. And we got the job, and I thank all of you for participating. Koyana koynakpak. Cheese, hawa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for a job well done. And once again, congratulations to everyone who is running for an office with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood. Just a reminder, a friendly reminder, I'd like it if the ground secretaries can, as mentioned before, please provide all documents pertaining to convention and the agenda items, and any reports submitted by other chairs to be emailed and distributed to all delegates prior to the call to order in the morning. Thank you so much for all of your work. Thank you, everyone. Grand President Gurko, was there any other business that you would like to recommend? Because I'm going to call on good of the order and then consider adjournment or recess. Grand President Gurko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, everybody, for making sure our important business was handled this afternoon or evening, I should say. I just wanted to make a reminder that committees will be meeting in the morning. DOTS will be opening up the breakout rooms. Actually, they're opening up the Zoom at 6:30. Breakout rooms, I've asked them to open them up at 7, but I have a feeling you'll be open up if you decided to meet earlier, if you are so inclined. Please reach out to the committee chairs to let them know you'd like to join the committee. And that's my only reminder. Ganashish.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Grand President Gerko. Brother Eric, did you have a comment? Brother Eric, did you have a comment? Okay, so is there any good of the order at this time? Is there any good of the order at this time? President Rhonda? Camp 2.
Thank you, Madam Grand President. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, and I would like to take an opportunity for good of the order.
We're still in, I'm sorry, excuse me, President Rhonda. We're still in session. Thank you so much. Please proceed.
For good of the order today, I would like to extend great gratitude to everybody attending virtually, everybody that is here present on the floor, and our patience and trusting that our work here is not of our own accord. We are here representing our people in our communities, and that I know we each are faced with frustrations, emotions run high, especially when we have long days. And I just would like to remind everyone, for good of the order, to please remind ourselves that. And I remind myself that, and I'm open to others to reminding me of that, as my vice president over here did. She said, "Woosah, Rhonda, woosah." And I took my woosah moment. So just be gentle, and I commend everybody's dedication and hard work.
Thank you, Madam President. If you could remain standing for a moment. The Grand President would like to know what USA means, please. Perhaps it would be Sister Jamie Ann that knows that meaning, or if you know that meaning.
Woosah is a moment you take, and it's a saying, and you grab your earlobe and your ear and you rub it. You take a moment and you just rub your earlobe. Rub both earlobes if you need to. And you can even say out loud, woosah. Maybe I'll woosah everyone tomorrow during the meeting. I'll call for a woosah moment.
Okay, we are still in
Thank
session.
you.
Is there any of our virtual family that has any good of the order?
Madam Grand President, this is Cecilia Tavalero.
Madam Executive, Madam Cecilia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to read the Southeast traditional tribal values, just to remind ourselves again, our way of life, discipline and obedience to the traditions of our ancestors, respect for self, elders, and others, respect for nature and property, patience, pride in family, clan, and tradition is found in love, loyalty, and generosity. Be strong in mind, body, and spirit. Humor. Hold each other up. Listen well and with respect. Speak with care. We are stewards of the air, land, and sea. Reverence for our Creator. Live in peace and harmony. Be strong and have courage. Nachish.
Thank you, Madam Executive. If our Madam Executive and Chaplain, Sister Janice Jackson, could stand by graciously for a closing prayer, if that's okay. Madam Chaplain, thank you. The chair would like to recognize anyone else under good of the order. Sister Mary Suits, state your name and your account, please.
Mayor Marino Suits, Anchorage Camp 87. I just want to say happy birthday to our sister Sandy Churchill. Thank you.
Okay, are you going to sing happy birthday? Okay, happy birthday.
And to Woody Wilson, our vice, Aim Watson, and Yvonne, they had their 55th year anniversary on October 1st. So, yay.
Wow, congratulations.
I'd like to
Vice
note
Grand
that
President and Miss Watson, congratulations if you're watching online. Speech, it's been requested a speech. Brother Woody, if you could stand, please. Miss Watson, here he is.
Just a reminder that Tasha has been waiting patiently online.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you guys have a great evening the rest of the night tonight. Well, let's be ready to go again in the morning. Thank you. And happy anniversary to Yvonne.
I made sure he didn't forget that. Okay, is there any other good of the order? Sister Barbara, did you have your hands raised? Who was that? Sasha? Tasha. Madam President, Camp 87, Tasha Hotch.
Thank you, Grand President Marino. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate everyone staying into the late evening to take care of our business. I think that when we care about things, sometimes emotions run really hot. I've noticed this about this group. It's only my second convention and I've seen it both times, but I just want you all to know that I love you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing the hard work. I did want to tell a joke because I feel like we need to lighten the mood a little bit. I think I've told this joke in another setting before, but what do you call a deer with no eyes? In the chat for those of you online. A no-eye deer. All right, have a good night.
Okay.
That's good.
President Tasha, I have one for you. What do the ANS and the A and B have in common? Their middle name. You can let me know tomorrow. I see Grand President Gurko's hand, virtual hand is raised. Grand President Gurko, the time is yours.
Thank you, Grand President Marino. I just want to thank the entire DOTS team. I want you all to realize that they are on East Coast time. So they have gone above and beyond tonight to care for us. Thank you to everybody, Alejandro, Jamie, not Larry, but Jamie, and Michael and the rest of the team. So Gonach Shish, thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Grand President Gurko. And I'd like to recognize our, did you have your hand, virtual hand raised, Brother Jay?
Yes, I did.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we will ever have emotions go into the next day. I'm saying to let everybody know that.
Excuse me, Brother Jay, I'm so sorry. You're a little bit muffled, and I know we want to understand your words. Could you try again, please?
Yes, how about me? Sir, turn your sound off.
Sister Cecilia, could you please assist our brother if that is possible? Thank you.
Okay, do I sound better?
Madam Chair, I believe it's because maybe Cecilia Tablero has her sound on still.
Okay. Brother Jay, do you want to try one more time? You're still muffled. I mean that in the nicest way.
Okay, how about
Now
me?
you're muted? Okay. Go ahead. Let's try again, Brother Jay.
Okay, do I sound good here? Hello?
Brother Jay, I think he's going to find our ANS Executive Committee sister Cecilia, okay. Are there any other hands raised in our virtual family?
Can you use my computer? I'm in another room.
Okay, are there any other virtual hands raised in our virtual family?
There are no other virtual hands raised that I can see right now.
Thank you. A and B Executive Committee Member Bradley Fletch. And the chair would like to recognize First Grand Vice President Woody Watson.
I was just advised by Camp 70, there's lots of leftovers there. So please take some home with you tonight. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other good of the order at this time?
Madam President, this is Jake Wog.
Okay. He is with us. We are still in session. As a friendly reminder, the chair recognizes Brother Jay.
Okay, I'm speaking on Celia's laptop here. So anyway, the point I wanted to make was I don't think we've ever gone into the next session to have extended nominations. But I just want to let everybody know, if they're thinking about tomorrow, you can always reopen nominations that have been closed previous sessions. And it'll pass by a majority vote. Just an easy reminder for everybody if they have second thoughts for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jay. And do we have any other good of the order at this time? Brother Bill Martin, Executive Committee Member Bill Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to let everybody know that the secret to a long marriage is to learn early on how to say, yes, dear.
He said yes, dear. Okay, are there any other good of the order at this time? Our virtual family, is there any other good of the order? Seeing no good of the order at this time, those who are able to stand, if you could do so, please. ANS, Camp, Grand Camp, Executive Committee Woman, and Camp Chaplain, Sister Janice, if you could close us in prayer.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll go ahead and stand. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and thank you for all the beautiful faces at the hall and on the Zoom. It's good to see everybody, and we can't wait to see everybody tomorrow morning, and give us a strong voice to sing Onward Christian Soldiers as we have for 100 years and plus. Give everyone safe travel mercies tonight, and bless those who couldn't be with us, and bless the families of all of us. And we thank you so much. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Good ashish, Madam Executive Committee Woman Janice Jackson and our Grand Camp ANS Chaplain. So what time would you like to approach Sister Jamie and state your name and camp, please?
Onward soldiers, Bill heard about past days. They had six up on stage, one of them about Christ, and it has been said over and over again that this is an anti-discrimination organization. They're not. There is nowhere in the preamble, Constitution, or where else? Oath of office that says that is take part in the. If we want this organization to grow, young people join this organization, then I ask that we respect all of us. join and want to be part of the organization, but they do not join because of the Christianity. Just if we want to the organization to continue, we have to stop forcing them. Respect everybody. And because of this song, the people like and others gets triggered. I would like to be a part of the organization, but I do not want this or support or anybody else. Back finish. I offer national and replace honor all of our spirituality. Everyone has the freedom. They also have the freedom not have ask that want to join it.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Sister Jamie Ann.
Madam Chair,
There has been a request, Sister Cecilia. Madam Executive Committee Woman Cecilia Tavalero.
That was Sister Janice, Madam President.
Thank you. Forgive me, Sister ANS Chaplain and Executive Committee Woman Janice Jackson.
Madam President, I researched a little bit about the Pledge of Allegiance and people who don't agree with the Pledge of Allegiance. And in this instance, I believe we can have people refrain. They do not have to sing along with us, but they don't necessarily need to stop us. That's been our battle song for 100 years plus.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Madam Executive, for your comments. Are there any other comments at this time?
We have hands raised by Heather and Willard. Heather
Okay.
first.
I would like to recognize A and B Executive Committee Member Willard Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate my sister-in-law speaking of the Pledge of Allegiance. When I was growing up in grade school, when we merged into the grade school, we were one of the very first ones to do the Pledge of Allegiance back in the late 40s and early 50s. Was an honor. For me to serve with the 82nd Airborne as a paratrooper and a squad leader in Vietnam, leading men and watching my men die, it hurt. And it still hurts today. I have a flag I bought, and I took it down during the wind, and I cherish it. I don't condone any person that doesn't respect it. I pray for them. That wasn't that way at one time in my lifetime. I struggled with drugs and alcohol. But that change happened when I had that opportunity to come in A&B and ANS meeting in Camp 14, when I was working for Clinton Ida and KIC on a joint venture. A&B and ANS captured me and sealed my heart up. Yes, hearts are being broken around the world. Yes, people disagree. Yes, we as a body can't look at it both ways, just as my sister said. You know, I'm not gonna fight anybody in regards to how they feel. I'm gonna lift them up. I'm just gonna lift them up, and I'm gonna continue to be pulling my family forward in a good way. To my brothers and sisters tonight, A&B, ANS, you guys have all a good night. To my buddy Woodrow Watson, Yvonne, happy anniversary to you both. Goodness cheesh.
Thank you so much, A&B Executive Committee Man Willard Jackson. Are there any other on the floor? Okay, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, we were not fully able to hear Sister Jamie Ann, but we did hear parts of what they shared. I did want to share with Jamie Ann and others here that this morning we did not sing Onward Christian Soldiers. We did open with a prayer, but also provided space for a moment of quiet for those to reflect on how they wanted to connect with their higher power or being, if that was their case. And as I'm offering now, a smudge with cedar and sage was also done at that time. And that will be my intention tomorrow, if I'm not chairing, to ask permission of the floor to offer that space for those who may not follow Christianity, but recognize to provide space for you to recognize however you feel you need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grand President Gurko. Oh, okay. ANS, who was asking? Sister Cindy? Tamsin. Okay. Thank you for those that are still staying with us because we are still in session. The chair recognizes A&B Brother Tamsin Alahoots, our Grand Secretary. Brother Tamsin, the floor is yours.
First of all, whether who is Christian or who is not, we do have members in this group where Christianity is their foundation and their core. And for that, I respect them and I uphold them. I also respect everyone else's beliefs, no matter what they are. But to be condescending and disrespectful just because an executive committee member who loves that song shared that, I respect both sides. But again, we have been addressing that, and it's just the opinion of that executive committee member who loves her Lord, whether that person has of a different faith. We are here to respect one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Jamie. Sister Mary, Vice President, Camp 87. I'm sorry if you could state your name and camp.
Thank you, President. This is Mayor Marino Suits of Anchorage. So I just want to state that I'm right in the middle of the hall, and I do not appreciate being yelled at by anybody. We are still in session. And I also have a child right next to me who has given an awesome speech today. She is the future of ANS for this organization. And I do want people to recognize that. And the behavior here today, I want everybody here to remember that. So in your words, please, what was I going to say? Please open your hearts before you open your mouth. And then just remember that please do not lie when, no matter who it is, and no matter the issue, that if you say that, if you feel that you are forced, that the facts that nobody was forced to participate in anything in the last few days, we are here as willing participants in any activity for Grand Camp. Nobody has been forced to do anything. And then just for my last point is freedom of religion is protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, which prohibits laws establishing a national religion or impeding the free exercise of religion of its citizens. So you cannot take that right away from the US Constitution itself. So ANS and A&B has always had this song, Onward Christian Soldiers. And I myself, I do love this song because it always reminds me from years back marching in, and it's always included in the grand ball. So when I think of ANS, I always remember this song and our sweet little old elders marching in. And so when we think of that, it's not just religion. We have other memories that go and tie into that. And I do respect people's new feelings and emotions that get tied to this, because I'm not diminishing what has happened with Kamloops and how that started, finding and getting that recognition that we always knew that was there with the children in residential schools. But people are on their own path and their path of healing. So wherever you're at might not be where you think you are at, where you need to be for healing. And so just keep that in mind, because we have children as young as middle school who see you every single day and hear every word that you say, and they are learning from you. So please think of that as you are speaking. And I say this with all respect because I have so I was involved in ANS since I could walk, since I could talk. And I've been volunteering with ANS, or voluntold, since I can walk and talk. And this is just my my thoughts and my involvement, and just sharing some of my memories along with this song. And I oppose not including it tomorrow morning. Gunachish, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Mary. The chair recognizes ANS Grand Secretary Carol Dewis. It's been moved to adjourn. Is there any objection at this time? Okay, it's been seconded. There is an objection. Sister Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam Chair.